How's it going? I woke up to some content today. We woke up to some content this morning. Well, actually, last night I was looking at Twitter. Honestly, I tell you what it is. When things happen on the internet and I want to watch it, that's like people are going to talk about, I just need to get off Twitter for the night. I gotta be honest with you. I just was seeing all this shit about the debate, and it was just like it was kind of ruining it. You know, it's like knowing the result of a football match before you watch it. You know, when do you know what I mean? But yeah, it was. I mean, I've heard a bit about it, so I've not watched it really. You've even been relegated. Oh yeah, the season's just ended, hasn't it? Some sad content. 4-year-old loses life. Literally cannot watch that. I cannot watch anything about kids dying. It's too much for me. Freaks me out. Oh God, kids don't die. They can't die. It's impossible. You play every sport with your feet. True. Hey,
welcome to Chud Nation.
Thank you for the sub.
Another
Appreciate
month
it.
sub to Chud. Another month closer to death.
My
Let's
glasses are steaming up.
fucking
It's a
go.
bit warm in here. Oh, did Team UK get a new video out? I didn't see that. I don't really follow football, to be honest. I support the one that wins the Premiership, basically. That's me. I'm not rich, but I mean, Coca-Cola's like, you know, however much it is. Anyway, how's it going, guys? We good? Why don't you drink 2-litre bottles of Coke? Because drinking a can of Coke is just like normal, isn't it? That's like a respectable thing to do. Okay. So, obviously, we've got this Lance conversation to watch. I'm looking forward to it. We'll get into that in a sec. Have you seen these clips of Tucker Carlson doing the rounds? I've got to be honest with you. I am very underwhelmed with some of these Tucker Carlson clips that are supposed to be him looking bad. Have you seen these?
Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer. It's personal. I'm not speaking of you, but more in general of ladies. When they go to the ladies' room and powder their noses, is there actually nose powdering going on?
Sometimes.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
Most of the time it's lipstick.
Do pillow fights ever break out? You don't have to.
Not in the bathroom.
Okay, not in the bathroom. Okay. That'd be more a dorm activity. Okay.
This is naughty Brazilian nurse territory.
I'm sorry. So you are such a good sport, such a good person. Thank you.
What is this clip supposed to show? Oh, look. Tucker Carlson is having a bit of, you know, spicy banter with his with the staff. Like, it just makes him look like he's like a man of the people, you know, the workers around him he's being pleasant to and interacting with in a friendly way. And it just humanizes him. What is the point of this? Why are they releasing stuff that makes him look like a nice guy? I don't understand it.
I know you do, but you do not deserve that, and I mean it with great affection.
I got you, man. Which way do you want to go?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Let me tune in. Can I ask you a question?
Like, leaks used to be like this. This is the kind of leak we used to be, you know, treated to.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never
It used to
seen
be like
that.
this.
No, there is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but now I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay. Ready? Sure.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean? To play us out.
Sting is going to do, it's a video, Sting video.
What is
For credits.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean? To end the show?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Okay, in 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Why was he so angry?
Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Why is he so angry?
5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
And then there's little... like, that to me is like a good leak of showing someone having like a meltdown and going crazy. This just shows Tucker Carlson, yeah, that's me before stream. Good morning. This just shows Tucker Carlson being like a kind of affable, like friendly character, interacting in a pleasant, you know, bantery kind of way. Bit of tomfoolery with his colleagues. And it's like Fox leaks. In fact, do you know what this reminds me of? Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of... This is like a bit of a deep cut if you knew about this. But Project Veritas did this thing called the CNN tapes and acted like they had some crazy leaks about CNN. But it was just like a nothing burger. And it was like nothing really happened in it, you know? But if anything, this is worse. If anything, this is worse. Because it just makes him look good. Anyway, what's this one? Maybe this one's going to be juicier.
Well, that was a week, I'll say. Holy shit! 10 hours! That slimy little motherfucker sitting across from me. Oh, you're the best. And I wasn't talking about you. It's just the opposite.
He's giving me a complex.
No, I'm not. What do you mean? Because you've never been this affirmed in your life? I bet. Thank you, Alex. Have a happy weekend. See you, man. The amount, it was so unhealthy, the hate, thank you, Teresa, the hate that I felt for that guy. I mean, thank you, Todd.
How could you not?
I never feel that way, you know, because I don't put myself, I don't want to feel that way. I think it's wrong. It's bad. It's totally bad for you to feel that way.
I felt this hate for a person, and I normally don't feel like that because it's bad to feel that way. This is a reiteration of the other, you know, of the other message that we saw where he was just like, I wanted them to beat the shit out of this kid and I realized it was bad.
But that guy, I mean, he triggered the shit out of me. Where are you now? Where do you live? I mean, the amount of times I had, first of all, fuck you on my lips was like, it was unbelievable. Suggesting that I was cheating on my taxes?
Really?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Wednesday and Friday.
So where are you domiciled? Where are you now? Do you own a home there? I was like, no, I do not own a home in Maine, which I don't, by the way.
Well, I feel great. You know, I can never assess my appearance. I wait for my postmenopausal fans to weigh in on that. My IFB. What? They want to control me from afar? Okay, I'm putting the leash on. You can... Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Oh, hey,
I got you, baby.
hey, he's doing the meme. God, this makes you like Tucker Carlson. Oh no. He's a memer. He's a memer. That's the kind of thing, you know, that's a fucking... Dude, why are they doing this?
You wouldn't? Okay. I'm not, you know what? I'm not qualified on that score, I will say. I thought his girlfriend was kind of yummy. Just kidding. Just kidding, in case this is being pulled off the bird. Yeah, the bird. Hey, media matters for America. Go fuck yourself. That's the first thing I want to say tonight. Second thing is, totally kidding. I don't even know what his girlfriend looks like. And if I did, I would not find her yummy. You wouldn't? Okay.
God, Tucker's so funny. Why are they doing this? This has got to be a psyop, surely. This has got to be like a psyop. This has got to be Tucker Carlson's team releasing this. It just makes him look like a funny, you know, pleasant guy.
Everyone in this company is thrilled that you're doing this. I've gotten more calls from people about it.
Oh, that's great. Well, I got to say, when I came to New York a couple of weeks ago, I couldn't believe how welcoming and friendly everybody was. It was fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah, they really mean it from the owners on down.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool to see it. I like that. It's a good, you know, people are nice in this company, I think. They've always been nice to me anyway.
I completely agree. Everyone's been very, very friendly and very nice, and I really appreciate it. But thank you so much for coming on. It's fantastic.
I bet that doesn't change. Of course.
Yeah. It's just great to have you on my show. I mean, I've been on yours enough times. It's great.
I think it's totally cool. So let's, if we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of technique. But, you know, but it's your show. It's totally up to you.
We can certainly talk about your sexual technique, especially after your tanning testicles last week.
Not mine. We'll speak in more general terms, but I've got something to add.
God, even making Piers Morgan look good as well. I feel like these kind of, I mean, this is guys from Media Matters. This is like a liberal commentator, right? Senior fellow at Media Matters for America. Progressive media watchdog. Yeah, like these progressive liberal types. I feel like they've just, like, I feel like they're so ingrained in their own thought process that they just don't see it through another person's eyes, and they can only see it through their own eyes, and they get outraged about it, and they think other people are going to get outraged. And whilst other similar progressive libs might put on a show to act like this is really bad, I think most people that look at this are going to be like, at the very least, well, this is nothing, all the way through to, actually, this makes Tucker seem very human and pleasant. Like, do you know what I mean? It is doing the opposite. Like, they call it creepy behind-the-scenes comments. What's creepy about that? He's making Morgan another, like, you know, sort of 40, 50-year-old dude, and they're joking about talking about sex. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what was creepy about that? I got to be honest, if joking about sex is creepy, I mean, a lot of lefties are gonna have a bad fucking time of that. I tell you that much. What's wrong with joking about sex like that? It's very, you know, mediocre. It's like not even that graphic either. Look at the way it's presented as well. Recently dismissed ex-Fox News host Tucker Carlson told a colleague preparing to interview him, "If we're going to talk about sex, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of the technique." Yeah, he was talking to Piers Morgan, who was laughing and playing along with the joke. What? This is so fucking dishonest. Yeah, Piers Morgan was seemingly enjoying it and getting involved in the meme. I don't know, man. I just think that progressives have got to fucking sharpen up a bit if they want to, you know, try and criticize their enemies. Has anyone actually looked at this and gone, yeah, Tucker Carlson is bad, except for like completely ideologically compromised people? Yeah, look how bad Tucker is. Shows him laughing alongside a liberal from a competing news company. Mental. But yeah, there we go. Very, very dumb. Very dumb. And with that being said, let's move on to what we're all here for. Tucker 24-28. Yeah, there could be a Tucker presidential run, couldn't there? 28 it would be, not 24, 28. 24 on the Republican side is going to be a toss-up, obviously, between DeSantis and Trump. Although apparently Trump's polling has increased dramatically and DeSantis has dropped. I thought it was going to be DeSantis because of how, you know, because of how, are you going to cover us through? Maybe, we'll see. Although it's the King's coronation tomorrow, isn't it? So yeah, just to let you know, tomorrow I'm going to be starting stream early because I'm going to be covering the King's coronation. All right. Yes, I feel a lot better. Former President Donald Trump is a significant lead over any potential challenger, including DeSantis. Wow, that'll be exciting. I mean, obviously, you know, it's like I want to watch it, and what better chance to do it than on stream? Oh, do I sound echoey before? But it's similar to a general election match between the two possible Republican and President Trump. But DeSantis gets Super One better than Trump.
Will you be pledging allegiance to King Chezza?
Sure, why not?
Welcome
to
Chud
the
Nation.
sub. Right, so in between each other, Trump beats DeSantis, but against Biden, DeSantis is more likely to win over Trump based on polling. So it actually would be better to run DeSantis against Biden than Trump. That makes sense. Because there's a lot of Republicans that probably wouldn't vote someone like Trump because of all their negative perceptions, but might vote DeSantis. That makes sense. Yeah, that's crazy. With everything that happened, I mean, Trump is just he's bulletproof, isn't he? The Teflon Don. Guy, thank you for the bits.
Base Chud.
Who's been accused of rape? DeSantis. What? Trump. By who? What? When did that happen?
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Predator, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Rate review special Trump edition. Anyway, I've got some funny content for later. I've actually, funnily enough, got a Piers Morgan interview to watch with a trans lesbian thing.
You forgot the best candidate for 2020.
Thank you for the. Oh shit! I saw this. Kanye West has rehired Marley Yiannopoulos to help with his 2024 presidential bid. In turn, Yiannopoulos has been fired white nationalist and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. Jesus. That's wild, man. That's wild. I mean, I mean, to be honest with you, out of the two, I think you've probably got a better chance with Milo at the helm than Nick Fuentes. But that being said, he's still not got a chance in hell. But rather than having like a 1% chance, he's got a 2% chance or something. I tell you what, though, Milo's got to lay off the Colombian marching powder if he wants to run a presidential campaign, that's for sure. But yeah. I remember when I covered the Kanye stuff before on YouTube, I spoke about it one time, and I was saying like, you know, how Kanye is kind of washed up these days and isn't who he used to be and this kind of thing. And these groypers, I think I Nick Fuentes in the title, were like, "Oh, come on, this is really good for Nick Fuentes. What do you mean? Blah blah blah. He's gonna fucking, you know, become super popular." I don't think he is. Now this has happened. How many people pissed their pants laughing when you told them Trump has a chance winning against Hillary? I think like the political climate and circumstances set up a certain way to let, you know, meaning Trump won. I just don't think that same thing can happen with Kanye. Also, Kanye is like making a rod for it. I mean, this kind of goes against what I said earlier, but is Kanye not making a rod for his own back by having the guy that made the comments about pedo stuff as he did? Seems like a bit of a mistake to me, but you know. Omnipotent, thank you for the bits.
Chud suck.
I just think that Kanye, like, you know, you can say they're not sending their bests, some are rapists, some are blah, 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 some are presumably people. You can say something like that and people are going to get on board with that. But if you say Hitler was good and the Holocaust, or whatever you said about Hitler and that, American people are not going to be on board with that. American people are going to be like, what? Like, Americans have got a lot of pride over their feeling that they beat Hitler. Like, it's a massive cultural phenomenon, you know, cultural touchstone thing, where beating Hitler, defeating the Nazis, was a massive part of like the history for them. So I just think anyone that is going to praise Hitler, most Americans are going to look at that and be like, no, we're not down with that.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Yes, Low Potato, thank you for the gifted subs. It's why, you know, far right people for over the past like 5 or 6 years or wherever the fucking thing has been, have said we need to stop praising Hitler. We need to stop saying Hitler was good, and we need to be a bit more coded in how we communicate our language. You know, that's the reason Richard Spencer was quite cautious in the way that he went about those things. He never like hard disavowed Hitler, but he also never like said he was good or anything like that, you know? Was Britain not part of the Allies? Yeah, of course it was. Britain was on the, you know, about as close to the danger as you can get. It was only the fact we were across the English Channel that saved us, really. But I'm saying, you know, obviously it's, you know, Russia is the same, UK is the same, America is the same. But I'm just saying, like, Americans are not going to like anything that praises Hitler because the vast majority of Americans are like, yeah, Hitler was a bad dude. Like, go and ask any person, what do you think of Hitler? Okay. And like most Americans are going to be like, yeah, he was a terrible person. Holocaust, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It just seems like a really stupid angle to go on. Also, a vast majority of Americans think they won the war single-handedly. I remember watching a film when I was like a teenager. It was called U-571. And it was like a bunch of Americans stole the first, like, just went to a submarine and stole the Enigma machine. And it's like that. But what? I'm like, no, it's the British people that did that first. What are you talking about? Classic fucking Americans, like taking fucking responsibility for the heroics of the war. Now we did that actually. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, it was like, right. The Brits think they did that. No, Americans did that actually. Sick. Thank you for the raid. Bait Ronan, thanks for the bits. Ulti, thanks for the bits. Appreciate it. 300 bits, thank you. I love this. The historical inaccuracies.
Welcome
the film does not
Chud
portray
Nation.
any historical event. The British Royal Navy had captured the first naval Enigma machine in May 1941 before the US had entered the war. They weren't even in the war yet. What the fuck? That's ridiculous. Dude, what the fuck? Giga Chad American producers. Oh, this story about the Brits taking the Enigma machine. We're going to make it about us instead. Giga Chad. The Allies captured Enigma-related code books and machines about 15 times during the war. All but 2 of these was by British forces. The Royal Canadian Navy captured U-744 in March 1944. And the US Navy seized U-505 in June 1944. What? Are you serious? What the fuck, America? That's bullshit. Listen, we give you credit. Right, I've watched Band of Brothers. Great fucking thing. I watched Saving Private Ryan. Great movie. You know, but at least recognise, like, there's other things going on, you know? What the fuck? This is the actual reaction of Americans to mention Hitler.
What do you think about Hitler? I don't know who that is or what he does. I'm assuming that's some kind of rapper, but I'm assuming he's some kind of big rapper. You could tell it's like a rapper name. Y'all come up with all type of names, but whoever he is, I'm sure he's amazing, right? Because I like his name, to be honest. Hitler.
Okay, listen, sweetheart, all right? I'm not sure if you'd be saying that. Hang on a second, wait. In the Holocaust, wait. In the Holocaust, were black people in the camps or not? I can't remember. What patch did they wear? What patch did they wear in the camps? Obviously, you know, the Jews wearing the Star of David. You had the homosexuals wearing the pink triangle. What did the black people wear? Don't be racist, okay? Don't be racist. Yeah, because, well, obviously you had, what was it? Jesse Owens from America came and won a race and Hitler wasn't happy. He was not happy about it at all. Well, now, actually thinking about it, right, I don't know if the Nazis had like a massive issue with the black people like they did the Jews, because they went to Africa and a bunch of African people were like Nazi soldiers, weren't they? Right, so there wasn't many black people in Germany. Okay. We need to reboot some panel goings with Chuck. I mean, if there's a panel that's at a decent time with a decent topic, I'll go on it. There were Jews in the Nazi party, no? Curious. Oh, here we go. What's this? The Nazis promoted xenophobia and racism against all non-Aryan races. African residents of Germany and black prisoners of war were also victims of Nazi racial policy. When the Nazis came to power, hundreds of African German children, the offspring of German mothers and African soldiers brought in during the Frankish occupation, lived in the Rhineland. In Mein Kampf, Hitler described the children of marriages to African occupation troops as contamination of the white race by blank blood of the Rhine in the heart of Europe, who were bastardizing the European continent at its core. I gotta be honest with you guys, right? I gotta be real with you. I think this Hitler guy was kind of racist. I think this Hitler guy was a bit racist. What? That's really racist, isn't it? Unbelievable. Can't believe it. Oh yeah, the T4 program. This was that's a bit harsh. Action T4 was a campaign of mass murder by involuntary euthanasia in Nazi Germany. Jesus, man. That's mental, isn't it? Imagine there was some little fella who had a little bit of Down syndrome and that, and some Nazi doctor was just like, you know what I mean? He's just living his little life happy. And they're like, right, we've got to get rid of him. His early work was a little too new wave for my taste, but Minecraft came out in 25. Hey, thank you for the sub. When Minecraft came out in 25, I think he really came into his own commercially and artistically. Jesus Christ. Why do they look like... Look at this. Who is this? Personal doctor and organizer of Action T4. They look like... I guess, obviously, villains of like movies were based on this, right? Like, look at this. This is like Dr. Evil, isn't it? But the reason they look evil is because a lot of media is based on what they look like. If you think about it, right? All the common media of all the villains, Bond villains and stuff like that, a lot of it goes back to like looking what the Nazis look like and copying it. Look at this guy. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay, I can't read anymore. Honestly, I've got this thing where I can't... Kids dying just fucks me up too much. I can't... Makes me just like, oh God, I can't deal with it. Bit much, isn't it? Poor little fuckers. I think it's because I've got kids. It gives me like a different perspective on things, you know? Although I'm pretty sure most people will look at that and be like, oh, fuck me, that's not very good. Anyway, on to brighter topics, such as abortion. Anyway, look, I've got to be real with you, okay? I've heard a little bit about this debate. I haven't pre-watched it. But I would say it's fair to say I've had a few spoilers sent my way on Twitter.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Love you, Chud.
Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Love you too. So, look. I actually, used to get on quite well with Lance from the SERFS. Back in the day, he used to raid me and stuff like that. But unfortunately, our paths diverted. And that's it. Tragic. But, the thing is with Lance is that I just think Lance's biggest problem is I feel like he is... Well, there's a lot of problems to talk about there, right? He has got the kind of typical progressive, like... trite expression brain where he does a couple of things. He wants to just say the most obvious expression of progressive sentiment, So that's one issue. And the other problem you've got as well is anyone that acts in opposition to that, right? He turns into like dunk brain. And I had this with him when I spoke to him about the cracker discourse at the end of 2021, I think it was. So I've seen it firsthand, and I know everyone's seen it on debates and stuff. But rather than actually engage in a conversation and a discussion about the topic at hand, It's like he's looking and searching for opportunities to get dunks in and stuff like that. And the last thing I watched of his that I really was like, Jesus, this is like pretty poor, was obviously the debate that he had with Counterpoints and Lauren Southern on the Canadian schooling grave Indigenous thing. And he just did a very bad job. And his debate partner, I think, dragged him down too. But that, to me, struck me as a very ideologically identity politics driven decision, because the person he got to debate with him was this person called was it Twin Rabbits or something like that, who was an Indigenous person, which good for you, great on having the correct identity, but the actual ability to debate was atrocious. There's a lot of things you could talk about in that debate, but do you remember when the Twin Rabbits person was arguing when there was like Catholic churches getting set on fire on some occasions, which, by the way, the right overstated. They definitely overstated that issue. And you can make that argument, and you can talk about the amount of churches that actually experienced issues was quite a small proportion. And also they inflated it by kind of conflating fires and just like general acts of vandalism, where obviously, you know, getting paint chucked on the door is bad, but it's very different to having the entire fucking church burnt down, right? Obviously there's different things happening there. Anyway, there were points you could argue about it, but for some reason, this person decided to go down the route of, well, maybe the church is burnt down by accident. No, I think you can agree that some churches were probably burnt down, like, legitimately. Like, they weren't just an accident. But why argue that? It was honestly, like, shameful, the angles they were going at. And then at the end, Lance did this really cringe thing where he just did this like rapid fire dunking on Lauren Southern, including like incorrect information, like the flare at the boat thing. Anyway, I remember watching that and just thinking it was terrible. And now he's gone on TIMCAST. Now, one thing to bear in mind, I've seen a bit of what I consider to be like a hysterical response to this, okay? People are like, oh my God, this is going to set the left back years. And I'm just thinking, no, it's not. It's going to be embarrassing for Lance. People are going to talk about how dumb Lance is. And then people will have forgotten about this in 2 weeks and have moved on to something else. Like, don't worry, guys. It's not going to be the end of the progressive movement or whatever, all right? It's just going to be embarrassing for Lance for a little bit because from what I understand, I don't think that he did a very good job arguing his position, but we'll see. Bear in mind, I've just seen Twitter memes about this, so, you know, we'll see. Yeah, the funny thing with Lance is he's got quite a big Twitter account. So he puts a tweet out and he gets a bunch of engagement on it. But if you actually look at his like footprint on other places, it's not actually that massive. So anyway, without any further ado, let's get started. Let's see what this is all about. Let's see what happens. Oh.
Died. He was put in a chokehold. The man, 3 people were trying to subdue him, and then in the effort to subdue him, the guy died. It was ruled a homicide, and now you have protesters calling for charges of this Marine. And things are starting to get a little hectic. Police are calling for help as things kind of heat up. But we're going to get into the nuances of that discussion, so I'll save a little bit. We do have news out of Russia. They're blaming the U.S. for the assassination attempt, so they claim. And we've got some news. Barstool Sports fired one of their hosts for rapping lyrics that contained...
Yes, that's true. Sorry, it's UK stuff, but early results, the Tories look like they've lost a lot of ground in the local elections, which is obviously, I like that. That's good and based.
Offensive word. I don't necessarily think it's fair to call what he said a slur, because he wasn't calling anybody the word, but, you know, he said the word, and then Penn Entertainment was like, you're fired, and now Dave Portnoy is like, I don't know, there's nothing I can do, I sold the company. So we'll get into that, plus a whole bunch of other stories, and we'll talk about the news. Banks collapsing. We got Paul Stanley, the lead singer, the front man for Kiss. is kind of walking back his statement on transgender kids, and a lot to talk about. Before we get started, my friends, today's episode is brought to you by Cast Brew Coffee. Take a look at this bag right here. This is Cast Brew Coffee over at castbrew.com. And you can get...
Do you know, I was reading an article about this. There was a bunch of, because we've had, in the 2022, they passed a new law that said you had to take an ID to vote. And there's people that have voted for like 60 years, obviously old fuckers, that turn up without ID and were turned away and stuff. You know, I mean, obviously on the one hand, I think, well, it's easy to get your ID. But then also it's like why change it? Like, what problem are you solving? But it just doesn't make, I really don't think voter ID is necessary. Anyway.
Get your bag of Rise with Roberto Jr. and Appalachian Nights today by going to castbrew.com. And with every purchase of Rise with Roberto Jr., you will get a picture of Roberto Jr. See, he's right there in the back. He's our rooster. He's very cool, and the coffee smells really good. So if you want to support the show and support our work, go to castbrew.com. But also, don't forget to head over to TIMCAST.com. Click that Join Us button to become a member. As a member, you'll get access to the Members Only Uncensored show, which we will have up for you tonight at about 10 p.m., which will be fun because members actually get an opportunity to submit questions and actually call into the show. So if you would like to do that, become a member at least the $25 level. If you've been a member for at least 6 months, you will be granted access to submitting these questions, a screening process that we have. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Lance from the SERFS.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm tripping balls being in this room right now. It feels like I took evil acid or something because I've been watching this show so much. Yeah, just like everything is here. It's wild. It's
bigger than it looks like, right?
It's bigger than it looks like. And when you're actually sitting in the room, it's actually there's a lot more props than you ever give this place credit for. I thought there was just like some samurai swords and like the occasional gun or something, but there's like
that's a real Civil War rifle.
There's a real Civil War musket in the.
That's right, rifled musket.
Yeah, yep. Cringe. Well, I mean, I don't know. Okay, maybe you think it's cringe. I just think, you know, I don't know, man. I don't just want to shit on every single thing he does, okay? I'll leave that to you, chat.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like Union Civil War. It was never used.
It's like a museum here.
Very cool. Yeah, very cool stuff. So what do you do? Who are you?
I am a leftist commentator. I do politics, comedy from a dumpster fire perspective, and I have opinions, and sometimes people like to hear those opinions, and then they tune in to listen to them.
Well, sounds good. Yeah. All right, well, thanks for joining us. I'm sure we have a lot of opinions to go through. Yeah. We also got the exact inversion of Lance, Seamus Coughlin.
That's how they describe me on the streets. My name is
Anti-Lance?
Yeah, exactly. I thought, no, they call him the Anti-Seamus, I thought. But my name's Seamus Coughlin. I make cartoons.
Listen, right, okay, listen, I've got to put, look, I know people in chat are popping off already, okay? It's only just started. We're literally fucking 3 minutes in, and people are wanting to shit on Lance straight away, okay? Yeah, spineless Lance, sure, whatever. I just think, look, you got to give some credit to the guy to actually going into the show, okay? At the very least, surely. Okay, at least there's that. Come on, you must grant that, surely. Fair play to him for going in, all right? That's a good thing. It's good that he decided to actually, you know, do that. I don't think you can deny that.
Yeah, call him British. Freedom Tunes. And he's British? Well, is that why you always got to take it to an ethnic place with me, man? Always ripping on me for being Irish. I was born here, but I make cartoons. I have a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. I'm also a podcaster. We uploaded a cartoon today, by the way. Y'all might want to check that one out. And I also have a stream on Rumble called Shamer. If y'all want to take a peek at that as well.
Now we have Moon Lord himself.
I am the Moon Lord.
He knows.
No longer Weed Lord. I have evolved. I have become
he knows.
One with the essence of the vibration and the fabric of reality. So good to see you, Lance.
So good to be here.
And if you don't know, you don't know. But I am the Moon Lord. Let's get hot.
And I am Serge.com as always, guys. Let's get to it.
Let's jump into this first. Wait,
actually,
pressing the wrong button over
here. I gotta flag this. This is the first time.
Oh, is this the Freedom Tunes guy? Wait, this is the Freedom Tunes guy. Is that who it is? God, that show fucking sucks. Anyway, let's continue.
Ian and I have done a show together in almost a year.
Since we screamed about, I was yelling at you about religion or something.
Exactly.
Oh, right.
This is our first show. Yeah, that's our first
welcome
show
back, Seamus.
Yeah,
Great to be here, man. Yeah, I've evolved on my stance on religion.
What
we've also talked off air. We've talked off air a good bit, but it's just funny that it's like I just realized it's our first episode we're both doing together because I've been seeing you for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, we went last time we talked. We were talking about like I brought up Vice. I was talking about alcohol. It's your vice or whatever. I said I think that was the real point of contention, and everyone's like, Ian, you're such a dick. I was like, I was just talking to Seamus. Like, we were just talking. Like,
Yeah,
we
but
were
bro,
talking.
he's Irish. You can't say that.
But we were talking about.
That's racist.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I don't really care. Do you?
No, yeah,
what
well,
was it?
I was just, it was a discussion about alcohol because I was saying that alcohol is not inherently sinful. Like Christ turned water into wine. It was his first public miracle.
His blood was made of wine, right?
Well, no, with transubstantiation, the properties of bread and wine remain, but it actually becomes his flesh and blood.
I've had like serious problems with alcohol personally, which is probably why I was projecting issues. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just asking, like, when you actually eat the blood of Christ, is that Christ is inside you? And but like his blood is alcoholic. Is that why it's wine?
So the properties of bread and wine remain.
Oh, okay. I just look. I think that we can be an atheist without doing the cringe, like, and I don't know, I just think that's like a super cringe angle to take when it comes to religious stuff. And the other thing as well is, like, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in it, okay? But I also appreciate that I don't really understand or know the theology kind of analysis of this shit, so I just don't really speak on it, you know? Like, that element of it. And I certainly don't do it with this kind of, like, weird angle of, like, oh, it's like a sort of weird gay angle or something. I don't know what I was just trying to do there. But yeah, 2010 atheism, yeah, sure.
But what we believe as Catholics is that it's his literal flesh and blood.
Okay.
By his body, blood, soul, and divinity.
Interesting.
But he's not made of bread and wine.
No, he's not literally made of bread and wine, no.
But
get crunk.
All right, let's read the news. Here we go.
Wait, we also have Serge Dupre.
He already did say what's up. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Man, Moonlord.
Thanks, Doc.
All right, here's the story. We got this ABC 7 New York police issue call for help. Outrage continues to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. So the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former Marine on the train has been ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed. They have planned several protests and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson impersonator who regularly danced in the Times Square Transit Hub on Monday afternoon.
Okay, right. Okay, I did see something. Okay, guys. The Michael Jackson angle is a bit disingenuous, okay? I saw this post on Reddit. Obviously, take it with a pinch of salt, okay? Take it with a pinch of salt. Try to stay away from the Michael Jackson impersonator if you see him. 10-year-old post on the NYC subreddit, okay? Sometime in late spring, early summer, I saw him in the train. His radio fucked up and he was angry as fuck. Cursing and bad-mouthing commuters, screaming, "What the fuck are you looking at? Don't fucking look at me." Totally didn't expect him to act as such. Ever since that day, he's just been a scary dude to me. He doesn't dress up anymore. No more dancing. Just asks for money. Occasionally shouting obscenities. The progressives are pushing a super dishonest angle with the Michael Jackson thing, I've got to say. I've got to say, guys, I've got to say. Because based on this, and yet obviously it is him. Oh shit, wait, what? What? Okay, I don't know why it's not working. Anyway, someone shared the picture and it is definitely the guy, okay? No, I'll show you the picture in a sec, 'cause I think it's on the Twitter. Today, however, was odd. Sometime in the morning, on my way to school, I'm sitting on the bench and out of nowhere hear someone just going off, cussing up a storm. It was the MJ dude. Everyone besides this guy was quiet. An MTA crew was there but did nothing and just let him continue to blow his gasket. Train arrives and I just get in the car and he's not in because I'm sure as fuck not getting in the same car as him. Dude didn't even wait till he got outside the train. I was scared for the people next to him out of fear that someone was going to fall on the tracks. Just avoid the guy at all costs. Try not to look at him at all. Stay safe. Pics for reference. Edit. Look, the person edited it. Listen, I'm not deleting. No way, they edited it. This was a 10-year-old post and they've come back and edited it. That's mental. Listen, I'm not deleting this post. I've muted the thread so I stopped getting alerts. This is not an excuse for you right-wing lunatics to be acting wild in the comments or spew your anti-black bullcrap, so please refrain. So the person is at least somewhat progressive as well. But this is a picture from one of the links. It is him. It's definitely. So this is the guy that's being discussed. So all of these videos and stuff of him as Michael Jackson, they're all like probably like a decade old. They're all really old videos. He's not apparently, well, obviously I can't account for I can't say exactly. But I don't know if it's really reasonable to share these videos of him and act like he's a Michael Jackson impersonator when I think he clearly had a bad turn. Because the thing is, when you share videos of the Michael Jackson thing, it makes you think, oh my God, look at this guy. It was just a friendly Michael Jackson guy or something like that. But in reality, he's clearly gone down a bad path. Treating him like he was some ultra beloved Michael Jackson busker. Exactly. It's stupid. It's like he wasn't a beloved Michael Jackson person, right? He was an insane schizo guy who tragically needed a lot of help. Do you know what I mean? It's like this cringe. Oh no, look, he was just hungry and he was just moonwalking about the place. Like, come on, man. Jesus Christ. Can we just be honest about it? Anyway, my take on this, as I said yesterday, is pretty straightforward. Whilst I think that there was excessive force used in the way he was restrained, that's backed up by the fact these medical examiners have ruled it a homicide. I think there probably should be some charges filed against the guy because it did look like excessive force, but obviously we'll see what the legal system determines on that. I think that there's a lot of dishonesty that exists around this case, and lefties are trying to downplay how much of a schizo guy he was in order to make it seem worse than it was. But the reality is, yes, some dude schizoing out on a subway, it could easily be perceived as a threat, particularly when you consider what he was saying. So there we go. That's my take on it. Let's continue. Chud wants...
He was
bring back asylums.
Yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean criminal. So what they're trying to say is, though the death was ruled a
yeah. So, obviously there's a problem sometimes with overcharging. If you do want to bring the guy up on charges, I don't know what the law is exactly, but murder or something is probably like manslaughter or some sort of what's the thing where you don't intend to kill someone, but through your actions you end up leading to circumstances which end their life, but you didn't mean to kill them and didn't intend to kill them. Is that what manslaughter would be? Yeah, some form of manslaughter would probably be reasonable. Because the thing is, I just don't think there's a good self-defense argument. I don't think there's a strong self-defense argument because based on what I've seen and heard and read all of this, it doesn't seem like the guy could reasonably have felt like his life was in significant enough danger that he could have taken that action.
Homicide, it does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is investigating. But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can, they're not...
Is it accidental when you choke like that? So my guess would be, the argument would be, he didn't put him in the chokehold in intention to kill him. His intention was to restrain him, but it was excessive and negligent, which then led to the guy's death. That's, I guess, what the argument would be, as to why it wouldn't be like a more direct form of murder.
Not being clear here, you could make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide, and so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said They're going to say, as a part of our rigorous ongoing investigation, we'll review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records, read a statement from a spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests. And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Elad Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism. But let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about this one. This is the story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown.
I gotta be honest with you, I feel like sometimes some of these lefty Antifa types or whatever they are, it's like they've got the same logic as the right when it comes to journalism, when it's people that they don't like. It's, harass them and destroy their shit. Like, just let them document and journalize, And
I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer and his mental health collapsed after his, I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it. And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once punched a 67-year-old woman in the face. And so as he was belligerent and on the subway, reportedly threatening people, saying that he would take it, he was ready to die and he would hurt people. This is when the three men subdued him. Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911.
Hang on, did he say he was going to hurt people? I thought he just said, I can't remember the exact wording. I thought he just said, I'm ready to die or something like that. Has anyone got a link to the quote? Because I feel like everyone is like misrepresenting what he said. I want just the exact quote. Does anyone know in full what the exact quote is?
And get the police down there. And then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left, like AOC, whether or not people, I don't know if you consider her left, but AOC.
Yeah, she's progressive.
She said this was a public murder. And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder. And I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny, in that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get raped on a train in Philadelphia. And we don't hear a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these activists, until someone actually stops the guy. If you go back 7 years...
Kills him, right? Kills him. He killed him.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when someone is...
I mean, yeah, that did stop him in his track. I mean, I can see what Lance is trying to say. And where he's trying to come from, but it just feels like a bit of a virtue signal point of like, well, no, he killed, like, yeah. We've literally just spent at length discussing the fact the guy's dead.
Being violent, and then someone else acts in self-defense of others, and the person dies in the process. Now there's all of a sudden calls for, okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed on.
I don't think there is an argument for self-defense. Or not, as far as I know. That's not how self-defense works, is it? So my understanding, yeah, I don't think that, because the thing is, how would that work? It's like, oh, that person's under threat, but they don't realize it. I'm going to self-defense on their behalf. And on top of that as well, even from his own perspective, I don't believe, as far as I know, that there's any evidence that it was self-defense. I think you could argue that he was being threatening, and so someone might want to kind of get involved. But I think the fact that it escalated to a chokehold is obviously, there need to be some evidence somewhere, I guess, that the guy was acting in a way that the person felt there was like a direct threat to his life. But even then, if you've got someone on the floor in a chokehold, I don't know how that would pan out with the self-defense thing, even if he was directly threatening the person or something.
Subway tracks. That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
I'm never going to sit here and try and defend people pushing people on the subway tracks. That's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of like the guy who just got killed, isn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, doesn't, in self-defense, the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional?
Let's
go! Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke him out to death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
But you made a big leap right there.
What's the leap?
You're ascribing intent to the Marine to kill.
Oh, I'm not saying he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him, right?
That's immaterial.
Well, no, but what has to be material, Tim, has to be, is he doing what he's doing?
Are you making a proportionality argument, or are you making
Yes, I'm asking you that because is what he did proportional to the threat? Yes. So the threat that he was going to do.
Okay, but what is Tim basing that on? What evidence is he basing that on? Because as far as I know, there's no evidence that there's like a strong argument for self-defense. Obviously, something could come out. Maybe the guy had a fucking knife or something. I don't fucking know, right? But to my understanding, based on all the reporting on this, I don't think that there's any self-defense argument.
It's proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
And end up killing him, even if that was
see now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead, right?
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing. His actual actions.
He held the guy on the ground while he said call 911.
Killed him.
No. Okay, he held the guy on the ground. He performed a chokehold, a technique which a lot of police forces no longer use because of how dangerous it is to perform a chokehold on someone like that. Like, he held him on the ground. No, he held him in a chokehold, which is a very controversial technique.
And choked him until he died.
You're doing it again.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is the end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart. Neither do you. None of us know what he meant to do that day when he woke up. Right?
If someone is threatening other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then would it be like an involuntary manslaughter?
So see,
No, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal.
It's not. I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's the difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that, was that proportional?
Yes.
He needed to be killed.
No.
No. Okay. I don't know. Okay. The killing thing for that, like. The proportionality, to me, I might be a total fucking retard on this point, okay? I don't fucking know either way. I'm pretty sure the proportionality would be about the action that you performed in order to put a stop to the threat if there's a self-defense argument, right? Like, you know, for example, if someone was coming at you and you had a baseball bat and you, I don't know, hit them or something as an action of self-defense, that would be acceptable. But then if they were on the floor, out cold, and you smash their skull in with a baseball bat, at that point, they're going to go, well, that's not going to be self-defense. Because that is not a proportional response to what happened, and the threat has been subdued. So you are acting in excess to what you're covered by under like a self-defense thing, right? Depends on what state you're in. I mean, if someone went full Negan... If someone went full Negan and smashed someone's skull to bits with a baseball bat, I'm pretty sure that no fucking prosecutor is going to be like, oh yeah, nah, it's fine. Negan. Negan from fucking Walking Dead. Negan. That's not a slur.
He could have killed someone else.
Hold on, stop that. You can't. You keep trying to say needed to be. No.
But that's what happened. The Marine. That's the end result.
You're saying the Marine tried to kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why?
You are saying that I'm saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying that's what ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say needed to be killed?
Because what he did to him, his chokeout ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to.
Also, the other thing with self-defense as well, the person doesn't even necessarily need to be dead, but if in an act of self-defense you engage in excessive force, you know, that led to the other person still being alive but having severe injuries, but that was in excess to the need for self-defense, I'm pretty sure you would still get in some trouble for that, right? So I just think that I think Lance is doing this thing. Lance is actually not making a completely unreasonable point. I see where he's coming from, and it's a good point. But the thing is, I feel like Lance has, is focusing on the death thing when I don't think he needs to focus on the death thing. I think he can just talk about the act itself that was used to restrain him, the chokehold thing. I don't know if he needs to talk about the death thing again and again and again. But, again, I don't know. This is like New York legislation about whatever it is. I don't know. But even so, again, Tim is like being very, like he's saying he was holding him down and stuff. He's not really accepting like how severe it was, the action. And also another point as well is that this, what is it? The coroners have looked at it and determined it to be a homicide. And whilst that in and of itself doesn't prove anything to like what he did. It just at least shows that like they're viewing it in a very dim way, right?
Choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out. Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chance. We'll leave it up to chance.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no leap, Tim.
Yeah,
what he's doing is that proportional. Is choking someone with the possibility of death. With the possibility of death.
Yes,
okay, so
absolutely.
So
I'll tell you this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
sure,
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegally entering my home and illegally.
Okay, this is a retarded point because this is a very different circumstance. Because if someone's illegally entering your home in a lot of American states, there's legislation that says that in and of itself is an act of aggression with which you can respond with force. Whereas, you know, this is a super gross debate because we're talking about in a train car, right? We're talking about in a subway, a guy is being erratic and coming across in a threatening manner based on current reporting, right? That's a very different circumstance to someone coming into your home. This is a really fucking retarded point to make.
Entering my home, right? I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home illegally. Now, you can't invite someone in, and there's actually...
Okay, some Sublime Requiem, can you send me the information that you've got where there's reporting that the guy was attacking people on the subway? Have you got any links to that? Because I've not seen anything about the guy attacking people. Yes, he probably was perceived as a threat, which is reasonable, but I don't believe there's any reporting that says he was actually attacking people.
Some legal barriers here. Like, if someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in, that's actually not an illegal entry. Mm-hmm. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass. Sure. It's like your door was open, there was no...
Oh, this is New York case law. Have you got a link to that? Even if a defendant is initially justified in using deadly physical force in self-defense, if he or she continues to use deadly physical force after the assailant no longer poses a threat, a jury may find the defendant is no longer acting in self-defense. Assuming that's a legit thing, then yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to, right? Self-defense only goes so far. You can't do whatever the fuck you want. You can't like tie someone up and then just start beating the shit out of them with a baseball bat and being like, oh, self-defense.
Obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered fourth-degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary. And you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from illegally entering your house. That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of, we're out in the street, someone is threatening someone else. You are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
even if that in the act of doing that, you could kill them.
Yes, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why people. Okay, Sublime Requiem, you're getting fucking timed out because you're literally retarded, and you said something which wasn't true, and you're not provided any evidence. Get the fuck out of here for an hour. Come back with your fucking link, you little bitch. Okay. This isn't about protecting criminals. This is about having an assessment of the situation that's reasonable based on the information that we've got, okay? Wait, I wanted to respond to this. If you're going to deploy lethal force and the threat of lethal action, yeah, well, that's, I mean, I don't know the fucking law, but yeah, sure. If you want to use an argument of self-defense, particularly if it was lethal force that was used, or how is lethal force determined? Is lethal force determined by the outcome, i.e. the person dies, or is it determined by the force that you use could be lethal, and would a chokehold be considered in that category? Anyway, yeah, I mean, based on what I've seen and heard, I don't think this homeless guy was using, a significant enough level of force that a strong argument is there for self-defense, but anyway.
Then, like holding his hands tightly?
One that doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say. Because
give me one in your martial arts expertise.
Zero, absolutely zero.
Okay, so
there's and I think I can contend that no one here has any, right? Am I in a judo room?
I've just watched a lot of movies.
No, but
sharp elbows.
Okay, armed forces. Can someone find out if a chokehold is generally considered to be lethal force?
but no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet,
but now
right?
going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done.
Wait, what did Lance just say? Hang on.
In your martial arts expertise,
zero. Absolutely zero.
Okay, so
zero.
there's
and I think I can contend that no one here has any, right?
So I missed that. I'm getting too distracted. What did he just say? Did he say he should have used some fucking martial arts skills on him or some judo or something?
Am I in a judo room?
I just watched a lot of movies.
No, but
sharp elbows.
But no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet,
but now
right?
going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done some kung fu, taekwondo.
So once again, there's no experts here to talk about this. Yeah.
So certainly will contend I am not an expert. However, if someone is threatening harm against another person, and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him, and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the process of committing a crime, I'm not going to blame the victims.
Wait, hang on a sec. Wait, hang on. Was the homeless guy committing a crime? Do we know that for sure? Where are we getting that from? What is that based on? I think it's reasonable to perceive him as a threat, but was he committing a crime?
For this, right? Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying victims, you mean the people who killed him?
The people who are being attacked.
But were they attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him? Do we have footage before the event begins?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime, right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by threatening them and going up to their face, right?
And so you're
okay, but what did he say? Has it been confirmed that what he said would be considered like a threat from a legal perspective?
And at that point, you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces, and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so.
Wait, hang on a second. Wait, whoa. But was what the guy doing in this video comparable to what the other guy was doing?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime, right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by threatening them and going up to their face.
Yeah, I looked at this the other day. So chokeholds, as like out of 100 of the top police forces, I think like 70 or something like that. Like there was something. Basically, police forces are broadly consider chokeholds. It's basically a very controversial technique, and a lot of police forces don't allow it or only allow it under extreme circumstances or something like that.
Right.
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces, and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so. So,
also the technique. Because chokehold. The point of a chokehold is you cut off, like the artery, don't you? You cut off the artery, which causes them to go unconscious. That's how you do it properly. But an improper chokehold, you cut off the airflow, which causes them to choke to death and die. So obviously, if you're doing a chokehold and the guy hasn't passed out within 8 or 10 seconds. You're then going to be cutting off airflow, which means they're going to choke to death. And because it's a difficult I imagine it's a difficult technique to get right. So that's why it's not okay. Is that it? Have I got it right? I don't fucking... Yes. Yeah. If you fuck it up, you'll kill someone, right? Okay, yeah. And I suppose if you're cutting off blood flow, yeah, that probably comes with its risks. Okay.
This is what I'm talking about, anarcho-tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this completely from a point of, you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual.
None of us do.
Nor the legal expertise.
None of us do as well.
But see that's kind of an absurd thing to just outright. Well, look, I'm going to say this guy committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you, therefore he should be convicted.
I never said that. I'm actually...
Wait, hang on. I don't think Lance said that. Oh my god. Damn, Lance is actually starting off strong. Lance is actually starting off pretty strong because Tim Ball's so retarded.
asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes. That's why he
it is
wasn't
proportionally legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why.
What? How can Tim say that with such certainty? It's still being investigated. It's still being investigated. How the fuck can Tim say that? We don't even know all the information about it yet. There's still fucking interviews of like witnesses. They're reviewing the tapes. They're reviewing the information. How can he say that with such certainty? What a fucking moron. The correct answer is we don't know yet. There's not enough information to come to that firm conclusion.
He wasn't charged, he was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is a narco-tyranny. People go out in the streets, they protest, and the police say, for political reasons, we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
Oh, great. So he's got a little out there where if the guy does end up getting arrested on further information, because that happens, right? Like someone gets arrested by the police, they get released without charge, and then later on further information, they go back and go, actually, we've got more information now. We're gonna put charges on you or whatever. That's something that happens, right? But in his world, he's created a situation where he can just say, well, that's a narco-tyranny. I wasn't wrong. That was a narco-tyranny. That's because of the protesters. Like, that's such a stupid way to look at the world.
No, it depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening and they're like, yo, he was threatening all of us, then I think the cops are not going to mess with that guy.
And that's what was reported, and there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he fought back.
No, that's not what was reported at all. Not that I've seen anyway.
So there's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people, and even said he was.
What? I think that there's a reasonable assessment based on what I've seen and read that he could be perceived as a threat, but I don't know if this is true. What is he? Is there something I'm missing? Is there something I'm missing that I haven't seen? How can he say with such certainty that there's no debate to be had? God, he's literally just fucking making it up. God, at least, well, to be fair, I think Lance is actually, Lance, he's been a bit like cringe in some ways in the way he's approached it. On the whole, though, I think he is like coming across as quite genuine as asking questions and trying to find out more about it. And Tim Paul is the one that is being super obnoxious and like, no debate, this is how it is, So yeah, I think Lance is doing pretty good so far.
Prepared to die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat. I think if a guy got on a train and screamed, I'm going to cause harm to people, and then said he was willing to die, you'd probably want to stop him because there's signs all over the subway saying if you see something, say something. And I suppose we could go the route of when Luke Rutkowski had that video, there was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, we're not going to get involved at all. And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny, that guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was, I think, oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandra Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're gonna hurt somebody. You just sit there and wait until they actually hurts the person, and then you respond.
And I'm just curious, honest question. We have the story from the Daily Mail from October. 25 victims have been shoved.
Do you notice as well, how many articles are we looking at about other things that are happening? Like, yeah, it's shit that this happens and there needs to be more done about it. But I don't know if the solution is ex-Marines roaming the trains and performing chokeholds, a technique which is outlawed by a lot of police forces because of how dangerous it is, performing random chokeholds on homeless people. I'm not sure if that's quite the right solution to this problem. And the other thing as well is has Tim actually looked at a direct quote from what the homeless guy was saying or what he's said to have said by witnesses? I don't think he's looked at any of that. He's just saying that this homeless guy was like going around threatening people. And I don't know if that's true. Yeah, look, here we go. Look at this. Witnesses told detective Neely came onto the subway, threw his jacket on the floor, and began screaming and yelling aggressively, pacing up and down the train car. According to sources, witnesses to his final moments told police Neely was erratic and hostile, but it's not clear if he was threatening violence. So, Tim Paul is just wrong on this. There is absolutely a debate to be had over whether or not, how threatening this guy was. God, he's just making shit up. Like, it's, you know, as I've said, it's totally reasonable. It's totally reasonable that someone would look at this guy and think he's a threat and want to take some action to try and subdue him or deal with him. That's a totally reasonable perspective on this. Totally agree with that. But this argument that he was definitely 100% being threatening to the point where, you know, force is justified, lethal force is just bullshit. He erupted in the train and then started to yell a violent language. I don't care if I die. I don't care if I go to jail. I don't have any food. I don't have any beverage. I'm done. Other witnesses told police that Neely became increasingly hostile and began throwing trash. Vasquez says it did not seem to him that Neely intended to harm riders, that he did not attack anyone before he was jumped from behind and placed in a chokehold. Man, conservatives are so fucking retarded too, it seems. Okay, young fuck up, you're being retarded. Anyone that's disagreeing with my views here is just a retard, okay? There's a difference between someone engaging in a way that could be perceived to be threatening to the point where someone might want to intervene versus engaging to someone in a threatening manner that justifies lethal force. There's a from a legal perspective, if you've got witnesses saying he didn't seem like he was going to attack anyone, yes, he was being aggressive, yes, he was being hostile, but didn't seem to be threatening anyone directly and stuff like this, that's going to really hurt the idea that there was any, you know, justification for the use of lethal force. Or any sort of, you know, physical altercation. Yeah, exactly. Just acting threatening isn't... Listen, I'll be honest with you, right? If that was the case, I could have fucking killed a bunch of people in LA. Jesus. That dude in the car.
I need to seltzer and drink. Food, thirsty, and the milk. TV, Popeyes, thirsty and seltzer. Milk, TV, and drink. That's what happens. Thirsty and the milk. Food, hungry. That's what's going on. Seltzer and drink. Thirsty and the milk. Food, TV, Popeyes. Thirsty and drink. TV, milk. Thirsty and the food. Drink, hungry. I need to survive. Milk, seltzer. Drink, hungry.
Mate, put the Michael Jackson outfit back on. Wait, Hannah Thing was linking something which says the New York police force consider a chokehold to be lethal force. Have I got that right? Hannah, can you link that again? I never clicked it. A physical maneuver that may prevent, hinder, or otherwise restrict an individual's ability to breathe or take in air by applying pressure to the throat net or windpipe. For purpose of this policy, a chokehold is a form of deadly physical force. Can you read the whole thing? I'm not reading the whole thing. Look at it. It's fucking massive. Look at all that. Dishonest. I mean, even so, even if this document determines, for whatever reason, that a chokehold is lethal force, I don't know if that's how it would pan out in a court. Exactly, yeah, this is for police officers. This is for a police officer. Although, wait, hang on a second, okay? Right, this is going to be based on Con Air. This is going to be based on Con Air, okay? But do you remember in Con Air, there's a bit at the start of the film where Nicolas Cage kicks the shit out of a bunch of guys and kills one, and the judge is like, right, you should have known better because you're a lethally trained Marine, so we're going to put you in prison for a bunch of years. Do you think the guy might get the same treatment? It might be the same thing. That was a documentary, wasn't it? It was based on a true story. The purpose of this policy is to provide NYC Department of Investigation peace officers with guidelines for the use of less lethal and deadly physical force. Yeah, I don't know if this is what would be used to determine whether what the guy did was like lethal force or whatever. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
In front of
anyway, sorry, to go back to the main point here. Based on what we're looking at from that reporting, unless there's something that I've not seen or more witness statements, it seems like it is absolutely contested as to like, you know, how much of a direct threat this guy was. It seems like he was behaving in a threatening manner. You know, broadly, but whether he was direct enough of a threat to justify the response is uncertain.
Subway cars so far this year, 2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
Well, you know, where was the video footage of it?
There is video footage of it.
Is it public?
Yes.
Public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube, but there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And where's AOC? Where's any of these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that when the criminals do it, as explained in, what was it, Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, when a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union, that's just a criminal. That's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself, you knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing that to...
Well, I think this is like a commentary on our, you know, social dynamics and interactions, where it's like, you know, dog wags tail. Isn't that a movie? Dog wags tail, and that's normal. Tail wags dog. Tail wags dog. Then that's weird. So I think this is like a commentary on social dynamics where, you know, if a homeless person murders someone, it's like, well, they're homeless, what are you going to do? But if someone murders a homeless person, it's like, oh my God. And I think obviously it's undeniable, just to give a bit of fucking leeway to the rightoids on this one, right? It's undeniable that there is obvious race dynamics at play here. The press, particularly in America, makes a big deal out of race stuff. There's a lot of race baiting shit that happens. So obviously a white guy choking out a black homeless person, an ex-Marine as well, which they make a big deal out of talking about, is going to be seen as the tail wagging the dog pretty heavily. So yeah, I mean, sure, there probably should be more uproar about these more, you know, accepted forms of violence that occur where someone gets pushed on the train tracks. I'd probably agree with that.
Attention to this specifically. So as in, like, or you're saying that she's hypocritical because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying I have a question of why now? Why only when people are victimized and they defend themselves are we now upset about what happened on the subway?
You keep saying victimized. We're talking about a poor homeless person who may have been having
no, Lance, why? Oh my God.
An episode and died in what ended up being the struggle. That's so. Why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So you have that on camera that he assaulted them first.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements.
Can we see the footage?
Oh my God, he's just making it up. Is there something I'm missing? What is? Where's the reporting that says he was assaulting people?
See, I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show the choke out.
Okay, so according to the news reports, the witnesses and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
right, but you're saying he specifically threatened.
What? Tim. Okay, there's nothing I've seen that makes what Tim is saying correct. If anyone can link me something that tells me different, I'll look at it. But Tim is like just making this up wholesale.
And violence against the people who subdued him. Do we have evidence of that? It's one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
I'm not trying to win an argument.
You're being awfully pedantic.
Awfully pedantic.
Okay, crest posting, you fucking retard. Okay, threatening is assault in law. Do you think, or do you know that what the homeless guy was saying constitutes a threat? You know, aka assault under the law. What did he say? What specifically did he say that you think constitutes a threat that would be considered assault under the law?
Yes.
Why would you use pedantic in this form? As in, I'm trying to get to the root of this problem.
No. It's absurd to imply that if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her, that another man can't protect her.
Right. And so this is why I'm asking, did he say to the people who subdued him, I'm going to harm you?
Yes,
I'm going to hurt you.
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right? And then someone said, I'm going to stop you before you hurt someone, that is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others. That may
in self-defense, you have to have a reasonable belief that like your life is in some sort of danger or threat, right? You can't, like, if someone came up to you and said, you know, I'm going to throw you into the moon. I'm going to throw you up to the moon and you're going to choke to death on the moon. Like, obviously that's an absurdist thing and no one's going to seriously think that's a threat, right? But if someone comes up and says, I'm going to fucking stab you, piece of shit, then you're more then, you know, I'm going to fold you like yesterday. I'm going to fold you in like a bed sheet. You know, some dwarf comes up to you. I'm going to fold you like a bed sheet, mate.
Makes those people
who
are stopping the guy threatening people the victims of a violent individual who is trying to cause harm. Yeah, I just find it fascinating that there's an effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance, right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped,
yeah,
right?
I used to live in this area, by the way. I used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I've seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order to protect everyone else on the train. That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific footage of him threatening the very people who subdued and ended up killing him?
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But like,
why does that matter? Why does that matter? Because that's going to be essential to whether or not the guy can claim self-defense if it comes to that, right? Because if there's footage of the guy with a knife, let's say there was footage of the guy with a knife going to fight, I'm going to fucking stab you, right? Yeah, you're going to be fucking golden. But if it's just the guy schizoing out without any specific threats, then it's probably going to be a much weaker case, right?
All right, well then that's all I want to know.
But what does it have to do with what I said? That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that, fine. But even if that was it, were they like...
Kind of left it? Yeah, I know, yeah. I mean, yeah. I hate, yeah, that is really dumb. Like, why say that? Oh, I'm such a good person, I never would have done it. Just, you can make your point completely excising that and still make the same point, and you sound more genuine. When you say it like that, you come across to a lot of people as just like, well, I'm a good person, so I never would have done that, you know?
Threats to him in the immediate, like, present. Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you for you to act in defense of others. Right? So your question is kind of in an unnecessary direction. And I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box and someone is threatening violence, then yeah, you're a victim. Because
so I've been a victim multiple times. Then I was in these subways.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the craziest thing to me.
But I don't feel like a victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who were going through those kind of episodes.
Other people have been.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying this is a good thing.
25 people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people who were pushed in front of trains, how is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless? Did they have mental illness?
I would say anybody shoving someone in front of a train at random is like going through an episode. You know what I mean? The correlation is that crime and murder on the subway has been increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press, but I don't see you caring about it at all until it's the aggressor who gets killed.
No one, I think, on the left is going to defend this stat that you're pulling.
Then why put a guy in prison for finally saying, stop killing people?
This is like, Tim, if I approached you today and I was like, hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island? How they hold people in Rikers Island? Do you know what?
Not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay, do you know about bail reform and the fact that people die in Rikers Island waiting to have their day in court because they can't afford it?
And we talked about it.
And you've done entire shows on that. And you talked about how people literally die in prison while they're waiting for that shit?
We talked about
terrible.
Okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly arrested, lost his...
So, yeah, the kind of moral overload is wild. Hey, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. But then obviously Tim Pool is like fucking up left, right, and center because he's just saying things which, to my knowledge, have not been documented anywhere, and the witness statements seemingly say the opposite. Now, I'll admit I've not looked at every fucking article on this case. Maybe there's something I've missed. But yeah, it just like it's like you got Tim making shit up, right, which makes him look retarded. But then you've got Lance like doing this weird like, oh well, I'm so moral and virtuous. What about this bad thing, or what about that bad thing as well? And I guess he is doing it in response to like Tim doing it, but like
glasses, heart.
You're better off just saying, I don't believe that's relevant to the matter at hand. Let's focus on the details of this case and going from there, you know.
Nation. Thumbs up.
Thank you for the sub. Is Lance on here? I think Lance is on here because him and Tim had an argument on Twitter about shit.
His job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. The city owes him nothing because they considered the prosecution not to be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like, we talk about stuff like this all the time.
But the example you just gave me was not me talking about the systemic problem of people who are poor being in Rikers Island before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released prior to that.
I'm giving you an example of a specific show we've actually talked about someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say, yes, people have died. Yes, the system is corrupt. And my point is this. When we talk about stuff like this, like, wow, in October, we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then finally, when three guys...
ignoring this. I told you, no one's on the other side of this. No one is pro-push people onto trains.
Where's your protest? Where's your protest?
Where's my protest?
Yeah, where's your protest?
Where's your Rikers protest?
We had it on the show, but you don't watch the show.
You did an actual protest. You guys stood up and then walked to the streets or what?
We don't go on the streets ever,
but
right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about that, Tim, because this is the problem of like you're judging someone based on absence.
I feel like Tim is making a really bad point here in that like, well, you can't have a problem with this unless you've had a protest about people getting pushed on train tracks. Okay, guys, I'm coming out and saying it. Pushing people on train tracks is bad and you shouldn't do it. Like, yeah, obviously. But then Lance is kind of doing the same thing in reverse to make a point. But then he's like going fully into it and just doing the same thing. Oh, God. Oh. I just think the best way to do, I think the way that Lance kind of, you know, would more thoroughly win this interaction, personally, I think would be to pin Tim down on the things he's saying and saying, right, you're claiming this. Where's the reporting for that? Where's the evidence for this? Where's the evidence for that? You said this about the case. Where are you getting that from? Because, you know, Tim's not going to be able to provide it because there isn't any reporting to my knowledge where that is being stated. You know, I think even like the New York Post, I think I read the New York Post article about it, and even that I don't think made the claim, and that's obviously a fairly right-wing publication that would, you know, but even they, I don't think, are saying that the guy was like attacking people and stuff like that. I don't know, man. It just seems like this, it's gone into this weird virtue signal rabbit hole of who can virtue signal the hardest about the cause that they're, you know, protesting about the most. I don't know, man.
Based on your absence of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that.
That's not what I said.
That's not true, though.
That's not what I said.
That's the implication of what you were saying right now.
My implication is, instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
What have I brought up garbage about people pushing people to trains? This is the most random example.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I think there's like there's a personal undercurrent to this. Tim obviously is upset with, you know, maybe bad things or something that Lance has said about Tim, which, you know, I'm sure Lance has said some shitty things that are out of pocket. But there's like a level of personal undercurrent to this, I think, that I'm just picking up on that.
I'm saying you don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm saying finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not going to let this person hurt somebody. It's y'all saying that person should go to prison.
Okay, whoa. So I don't know if Lance said he should go to prison. But second of all, you can accept that. You can recognize that. Okay, you can recognize that, okay? I think it's pretty reasonable to recognize, yeah, people are scared on subways. People are upset on subways. The answer to that, as you know, isn't though random people, you know, choking someone out to the point where they die, right? Bearing in mind a chokehold isn't supposed to fucking kill someone, it's supposed to knock them out or whatever. Like, we need to have better solutions and a way forward that aren't just, oh, let's just celebrate when some random person decides to choke someone out on the subway. Like, you focus on what the solution is rather than like, you know, I don't know. It just seems like that's the way forward in this conversation, but we'll see what happens.
It's like, how is that solving the problem? You guys are making it worse. Your protests, your support for the criminals make this worse.
So our solution to this, if you're asking, when you're saying you mean the left, right? Our solution to a lot of this
you're,
is that
you're speaking in support of the criminal, so I'm saying you.
Okay, so I am saying that the solution to a lot of this would be investing very heavily in things like healthcare. Like getting and making sure that people have access to it and not cutting the restrictions, like allowing people to have access to healthcare, not as a requirement based on how much money they have, based on their income, but allowing them to get the care they need. That would have gone a long way to preventing a problem like this and future problems that are going to happen. I have no idea what's going on with the 25 people who've been pushed in front of trains. If it happens to be because people have mental illness, this is a tangible solution that we could work towards. This is something that
So I agree in principle with what he's saying. I guess the problem is that probably isn't going to happen anytime soon, right? What's the situation in New York? Like, there needs to be some in between, you know, pushing for whatever the healthcare situation is and like stopping these violent interactions happening on trains that don't involve people getting choked out. I don't know. Is there more investment you could make in staffing on trains or something like that? I don't know. Because obviously Tim's solution or Tim's idea or Tim's conception of this is like, you know, to praise this guy or act like he's not done anything wrong is wild, because what does that create? Oh, well, if you see someone schizoing out on a train, put them in a chokehold. Like, that is the fucking solution, isn't it? That's like a totally randomized solution that we can't possibly, you know, put in place in a measured way.
Against that idea about investing heavily into mental health care, public health care, well then there you go. So that's a much better line.
So here's my issue. My issue is when this story came out in October, we talked about it.
It doesn't seem like anyone was trying to get the Marine off of him. So isn't it possible the dude was doing something threatening? I don't like working along those lines with it. The reason for that is because the witness statements that I've seen, people were saying that the guy didn't seem to be like a direct threat to anyone. So we're basing it on the idea of, oh, well, the guy's acted. Well, I don't know. Show me some evidence or something that shows the guy was being more of a direct threat, and I'll be more willing to accept that he's a direct threat. But I'm not going to like speculate on the basis of how the guys were reacting to the person restraining him, because there's a whole bunch of reasons why they might have been acting the way that they were. You know, like if the guy's a Marine, maybe they knew of that, or maybe he mentioned something like that, or I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe they thought that he was in safe hands. Maybe they thought he was doing the technique correctly or something like that. Maybe they didn't know the guy was going to die. Maybe they thought, oh, well, this seems fine. Do you know what I mean? You just can't say for sure based on their reactions what was going on, especially when you've got other witness statements and things like that that are saying the opposite, that the guy wasn't being a direct threat.
And we said, why is this happening? What are the solutions? What are the problems? When this story comes out now, you, completely ignorant of what's been going on in New York, side with the criminal. And so people like me are flabbergasted that we've been focused on the issue of crime, the issue of mental health, the entire time going back several years. And this is why I left New York, because two cops got murdered outside of my apartment. And then what do we hear? Protesters in the street defending the criminals.
You keep saying criminal. I have a problem with criminalizing people who are homeless or people who are poor or people who are mentally ill. And then suddenly,
I'm not saying he's a criminal for being poor. I'm saying he's a criminal because he threatened people with harm. Like incitement to violence is a crime, just like AOC says, right?
I really want to see the start of this video footage. I want to see the moment where he was threatening the very people who tried to take him down.
Look, either you accept that the witnesses, the media, and the police say this is what happened, or we can agree. No one has any idea.
That is like, please, Lance, just ask him. Ask him for the thing. Ask him for the thing. Ask him to prove what he's saying. Ask him for the reporting that says this. Does anyone have this? I've not seen it anywhere. I've not seen it anywhere, what Tim is stating here.
So there's no point in even talking about it.
I think the interesting maybe confluence is that you were mentioning preventative measures are a way to go about it. What do you think about defensive measures, like people should be armed and ready for this kind of thing regardless of the prevention methods?
I mean, when it comes to defensive measures and people should be armed, I'm going to probably be on the exact opposite as the rest of you, because you're probably very pro-gun here, right? I'm just making, we don't have the same problems in Canada that you do in the United States for mass shootings, for mass gun violence, for that kind of stuff.
You have 30 million people, don't you? Is it 30 million?
Okay, so by ratio of the population, Tim. So if you compare ratio of the population, Canadians to America, we don't have mass shootings like you do. No one else does. It's a uniquely American problem. The mass shooting thing is a uniquely American thing.
Obesity is pretty heavy here.
Well, it's. I don't think it's fair to say uniquely American because there are mass shootings in many other countries.
Oh, there is, but it's a uniquely American problem that it's disproportionately happening here.
Well, mass killings aren't a uniquely American problem, but mass killings done with the use of firearms is much more uniquely American. I don't think anyone's going to...
Hang on a second, though. Hang on. I understand we're getting into the gun conversation here, right? In a situation in an enclosed space like that, when you've got a homeless person schizoing out, is it not quite dangerous to like fire a weapon in that circumstance? Like, isn't there the risk of like other people getting harmed by the bullet? I don't know how it works, but because for me, you know, this is based purely on news stories and also probably movies as well. But when you have to fire a gun in a train car, with like bullet penetration and shit like that, I don't know. Like if you're like a special forces person, right, and you have to operate in a situation where there's an enclosed public space, you have to have like a special kind of ammunition and weaponry in order to like not cause collateral damage, right? I don't really know much about guns, so I could be totally wrong on this. Like what? Okay, let me ask you this, right? The kind of setup you would need for a self-defense situation if you were just walking the street of America, would that be the same setup that you would need for a self-defense situation in an enclosed space like a transit car? Would it be exactly the same thing you would need? Okay. So the gun thing is fine, but would there need to be a consideration? Because if you're shooting someone in the street in front of you, you know, that's very different to if you're in a train car and you're shooting someone in an enclosed space. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about guns. I'm in the UK. I'm a fucking UK cock. Does anyone actually got a link or something I can look at it? Is there a video?
To debate that countries that have fewer firearms are going to have fewer people killing each other with firearms. It then becomes a
Australia has more per capita than the United States. Is that right?
Per capita?
That is not true. No country comes close to the United States.
List of countries by no. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a mistake.
Sorry,
El
Australia.
Salvador, Venezuela.
And when you're correcting,
is it all right if I just finish my thought?
Sure.
Yeah. So my basic point.
That was way off. The United States is not the most. It is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like you're in a sub. I'm thinking about when I'm on the tube, right? I know it's a smaller space, but when you're in an enclosed space like that and you're trying to point a weapon at someone, there's potentially going to be people behind it. I guess the only thing is like if they were standing in front of the door or something like that, but then how can you guarantee that that's going to be how it's going to be situated? No, the London Tube, the London Underground. If people are behind him, you don't shoot. That's simple. But that's what I'm saying. On a tram, like the chances that someone's going to be behind them is like exponentially higher because it's an enclosed space versus when you're out in the street. So I don't know if having a gun in that situation would necessarily be the best way to do it. And also because it's an enclosed space, like putting a weapon is going to escalate. I mean, it just seems like I just think it just seems like pulling a gun out on a subway car would probably be like a dangerous scenario that would require some sort of specialist training beyond just the training you would utilize if you were doing self-defense in a normal situation.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
Yeah, Salvador. And so of all the other countries in that list, which of them are considered part of the G20? You have to compare countries that have similar economic systems, similar economic societal structures. The United States places number 1 when you compare them to any other G20 country.
Yeah, no, so it's true that as far as developed nations go, the United States does have a much higher rate of gun violence. I don't deny that. My argument is simply that other nations do have higher rates depending...
Okay, you seem to know what you're talking about. I'm going to take your word for it. I probably would pull out my mace before my gun in that situation. On the tran, that might not be smart either. I'll probably use my pocket knife at that point. I don't know. Like I said, very dependent on the situation. Yeah, sure. I mean, they're just asking a general point, I guess, but I'm just like, why are you talking about... I just don't know if a gun in that situation would have actually been beneficial or helpful, and probably would have, caused more risks and issues if it had been used.
On the nation that you're looking at, there's still a pretty decently high homicide rate in a lot of developed countries, and there are a lot of mass killings. In the United States, those mass killings are generally carried out with firearms, but according to CDC studies, firearms are used to prevent more violent crimes each year than they're used to commit. So it's a much more complex argument than simply saying the U.S. has more firearm deaths, therefore restricting firearm ownership would prevent those.
Let me ask you too. Do you know what country has the most grenade attacks?
I only know the answer because I saw you typing it. I think it's Sweden, right?
I actually didn't type that in. I searched for...
By the way, decently high murder rate was a very clumsy...
I don't want to cheat.
So obviously in the UK, in the US, you're talking about, like maces in pepper spray, right? In the UK, if we were to use a mace, it would be more something like this that we'd be thinking of. Pulling out your mace. Pulling out your mace to stop a fucking schizo on the underground. That's what I was thinking of.
I saw you typing it, but yeah.
I didn't type in Sweden. I typed in most grenade attacks by country, and Sweden is the only thing that comes up.
Wow.
And Sweden has more grenade attacks than any other country, but grenades
the
are
name of the crown.
Okay.
I've got a feeling
why are there grenade attacks in Sweden?
I would love to answer this question.
Here we go.
If we were going back to guns and the US versus Canada, when I said that there's G20, if we look at all the G20 countries, the United States disproportionately by ratio of the population has way more gun deaths, way more gun violence. And a lot of that gun violence, by the way, is people killing themselves, just so we're completely clear.
Yeah.
But
okay. If I was on a right-wing show and the conversation about guns came up, I don't know, especially being British, okay? I just think optically arguing against guns is a terrible play. And I just probably wouldn't bother. I don't know. Also, I've got mixed views on guns. I'm not totally against it. I don't know, man. Just comes across as a bit redcoaty, Oh, the redcoat wants to take our guns. Typical.
If you look at it in the framework of Canada has a very different set of rules for firearms than the United States does. You can still have a firearm in Canada. You just have to take a 2-day course and you get a license, and then you get gun training, and then you have the ability to buy guns. And that way, everyone has a license. They know how to use firearms properly. They're not just going to be running around the streets, pointing them, and then all that kind of shit. And but you can also control for that.
But that's not what's happening in the United States. Like people just running around randomly. No,
I'm not saying that it is. But I'm saying that is in my opinion, that is a better system. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Hell no. I think guns are fun. We all love shooting guns. I like having a second penis. I'm just saying that, at the end of the day, if you look at how it works with Canada, this could be applied to the United States federally. You could have a federal program where you have to have a 2-day gun training program. You tax the gun producers and the weapons manufacturers, and then you get them to pay for it so poor people could afford this program.
Right, but you can't do that because gun ownership is a constitutional right. Or I should say, gun ownership is a human right, guaranteed, protected against government infringement.
I'm all about training in schools. I think the public schools should have gun training for kids.
Like they used to.
They used to,
absolutely, yeah. Gun clubs.
I would highly advocate for more training, but you're just suggesting that you can't force it on people?
The Constitution clearly, and according to the writings of the Founding Fathers and to, I think, Heller versus D.C., gun ownership is a human right, and the Constitution protects against government infringement of that right. That being said, we got the NFA, we got the updates to the NFA in the 80s, so certainly gun rights have been infringed to an absurd degree. Not to mention, back in the days when they codified the Constitution, people owned warships. privately. And Halliburton, Northrop Grumman, well, I shouldn't say Halliburton, they're a construction thing, but Northrop Grumman, Boeing, et cetera.
Lockheed.
These companies are private companies that build nuclear weapons. So we basically where we're at right now is that private corporations with no accountability can have the most powerful weapons of mass destruction in the world, but them and the government. And it doesn't follow. Either the people have the power or they don't have the power, right? We've abdicated it to corrupt organizations.
And corporations are not people.
Right.
Let's be clear.
Okay. I feel like Lance could do a bit of his anti-corporate shtick here, and that would probably land quite well with these guys in the audience. That seems like a good in for his anti-corporate shtick. I mean, obviously, let's be honest. I mean, what is Tim arguing for here? I'm going to guess he's arguing that countries shouldn't have nuclear weapons? Or is he arguing that civilians should have nuclear weapons? What is his position on this? Because, I mean, surely he would think it's ridiculous for civilians to have nuclear weapons. But then obviously if you want to argue that America should not have nuclear weapons, well, that creates obviously a complicated conversation about global nuclear disarmament, which, I mean, America obviously couldn't one day just go, we're not going to have nukes anymore because we've constructed a world where we need to have nukes because otherwise the other countries got nukes and they'll just wipe us out if they want to.
Regarding this dude that choked the guy out, I think what's going to come up is was it adequate force or was it too much? And I feel like if he had punched the guy directly in the face, that would have been worse. Because although, if they got into a fist fight, because he could have fallen backward and hit his head. At least he was in control of the guy's body. It's really sad that the guy died, but I feel like this was like a very low level amount of force to apply to someone that was threatening to kill people or hurt people.
What? A chokehold is a low level amount of force. You're trying to restrict their blood flow so they pass out, and then a side effect can be that you're choking, you're cutting off the airflow. How is that low level force? You're literally cutting off blood and air. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Is that what we call low level force?
Why did 3 people find it necessary to try and stop this guy?
He was probably flailing and kicking and screaming, who knows?
So it is hard because you mentioned there's no footage prior, but
that, by the way, although obviously, that is a reasonable question. It does, it is obviously unusual that there were 3 guys that were trying to stop him. Although again, we've only seen 30 seconds. We need the full footage. We need more information.
Something happened that resulted in 3 New York people who are likely not conservatives to decide this man.
Actually, that's a good point. If there's 2 other people there, do you need to keep the chokehold going, or can you work together to pin him down or something like that? That's actually a good point. There's 2 other people there. It's right now let's just pin him down. Let's hold his arms down or something. Or sit on him. Why don't you just sit on him?
Must be subdued.
Yeah.
3 people. Yeah. So when it comes to the idea of proportionality, I'm like, if 3 New Yorkers of all people were this guy's got to be stopped, that's kind of crazy to me because, look, I'm a gun nut, right? My view is people have a right to defend themselves with a lot more force than people in New York do. But if people in New York felt they had to stop him, these people, I doubt these guys are conservative. There's no conservatives live in New York. It's 20% Republican, and if they are Republican, they're probably moderate right. Something must have happened. But I don't even need to sit here and say what could have or what must have. What we know, what we choose to believe based on what the police, the media, and the witnesses have said is that this guy was threatening people with violence and said he was prepared to lose his life over it. Three men then said this man must be subdued, and they subdued him. And then the guy died, which sucks. It's unfortunate.
Did he get a cause of death?
It was a compression of the neck. Yeah. Homicide.
So you've got a massive platform here. A lot of people watch you all the time. And so what you say, obviously, and advocate for is going to affect a lot of people's lives. If this is a problem that genuinely concerns you, why isn't it something that you would frame and want to advocate for more resources for mental health access and bring that up on a regular basis? And I'm not saying, and I'm sure, okay, hold on, Tim. I'm sure you've done it before. I'm sure you've.
I mean, isn't Tim Pool a universal healthcare guy? I'm pretty sure he does the disaffected liberal shtick. I'm fairly certain that Tim Pool is for some form of healthcare. I thought, unless he's changed his mind on it. But
you've had specials before. I'm what?
We do it a lot.
Okay. Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't today, hey, by the way, everybody, this horrifying tragedy happened on the New York subway. We got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's our angle. Our angle is we need.
Why don't you just virtue signal at the lefties? Oh, God, man. Although, to be fair, I mean, Tim Pool is doing his own form of virtue signaling when he says things like, oh, 25 people got pushed in the subway track, so it's good this dude got choked to death. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's doing his own shtick with it. He's doing his own angle for his own audience. So everyone's just, you know, appealing to the audience.
Need to invest in mental health. We need to invest in giving access to public health care for Americans.
First of all, when it comes to the issue of violence in this country, conservatives have been screaming about mental health for decades.
Reagan is one of the ones that like gutted the institutions in America.
Reagan's one of the worst presidents this country's ever had.
So what? Okay, just because someone's a conservative doesn't mean they're going to agree with everything Reagan did.
No fault divorce. How about that shit?
Yeah,
gun control.
Yeah.
I don't know why Republicans like that guy.
The reason that they like him is because of the way that he stood up to communism. But I totally agree that he had a lot of really bad policies, and I'm not a stan.
But conservatives have taken the stance of gun violence and mass shootings as an issue of mental health, and then the left takes the opposing.
But do they invest in that? Do they vote for it?
Well, of course not. The Republican Party's garbage.
When I look up the votes of the Republican Party, they're not voting for amendments that are actually going to like give people more access to mental health.
But look, man,
that's where you have an opportunity.
But you don't want to come onto a show where we say the Democratic and Republican Party should be dismantled and obliterated, and then make an argument that one side is bad. I'll sit here.
Oh my God, let's just dismantle the parties, guys. Come on. Honestly, this is like the fucking rightoid version of the revolution shit.
Be like, bro, if you want to have make a list of every single member of Congress who should be removed from office, I will put all of them but like 4.
One problem is that when people advocate for mental health, a lot of that advocation is more drugs, that this new drug will fix your brain. But I'm of the belief that less drugs allow you to fix your, like sometimes for very short periods of time, you might need something to help, but then you don't want people long term. I don't want them on crazy pharmaceuticals that make them go,
Right. Well, and we.
Okay, I mean, like in principle, I've got some agreement. Like obviously, if depression, people get put on SSRIs for fucking years. Like that, SSRIs. My understanding is they're only supposed to be a short-term solution while you seek out therapy and other forms of assistance that will help you. But there's some mental health disorders that are so severe that you probably will need to be on some form of medication for like the rest of your life because your brain is so fucked. So it depends what we're talking about. SSRIs are great, yeah, but you're not supposed to, you're not supposed to be on them for years and years at a time. It's supposed to be to get you to a better mental state, and then you're supposed to have other treatment that benefits you in other angles, and then you come off the SSRIs. But obviously, I mean, it's different for everyone. But in most like depression and stuff like that, that's how it works. So. This seems like a kind of hippie take that, it's not quite as bad, to be fair. I remember going to a chiropractor once. My ex used to go to a chiropractor. Obviously, I think it's bullshit, but whatever. That's her decision, her money. And there was a sign on the wall. And it said, the best thing to happen for all of humanity would be if we took all the medicine and threw it in the sea. I don't think he's saying that, but I get that kind of vibe. That kind of like, oh yeah, man, drugs are bad, man. Yeah, big pharmaceutical companies, man. And also, the progress of pharmaceutical products has led to us having the longest and most productive lives we've ever had in the history of mankind. Like people... People used to die of... Okay, what's like a really shitty disorder that we can easily treat now that people used to die of? Diarrhea, kidney stones, AIDS. AIDS was like, holy shit, AIDS, we're fucked. And we've managed to get treatment where you can just live a normal life and you can fuck someone without giving them AIDS. The gift. whilst I don't think this guy would be against AIDS medication, I hate knee-jerk anti-pharma takes because I just think, well, look around you in the world we've created with pharmaceutical products, and you're like acting like that about it. People can have a stroke and then just right, that's it, you've had a stroke, we've sorted it out, take these blood thinners and you'll be golden. Off you go.
We have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that. But I do want
What? Huh?
answer your question.
That make them go,
Right. Well, and we have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that. But I do want to answer your question. You said
there's sometimes there's like a side effect or rare cases where these medications can lead to suicidal ideation and stuff like that. But like that is not how it's supposed to work. Like doctors, are going to want to know about that so they can try and fix it and help you out. Often. God, I feel like, I don't want to do the pushback meme per se. It just feels like Tim Pool is just getting away with being able to say like a whole bunch of shit. And I get it, you want to pick your battles and it's you're in the studio, you don't know. I don't know, man, it's like not easy, but fuck me. He just says like something like that and it's just like, yeah.
Why isn't that the subject of like the show today?
Yeah, or the premise or the framing of it.
Because when we do talk about this stuff, on like a normal day when news breaks of like 25 people pushed in front of trains, or a woman was raped on a train in Philadelphia, and we're sitting here saying like, what is going on in these cities? What are the failed policies that are resulting in this? We talk about it all the time. Today, we're talking about the fact that protesters went out in New York and physically assaulted one of our friends and reporter because he simply filmed them, and they are demanding criminal charges of the guy who tried to stop the violent offense. See, that is anarcho-tyranny. That when you have ongoing crime, when you have victimization, people being killed, and a woman being raped on a train, we talk for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When the riots happened in 2020, we had Michael Tracy's reporting showing all of the riots across the country and the mom and pop shops that were putting up signs saying, please don't hurt us. We talk about it nonstop. And then one day, someone on a train, 3 guys say, we must stop this man. Maybe because they were like, we've seen too many people die on these train tracks before. And now we've got leftist protesters saying that guy should go to prison for it. And AOC calling it a public murder. I'm like, yo, AOC, I didn't see you call out the public murder in the subway trains. And again, maybe it's ignorance. But the problem I see is, this is why I refer to the left as NPCs or a cult. There is complete ignorance to the problem ongoing, and then a hyperpolarization in a single moment in the wrong direction, which makes the problem worse.
You know what's so wild is the other side feels the exact same way. In the other direction. In the opposite direction.
Except we're not conservatives.
In the exact same.
You see, that's the problem.
Is it all right if I jump in with something, right? Because I've been reluctant.
He's a conservative, he's a moon lord, and I'm a traditionalist.
I've been reluctant to interject because I don't want to just dogpile. And so...
Wait, is there debate around if this guy was trying to help or not? Seems obvious the guy... Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a component of people that think the guy was just a deranged racist that saw a black guy asking for food and just strangled him to death for that reason. But I think, I don't know. I would hope that Lance would be willing to accept that the guy was trying to do what he thought was the right thing.
I didn't want to get in on it.
Oh no, I'm
huge
here,
part of that argument.
For the dog pile. I signed
you're
up.
Not, I promise.
I'm sitting in
promise
Ye's chair, right? This is where Ye sat. Did Ye sit here? No, I'm here for the dog pile.
So, I think when you talk about mental health and trying to solve the problem of mental health in this country, that is a deceptively simple way of putting it, right? Every single person in this room would have a very different idea of how that problem should be solved. And I agree with you that right now Republicans aren't doing a whole lot to talk about mental health issues, at least with respect to whatever
New York
mental health issues.
Yeah, I don't want this guy's life to be destroyed, but by the same token, it's like, we don't want to incentivize, we need to disincentivize vigilante actions. Do you know what I mean? Or like actions which seem, based on the evidence, to be excessive to the situation. Because otherwise you set up a world where it's like, oh, Tom would disagree. Otherwise you set up a world where it's like, oh yeah, we'll send out basically we'll get a bunch of ex-Marines, we'll get a bunch of vets, okay? PTSD, whatever, doesn't matter, right? They can just roam around on train cars, and if homeless people start randomly schizoing out, they can just utilize the stranglehold to subdue them. And if they die, well, you know, one less homeless person, isn't it, I suppose? So that's the plan. Make them racist too.
That this specific person is dealing with.
But
that's because
New York is not a Republican place.
No. I totally agree with that too. But I'm saying he was saying, why don't Republicans do more to advocate for mental health treatment? My point, however, is that I think the kind of advocacy you'd see from conservatives on how to solve the problem of bad mental health in the United States would be a much different set of policy prescriptions than you would want. So one example of this,
well,
right?
Actually, what Ian said.
And there's a number of different directions you could take this in. My fundamental belief is that we live in a culture that encourages man to live in ways that man is not meant to live, and you just see negative health outcomes from that, both mental and physical. However, when you look at traditional psychological definitions of mental illness and how we used to treat it, back in the 1950s, you had about 500,000 people in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first.
Yeah, listen, I got to be honest with you. I don't know what point exactly he was trying to make. But I certainly, to be fair, maybe we do need to go back to the 50s style of mental health treatment. Or what's that? What's that, sir? You feeling a bit depressed? You can't look after yourself? Come in and we'll take a bit of your brain out. We'll pump a little bit of alcohol into your brain. That's how it started. Did you know that? The lobotomies first started where they put like very strong alcohol into the brain and it would destroy the brain tissue. And then eventually they got to the technique where they were just scooping bits of people's brain out. We need a Karen's wing. We need a Karen wing. I think what we should probably do is we should separate based on race. What do you reckon? Just to be on the safe side. Just to be on the safe side. Race and gender and LGBT.
First, before they can be committed. Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However, what I do know is once we push the goalpost all the way in the other direction and say they have to demonstrate that they are a significant danger to themselves or others, oftentimes they don't get committed until after they've already hurt somebody. So it's a much more complicated situation than saying we just have to throw more money at this system when we don't even have a solid definition of what good mental health is and also at which point someone should be committed.
So I think
okay. You know what? I think I agree with that take. Because the thing is like, okay, if you're talking about mental health for people that are just like depressed, sad, whatever, that's great. But some of these people that we're talking about are not going to be fucking solved by going to the doctor and getting a couple of pills thrown at them. They are like, you know, potentially dangerous to themselves and others, and they're schizo and they're insane. So it isn't just a case of, make it so they can go to a therapist once a week. It is, we probably need to lock this person away for their own safety and others. But we need to do it in a way where these mental health facilities aren't the old school, like, you know, they need to be nice. Like they need to be well funded. They need to be nice. They need to be pleasant. They need to be a place where people can go and not like, you know, you're calling me soy, but it's true. Free range. But, you know, like some of the old facilities and stuff that you see, I mean, I don't know what they were actually like, but you hear stories and obviously, you know, you've seen the movies. But, you know, it needs to be like, oh, yeah, you go there and it's not like shit. I don't know. I don't know how you'd fix that or make that happen. Yes. Exactly. Well-funded, humane, and transparency. Yes. Brilliant. Perfect. That's a good way of putting it. Sounds better than nice.
I think the important point, going back to...
I'm very well, thank you. Finish.
I agree.
Hope you good too.
This is not a conservative show. But if you are in a cult, you wouldn't know that. You would only hear what the cult says.
So here's what I have to respond to that. If an objective person, say an alien, just showed up and looked at your channel, Tim, and went through all the videos, and you were to ask them, poll them, is this person and his views, where would you place them? Most likely they would say conservative. That's going to be my bet.
That's actually wrong.
Yes.
But more because the guests that come on tend to identify. The guests.
No, I think Lance is right here. I mean, I think I think if you look at Tim Pool's content, it's pretty undeniable that he definitely leans conservative at the very least in a lot of his content, and the denial of this is insane. Okay. Obviously, his TIMCAST channel is going to be guests and stuff. That's the excuse they're going to use. Where's his channel? Does he still do the thing? Oh, didn't he put a stop to that, didn't he? Where he just reads an article or something like that. What was that channel?
But the way they're framed, the thumbnails, the words that you put in red, and whether or not you're supporting or going against either the Democrats or the Republicans. But hey, you tell me that you guys don't like the Democrats and you don't like the Republicans. This is not a Republican stream. You don't want to even endorse the Republicans in any way, shape, or form, or vote for them. I don't big no.
I don't vote for the party personally.
Okay, sure. But there's a lot of right wingers who watch you. Right? So that's what I mean when I say you do have a voice and you do have an audience of right wingers who are going to.
Right. This is his channel. Oregon stops classifying people by sex, performs male hysterectomies.
So the indictment against Donald Trump is so laughably bad that tons of left.
Bro, stop. Why is everything opening sound? Russia says the US tried to assassinate Putin. Barstool fires host Mincy. Anheuser-Busch disavows Dylan Mulvaney but still refuses to apologize. Oh yeah, Tim Pool. Okay, Tim Pool is so fucking retarded. He was on Twitter saying that fucking Bud Light needed to apologize for running a single sponsorship with fucking Dylan Mulvaney on the TikTok. And he's going to try and act like he's not a conservative when he's at the forefront of fucking pushing for this apology for some stupid sponsorship they did. Fucking insane. Riots feared as left furious over death of violent homeless man. Leftist blames capitalism for having to work. But she nails the lack of community society is broken. Portland State sets up safe space for terrified leftists with cotton candy over anti-trans speakers. Yeah, man, this is definitely a centrist channel. It's presented as look at this, clearly this is presented as a positive. Woman who rammed BLM extremist wins court case, dodges 7, but it's trying to be like a sort of generic thing of I'm just reporting on the news. It's also the choice of stories as well. Yeah, I got to be real with you. I think Lance is just bang on the money with this take.
Vote at one point or another. 30% of your audience is right wing.
Most of the people who watch this, the largest faction is libertarian.
Okay.
The next largest would be considered traditional liberal. Oh, no, I think...
but along party lines, who are the libertarians going to vote for? Not the Libertarian Party. Most likely they're going to vote for whoever...
When they come on this show and say abolish the police.
One of the two, Republican or Libertarian.
Yeah, most likely,
usually.
yes, one of the two. So that's why I say, Tim, for the people who watch you who are Republican leaning, why not frame it that way for them so that they can actually start pushing more money into that?
That's why I'm here.
That's
basically true, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's what Moonlord does.
So here's what I think. I think you're in a cult, right?
Okay.
I think the cult is derived from algorithms on social media.
I think his contention that he is a centrist, but he's not really a centrist. I might have agreed with you, a couple of years ago. But yeah, I just think that the vast majority of his content attacks Democrats. He does defend Republicans sometimes, but attack Republicans sometimes. But most of his content is defending the right and attacking the left. And his views and his what he espouses is very much like a Republican talking point or party line. I just think it's why can't you just say, yeah, my content leads Republican, leans to the right? Commies see centrist as far right. Do you really think I'm calling him far right?
Media. Okay. So you only surround yourself with this loud noise. We saw a really good example of this with that Sisson guy. Is that his name? Harry?
I don't know. Harry Sisson, yeah.
Sisson. Those two guys went on the Tim Dillon podcast and he said, please, no, don't clip this. Okay. I will lose followers. I can rag on Trump all the time and like people still watch the show. Seamus and I can have an argument over me being pro-choice and him being pro-life, and people still watch the show. And if I pull up all sides with 3,770 ratings, Tim Pool is a centrist. But you think I'm conservative because you...
What is this? Community feedback. What's this website? Wait, hang on a minute. All sides has low confidence in this, low or initial confidence in this bias rating. Hang on a sec. I don't even know what this website is, but the website is saying they've got like low confidence in the rating. What? I don't even know what this website is, but it looks like they're saying they don't even agree with it. How we determine this rating, independent review, community feedback. Yeah, I mean, obviously the trouble is, how do you like hang the exact label? You know, it's tricky. I just think that taking a holistic view of his channel, it seems pretty obvious that his views skew to the right.
Live in a bubble. Right?
Because I'm too far left, the Overton window's too far away, is what you're saying?
Yes. So like when I go hang out in Washington, D.C.
Right.
And I go to National Harbor or I go to Baltimore, Maryland Life. I'm in Baltimore.
I don't know why you do that. Washington, D.C.
The people who come up to me and are like, hey man, I'm a big fan, are not conservatives. They hate Donald Trump. In fact, I was at a poker table last week and a guy said, I just hate Donald
God, listen, why do people put this in my chat as if like this is me? Lefties be like, you can identify as whatever gender you want. Also, you can't identify your own political beliefs. 24-hour timeout. 24-hour timeout.
Donald Trump. Man, I can't stand him. I wish somebody else would run, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. I think you're surrounded. We talk about this quite a bit.
Sure.
If all sides has nearly 4,000 people rating me, and the end result is centrist. If I'm actively pro universal health care, not to the same degree as like Bernie Sanders, I believe in private health insurance, and I'm pro choice.
Hey, see, I told you Tim Pool believes in it. He sounds like he believes in like a joint model of private and public healthcare. So which I agree with. That's pretty basic.
Choice. I am absolutely not a conservative in this country.
I've listened to your debates on pro-choice, though. You're pro-choice from a Tim Pool's perspective.
I'm pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective, as traditional liberals have been.
Not from what people who would define themselves as pro-choice.
Oh, is this how the abortion thing starts? Oh no.
Choice would say, right? Like you concentrate very heavily on the 9th month abortions and baby guillotines and stuff like that. Like
what?
Yeah. I remember watching you debate about it.
Oh wait, hang on. I know this guy. I'm gonna untime him out. I recognize his name from the Discord. He normally puts good content to recommend.
Yeah. Okay. So baby guillotines is my own personal interpretation and joke of it. But you were talking about how women, how like disgusted you are that women may have an abortion in the 9th month, right? Or even
a viable baby
of a viable baby. I wanted to scream at that time, being like, women who have abortions in the 9th month, they're not doing that because they got bored, or all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't care anymore. They do that because it's a fucking tragedy. Like statistics.
Okay, this talking point is so dumb. If it only ever happens. Right? In that situation, like, oh my God, I see what's going to happen. I've seen the memes about this. If the 9-month thing is so rare, why care or be concerned about this whatsoever? Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, if someone's in a 9th month of pregnancy, the chances of there being a circumstance where there's a medical situation where the baby can't be born and an abortion is required is like insanely rare. Insanely rare. If there was some sort of medical situation in the ninth month of pregnancy, the most likely outcome is they would induce labor and the baby would be born, and then whatever happens, whether it lives or whether it dies, whatever the situation may be. It is so rare that, like, you would need an abortion in the ninth month of pregnancy because the baby is fully grown and ready to go. So in like any situation, it's just such a stupid talking point, and I can't understand why we're going on this fucking angle at it.
Statistically, women who are getting abortions in the 9th month, it's because there's a medical complication that could kill them.
False
That's why they have to do it. What do you
false
mean
argument?
False. That's the real world.
I already said viable. Try again.
What are you talking about, Tim?
I already said abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months.
This is ridiculous.
Do you know what viable means?
Yes.
It means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Absolutely. And
why legalize abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months when the baby could just be delivered?
Women are not getting abortions.
So my understanding, okay, first of all, okay, I'll just accept that's happening. I'm not certain on that point, right? But I'll accept that's happening. I'm fairly certain that the reason that you would have policies like that is not because it's to say if you're at 9 months pregnant and you want to get an abortion, you can get an abortion. It's so that doctors, if there is a circumstance, a rare circumstance where an abortion is required in that situation, they don't have to worry about red tape and procedure and legislation in order to do the right thing to make sure the mother survives or something like that. They just want to be able to do the right thing to make sure the situation is, accomplished correctly. So I don't think it's a case where it's like, right, we're going to legalize 9 month abortions for viable kids. And then it's like, well, oh, you're at 9 months, so you just want to get an abortion for the hell of it, off you go. Because if a woman came in and said, right, I'm 9 months, again, this is exceptionally rare as well. But if a woman came in and said, I'm 9 months pregnant and I don't want to be pregnant anymore, can you abort it, right? Again, a doctor is going to be like, well, there's no need for an abortion. We'll just induce labor or cesarean section or something like that, right? Like, I can't envision or imagine a circumstance where someone is going to be 9 months pregnant and the woman is going to say, I don't want the baby anymore, and they're going to do an abortion. Because at that point, like, that baby's got to come out of you, right? So you can't just mash it up. You can't just fucking mash it up and suck it out. The baby's going to have to come out anyway. C-sections are very invasive, but you've got a full-grown fucking baby in you. You've got to get it out somehow. What do you think they're going to do? Fucking blend it and turn it into a soup and suck it out with a straw? Like, it's fucking a full-grown baby. You can't just fucking mush it up. It's either going to have to, it's going to have to come out your pussy or come out your stomach somehow. Right? Now, maybe there's some weird circumstance I'm not aware of, okay? I've had a couple of kids, all right? So I know a bit about it. I'm not a doctor, though, so I don't know everything. Is there a circumstance that I'm not aware of where someone's going to go in at 9 months and say, I want an abortion, right? And the fucking doctor's going to go, right, no problem. Let me get my blender out, mush up the fucking baby that's fully grown and shit it out. I don't know.
At the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to suddenly do it for kicks. No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the highest. Because there are medical operations that could kill the mother and they need to get an abortion.
Why legalize?
I just told you that's the reason why.
So all right, I'll try and break it down for you. Can the baby survive? Let's talk about a baby. The baby can survive on its own, yes?
Sure.
Okay. Abortion is defined by Planned Parenthood and the law as terminating the life of the baby.
Correct.
Okay, well, is there a circumstance where the baby can survive on its own and the mother can still get an abortion at 9 months? Is that something that ever happens? Is that something that I just, if there's an example that we can look at or some sort of thing, I just cannot envision a situation where that is going to be a circumstance that's going to happen ever. And the only reason that I could think of for it being legalized is in order to prevent any red tape in circumstances where a doctor needs to provide an abortion for a medical necessity reason. That's the only reason I can think of where that would be the case. I don't know. It just seems like a crazy scenario that I just don't see, And the thing is like, if it is the case that we can outlaw that and it doesn't cause any problems, then I'd be totally fine outlawing that, you know? But I just wouldn't want there ever to be a situation, even on like a fringe 1 in a million case, where there's some woman that is pregnant at 9 months and the baby, unfortunately, is not going to survive, and the doctor needs to carry out a procedure in order to make sure the mother survives, and there's going to be red tape because there's this weird law about how you can't have an abortion at 9 months or something like that. It's outlawed in every European country. Elective abortions are outlawed after a certain time period, but you still would get an abortion at a certain circumstance if it would cause the death of the mother or something like that. Still medically.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So how do you
kill one or the other, and they have to make the tough decision at that point.
So how do you remove the fully formed 9-month baby at that point?
Oh, I don't know the science of it. I've never performed that operation
So
before.
shouldn't the law then be, if the baby must be removed and it is alive and capable of survival, all actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother?
I would
yes.
say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
And this is such a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived?
Okay, yes. This is how it works. I'm pretty sure this is how it works. I'm pretty sure the doctors are not there going, oh, well, fucking, let's get this baby out. Who cares if it lives or fucking dies? Just rip it out. Like, these scenarios are getting to, like, fantastical land where these things don't even fucking happen. Like, oh, what if a woman was pregnant and it turns out that she's got a horse fetus and rather than a baby fetus in there? What about, could you get an abortion? Like, do you know what I mean? It's just absurd. Like, what circumstances are going to be? Like, if this existed, it would be like the fringe of the fringe of the fringe case, where it's just like, what are we even talking about at this point? That being said, yeah, we should probably get a doctor into this conversation because they're probably going to know far better. That being said, I think it's a pretty easy, give to say, yes, prioritize the mother and the baby. At 9 months, I think that the fetus is developed enough that it deserves an equal consideration to the mother. I think if push comes to shove, at the absolute fringe, ask the mother. Let the mother decide. Let the mother decide. Right. Here's the situation, okay? You're both at risk. What do you want to do? Do you want to survive or do you want your baby to survive? I don't know. Would that be a thing you could do? Imagine the mother being like, yeah, let the baby die. I want to survive. God, is there any information about this I can look at? Just make another one. Yeah, but the thing is, I think that at 9 months with a baby that can survive on its own, that's equal of moral consideration beyond just like a 6-week fetus, right? Or 8-week or 12-week fetus. Fuck, man, I don't know. It's tough, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know. This seems like a crazy scenario. So basically, what we're proposing is there's a situation where the baby is fully developed, and in the last moment, there's some sort of catastrophe, and we've got to decide whether we save the baby or the mother.
They all love to say how dangerous it can be to give birth or carry the child, but no one ever talks about how dangerous abortion is.
Thank you for the bits. But the thing is, but here's the thing as well, though, right? People are saying mother over the baby, but the baby is like an innocent, like this is like getting into like weird ethics territory, isn't it? Do you know what this is like? Oh my God, this is like the scenario where you've got 4 people on a desert island, and you've got like an 8-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 50-year-old, and a fucking 90-year-old, right? And it's like the 90-year-old has got all this family and shit, and a 20-year-old's got nothing. One person's got to die. Who do you choose? It's a bit like that, isn't it? Like, who is worthy of more moral consideration in that exact moment? Is it the mother Or is it the baby, which is fully formed and ready to go? Like, this is a question of like complicated medical ethics, I think. Eat the 8-year-old. Is the woman hot? Is the baby a boy or a girl? Okay, anyway. Fuck, man, it's tough. It's a tough consideration of what you do, for sure. But Tim's question, go back to Tim's question.
You could have been this and the mother and capable of survival. All actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother.
Yes, like that's an easy yes. Like he's laying it up for him. Obviously, yes. That's like that's the easiest presentation of this problem. Should everything be done to protect the mother and the baby? Yes, simple.
I would say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
Like, and why say that? Why say that bit of it? Why add that in? Just say, yeah, Tim, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We should protect the mother and the baby. Job done. It's 9 months. Fucking what?
This is such a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived. You could have done it. Why did you choose the other option? It's like, this is a tragedy of the highest order because they want to have the kid. At 9 months pregnant, a woman is on her way to give birth. So it's like, it's the worst possible fucking thing that could happen to her.
That's not always, again, I said I didn't want a dog pile, but that's it's statistically not true. There have been surveys done on women who had later abortions, and for a pretty large sum of them, it's because they were not sure whether the father of the child was willing to commit. And then when they found out he wasn't willing to commit, they...
Oh, wait, hang on a sec. We've gone from hang on a minute. We've gone from talking about 9-month abortions to late abortion. What period are we talking about here? Like, what? Like, I don't think there's a situation where there's a mother that's 9 months in and is like, oh, yeah, the father's not going to be around, so I'm going to get an abortion. How late are we talking? Totally different situations.
They would have the abortion. And so there are different stats you're going to find for different points in pregnancy. When it comes all the way along to 9 months, I don't have the statistical data on that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medically necessary reason. For example, some people will say that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is depressed, they will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not...
By the way, my position on this, I do have a more of a Euro-cuck position. I think that it's reasonable to have cut-off points for elective abortions. I don't know exactly what it should be. What, first trimester or some shit? I don't fucking know the ins and outs of it. But I think it's reasonable to say that come a certain point, it's reasonable to say you can't just walk in and say, I want to get an abortion. You should have decided that earlier. You don't just get to fucking weigh it out. If there's like an edge case or a fringe situation, we can consider it. But certainly, after a certain point, you can't just fucking walk in and get an abortion. That's insane. That's what it's like in a lot of Europe, and it works pretty well.
The case, very obviously.
Why the hell not? Because, I think at a certain point, there needs to be more of it. Like, it's like Loki's wager, right? So obviously, I think we'd probably all agree, unless you're a hardcore conservative, that the point of conception, there isn't like a meaningful life that exists there. But at 9 months pregnant, that's a meaningful life that exists because it's going to be able to survive like outside of the body or something like that, right? I think if you have the precedent that any point in the abortion with no cutoff, you can go and get an elective abortion, even at 5, 6, 7, 8 months. That's like, it's unnecessary. There are means with which the baby can be supported outside of the womb in certain circumstances where you don't have to have the abortion. You can maybe have an induced abortion and it's a premature birth and, it's put on all the machines and shit they need to make the baby survive. But yeah. So yeah, like I say, it's difficult to say where the exact line is, but I think there's absolutely a point at which it's like a point of no return. And aside from medical necessity, a woman shouldn't be able to get like just an elective abortion for the hell of it because they changed their mind about it, right?
And to the point of what Tim is saying, when we say there's no such thing as a medically necessary abortion, The principle behind that is if there is an operation which is necessary to save the life of the mother, and then she miscarries the child as a result of that operation, which was necessary to save her life, that's not an abortion because nobody's intent was to go in there and end the life of the unborn child. And so if a woman's having complications where she has to deliver early, you deliver the child early, of course. And if you're at a point in pregnancy where the child isn't viable, that's a horrible tragedy. You still do what you can to save the child, but you can't always save the child.
Why? How does it affect you? Just asking. I mean, there's lots of ethical and moral things that I think about and have thoughts on that don't necessarily affect me directly. I mean, I don't think that we should go and round up homeless people and blend them into a sauce and pour that down the drain. But I'm not homeless. And I don't know anyone that's homeless. And if that was to happen, if you were to go and to take every single homeless person and blend them into a fine paste and pour them down the drain, it would have no impact to maybe even a positive impact in my life whatsoever. But I still have, I still exist and participate in society. So moral and ethical considerations about broad aspects of society, have some sort of impact on me in some way, and I'm allowed to have a perspective and opinion on it, right? Also, I've got 3 kids. So yeah, the question of abortion, birth, kids, when does it start to exist, is personally important to me as well.
And we understand that. But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is never something which is medically required, even though an early delivery may be.
But are there situations where if
that guy's literally this? I know what this meme is.
Do we really need to keep the homeless, the disabled, and the elderly?
Thank you for the bits. Hobo sauce is delicious. Yeah, but the thing is, you didn't ask. You asked. The thing is, what did this person say? Oh, I'm going to get one guide. Fuck it. You're a retard, okay? You're probably not going to fucking survive on this channel because you're too retarded. I'd advise going and watching someone else that is just going to say the right things. Hey, guys, yeah, abort whenever you want. Oh, I'm a guy. I shouldn't have an opinion on this, guys. I shouldn't even talk about abortion because I'm a man. What possible interest could I have in abortion? What do I care? But if that's the case, well, guess what? I don't care if you fucking outlaw it then. I don't give a shit if you outlaw it. If I'm not allowed to have an opinion and have a say, as far as I'm concerned, just outlaw the whole fucking lot. Women can't get abortions. If you get pregnant, tough shit. You're having that fucking baby. Nothing to do with me. None of my business though. Whatever. Nothing I can do about it.
If the baby is in, this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even trying to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother?
I've never heard of such a thing.
So,
and there are letters, by the way, signed by literally thousands of doctors who have said
let me ask. Let me ask.
Can I just say one thing? So 88% of abortions are in the first 12 weeks. 88.
Yeah.
88% of abortions. Less than 1.3% of abortions take place near the 8th or 9th month.
How many abortions
is that? Guttmacher?
Well, how many is that?
I don't know the actual numbers. This is the percentages.
13,000.
Okay, but we're talking about less than 1.3%.
Hold on, 13,000. That's the number of people who die from gun violence in the U.S. each year that aren't suicides.
Gentlemen,
so that's
I am
13,
not here
000.
to justify abortion when it happens as in it's
But
a good thing.
No.
I don't celebrate
Brother,
it.
You're saying it doesn't.
I don't really like this argument. Like, I feel like it's kind of like sure, we can agree that most abortions happen here. But the idea that, because less things happen here, but we're having an ethical conversation.
To Chud Nation.
Hey, James, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it.
$5 and buy a condom.
A condom? Wait, what? I don't know what the fucking numbers are, right? I don't know what the numbers are. The I'll be honest with you, 1.3% sounds high. Wait, 1.3%. They're basing that on the population of the US, aren't they? Where are they getting the 130,000? Was it 130 or 13,000? Has anyone got any data? I can't be. Oh man, I fucking hate abortion conversations so much, man. What is the fucking number? How many 9-month abortions?
Be a gigekid. Get a vasectomy after freezing a few loads and never worry about protection again.
Thank you for the bits. I don't know, man. I'm gonna let
happen.
No.
I never said it doesn't happen. 13,000 times.
I said it's extremely. There is 338 million Americans. I'm sorry. The numbers are going to be a little daunting. Yes, the numbers will be high. I'm not here to celebrate that.
I don't understand your argument then.
My argument is that there's a lot of human beings.
If 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem, right?
If 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem. Yes, of course.
If 13,000 late-term abortions happen, is that a problem?
These are completely different things.
Well, how so?
Okay, so if someone dies by a gun, have they been shot? Were they killed? Did they kill themselves? Was it a suicide? Was it a gang violence thing? Who knows?
That's a good question.
Can I clarify? I don't want to argue. I just want to clarify.
I need to answer this. In the case of late, yes, but in
I don't understand why Lance is arguing this point. Like, just accept. Like, if there was fucking 10 abortions in 9 months, like, you can have a conversation about that, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the fucking number is. Just go, yeah, if we want to talk about late-term abortions, let's talk about late-term abortions. You can make your point of, like, you know, we are focusing on the outliers here because most abortions happen here. Okay? You've made your point, but let's talk about late-term abortions, and then you can go from there. I don't understand this, like, need to, like, act like, oh, well, you know, there's a lot of people in America, so it sounds like a lot of people. Well, if you're talking about the ethics of late-term abortion, it doesn't matter how many there are. You're talking about the ethics of late-term abortion. So just discuss the issue or don't discuss it or whatever you want to do.
In the case of late-term abortions, more often than not, when statistics say, and when they are polled, they say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in the death of the mother or the child.
Right. So let's, can we make the argument then that the use of guns on people are allowed?
The use of guns of people are allowed?
To end their lives is allowed.
So that's murder. You're describing murder.
So if Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion, is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're trying to compare murdering someone with a gun to a woman having to make a medical decision that could basically preserve her life.
No. I said not a medical reason. That's what I'm saying.
Lance, just look. All you have to do is say, I do not think a woman should get an elective abortion at 9 months unless there's some crazy threat to her life. Like, it's such a simple fucking thing. Obviously, I don't know why you would argue anything other than you shouldn't be able to get an elective abortion at 9 months. That should not be a thing that's allowed. Any law against that should be to account for any crazy circumstance that would be red tape for medical necessity. But no, a woman should not be able to get an elective abortion at 9 months. That's it. Why would a woman need to get an elective abortion at 9 months? Fucking induce the pregnancy, get the baby out, put it up for adoption. There we go. The baby is in there. It's grown. It has to come out anyway. So yeah, induce the fucking pregnancy.
Did she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months, I would say at 9 months, because it only happens, according to the stats, based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
No. Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby could survive.
Why is he agreeing with that? Why? For what reason?
On its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and
it's not a trick question. I know,
but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado's specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to have an abortion for any reason, they could just decide that they're born.
Yeah.
Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but the stats show that they're not doing that. But they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, their choice, of course.
So this is
dude, why are you saying this? Oh, I get it. He's just got the fucking progressive brain rot of their body, their choice. Why bite that bullet? That's madness. There's no need. You don't need to. If someone is 9 months pregnant, okay, that is a fully formed baby. You don't need to get an abortion. You can just induce labor and the baby will come out. Baby's fine, mother's fine, you're golden. Because even if you were to get an abortion, that baby is still a fully formed baby and that's going to have to come out one way or another. So I don't know about this Colorado law, okay? I don't know about this Colorado law. My guess would be is to prevent red tape in instances where there needs to be a medical intervention and the doctor decides that's the case. If there were any examples where a woman was getting elective pregnancy at 9 months, I would say that that's wrong and that shouldn't be happening. But my assumption would be is to prevent any issues or red tape with any sort of legislation preventing an abortion happening when it's a medical necessity. That's why it exists. Yeah, that's what I would have guessed. Because the thing is, think about it, right? No, like, legislators, doctors, no one wants to have a 9-month person come in and just give them an abortion because they don't want the baby anymore. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why, in this case, you don't need to agree with that. You need to say, no, I don't think you should get an elective fucking abortion at 9 months. But the thing is, like, there's things in society where there's no legal restrictions on something. And it's not so you can do, like, the worst ethical example of that thing is to prevent red tape and issues. And if that law led to an increase in, 9-month elective abortions, and I'd say, yeah, that law needs to change because it's gone the wrong way and it's obviously that's wrong. Why? But why? Like, you can argue this position and argue for the need for that law without saying that women should get elective 9-month abortions for no medical reason. If a baby has been in the fucking tub, it's been in the oven for 9 months, like, that's a life. That's murder to me. Like, what's the difference? So, okay, a woman is about to have a baby and we give her an abortion, but if we wait till it's born and then we fucking smash its head on the desk, well, that's murder. It doesn't make any, like, again, it's the fucking Loki's wager problem. When does life begin? We don't know exactly. But I think a 9-month viable baby that is healthy, that is a life in my mind. Like, the baby getting pushed through the pussy or getting removed, I don't think is something magic that makes it a life all of a sudden. God, I don't understand why. I feel like Lance is arguing this, not because he's thought it through, but because that's the correct lefty position, her body, her choice.
What I disagree on. I think if the baby needs to be removed from the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like, you could just C-section and then put it for adoption.
But I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
But it does. But hold on.
Like, you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but the stats don't say that.
But hold on. Like, why allow it to happen? I just don't understand. Are you arguing? Hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it? And you think it's morally wrong, but you think it should be legal?
I think that women should have the right to decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own bodies.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking about...
It is her body. We're talking about... At 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable baby, it's still her body.
We're talking about the removal of the baby, yes?
The forceful removal of the baby, or...
Forceful.
So she chooses to have that. She should have the right.
The woman says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
I don't think they should do that. I would. If they ask me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no. But she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still. That doesn't stop.
So, like, the woman is pregnant. The baby is viable and capable of surviving.
How is he making such a pig's ear of this? What is going on?
On its own.
Sure.
And she says before it breaches oxygen, kill it. Do you think that should be allowed?
This is, again, the baby guillotines. This is why I brought that up. But what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen. This is not the real world.
But it does.
Well, if it doesn't happen, then you can just bite the bullet and agree with that. That's like, do you know what I mean? Why do you have to fucking argue for something that doesn't happen for the worst possible position, which is essentially, at that point, in my opinion at least, like a form of murder?
And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that.
Sure.
What I don't understand is it seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something inherently wrong with taking the life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
It is tribal.
No. If you were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 9 months pregnant, suddenly she got bored with the pregnancy, she doesn't want to have it anymore, but the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body.
But
bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality.
But then it's her bodily autonomy, but she's deciding to end a pregnancy, which is good to go. It is at that point. Does anyone disagree with that, by the way? If there's a baby that's fully formed inside you that is imminently about to be born, that is a life in and of itself that is worthy of moral consideration. Like, does anyone disagree with that? To me, that just seems like such an obvious position. Like what? Like that's what you operate off of. See my previous comment. Tim is wrong anyway. Well, Tim may be wrong about some of the details here. Okay, hold on. PolitiFact is claiming it's just codifying Roe versus Wade on a state level, which means before viability. While viability is determined on a case-to-case basis and dependent on a variety of factors, including gestation age and fetal weight, a baby that's in the process of being born or moments before birth is unlikely to meet the standard under which abortion is legal. Okay. I agree with Lance. That's because you're literally, you know, a mouth-breathing retard and you're lucky you didn't get fucking aborted.
Tim, it's not my choice. Right? It's not my, yes, but that's not my choice.
Why kill it? Why kill it?
That's her choice, not mine.
Why kill the baby?
Ask her. Ask her.
Okay, so my point is simply this. You don't need to be shocked by it. You are allowed to have that moral position. I think most people in America would prescribe that to be, would ascribe evil to that.
Yeah, it's the, you know, it's not happening, but if it is, that's acceptable. I don't know, maybe not good, but that's acceptable.
Sure, but that's the idea. You can ascribe evil to whatever you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
The idea that you would say
doesn't mean that she should
the woman
legally be restricted.
wants the baby removed, and then in the process, instead of letting the baby live, remove it but kill it. Right?
But the thing is, but Lance's position is premised on the idea that it's acceptable to commit murder in that instance. Now, obviously, this is what people use to justify anti-abortion stance in the whole of pregnancy. And again, it's difficult to determine exactly when the life begins or when you can say it's like a valid life. Sure. But I think regardless of what you think about anything, a 9-month fully formed baby that's imminently to be born or be born in the next couple of weeks, you know, or is whatever, that is a life. So it's arguing for the bodily autonomy of a woman to commit murder in order to protect their bodily autonomy. Like, that's fucking mental. That's a mental position to hold. And, you know, you don't even need to hold that position to argue for those laws. You know, you don't even need that position to argue for the necessity of a piece of legislation that doesn't put red tape in the way of medical necessary abortions.
There's no reason to do that. You can give the baby up for adoption. You can drop the baby off on the doorstep of a post office.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing
so why
that.
legalize? Even if it's one, why legalize? You see, this is the craziest thing.
Because her autonomy should not be cut off based on your morality.
No, Lance, that's not why, you fucking moron. That's not why. Oh. That isn't why at all. That's not why you do that.
Because you don't think that idea is good. You don't like it.
But the baby's been removed from her body.
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable. Right? And that's where the baby guillotines come in, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women on the 9th month get abortions with viable living children and then be like, I don't want it, kill it. I don't think that happens.
I mean, you don't have to think it happens, but statistically it does, because your entire argument is this only happens for reasons of the health of the mother or the health of the unborn child.
Actually, yeah, to be fair, like, there's a couple of points where he's been a bit soy. Like, he's made some good points, made some good arguments. He did fairly well talking about the homeless guy. You know, but now he's like completely throwing away all of that with this stupid position on abortion. Oh. Oh well. Let's just continue.
I said,
So you believe it
I
only
said the
happens because there's
statistics show that at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an abortion, it's typically because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her or the child's life.
And what I am saying is there are doctors who will justify that by saying the medical complication is she is depressed. That is literally one of the reasons given in surveys of women. And another reason.
Oh, but at 9 months? At 9 months? Really? I'd love to see the information on that. You can go in at 9 months, say I'm depressed, and then abort the baby. Because I would have thought if you said you were depressed at 9 months, they would go, yeah, we'll induce labor and it won't be a problem anymore. Like, do people understand? I feel like this is like people don't seem to understand. When a woman is pregnant, okay, the full-grown baby is inside them, okay, and that needs to come out in some way. And you can't just turn it into a fucking milkshake. Like, you're going to have to push it out the vagina or have a C-section somehow. So that's the best solution to deal with that issue. Because it's going to have to come out somehow. And in that situation, yeah, you'd rather it come out alive than dead. Like, why kill it? Like, why kill it to bring it out dead? You might as well try and bring it out alive. Oh, my God. Can't you just absorb it? Like Shang Tsung taking on the soul.
And that is given is that I know a man who I was going to be with.
Okay, but Seamus, I got to stop you because this is a nebulous argument that doesn't get anywhere. And I can respect the point that if you go to if you try and look this up, you're going to find left-wing sources and right-wing sources that will contradict each other. So my question is strictly on the legality of terminating the life of a child. I can sit here and pull up, oh, hey, here's one. Women abort Down syndrome babies late term rather frequently. I think that's wrong. I don't think that someone's life is forfeit because they have Down syndrome. But your argument is that they do.
No, it's not. That's a strong.
No. Your argument is that women have a right to terminate a baby for any reason at any point.
Yes, they should have the bodily autonomy to make that decision.
So what I'm saying is, in the circumstance of Down syndrome, I think it is wrong to terminate a baby's life at 9 months simply for having Down syndrome. But you would agree she is legally allowed to do so.
I think she should be legally allowed to do so. Whether or not I think that's a good idea is irrelevant.
Well, then there's the clarification. I think it should be illegal.
Okay.
I think
so. There are limits to how much bodily autonomy women should have.
So yes, right.
So that's okay. So that's your stance.
The pro-choice argument, because you're pro-abortion, right?
Sure.
Pro-choice traditionally in this country put limits at around like 15 to 16 weeks, meaning if the baby is dependent upon the body of the mother, then it is the body of the mother and she has final say. If the baby is viable, it can be removed in a process that ends the pregnancy but doesn't end the life of the baby. That's kind of like the compromise where the baby gets to live and the woman no longer has to be pregnant. There seems to be this amoral argument where...
The other thing as well is like, I think this is really missing the point of why it is more permissible to have an elective abortion at like 10 or 12 weeks or whatever it is, right? Because when a woman's going in at 12 weeks and saying, I want to get an abortion, the consequences of saying no to that is they're going to have to give their body up for months, for, another 6 months? To grow this thing inside them and give a whole bunch of their fucking, resources, their bodily resources to this entity that they don't even want inside them, right? So that's why you allow an abortion in that circumstance, because it's totally unreasonable to say to the person, well, no, you can't get the abortion, despite the fact that it's, a little fetus inside of you or whatever that isn't viable. Wait, what are they just talking about? Anyway, it's like, the consequences, you're going to have to spend 6 months growing this baby. But if you're going at 9 months, you're not asking the woman to go through the same process. You're not saying to them, give up your body for 6 months in order to grow this baby. You're saying, hey, we'll pop that bad boy right out of you. We'll induce labor. Within 24 hours, the baby will be out of you. Like, that's the other thing to bear in mind too, is we're looking at, like, what are we asking the woman to do? Well, in the first instance, we're asking them to incubate something which they don't want inside them for 6 months. And we're asking them to give up an enormous amount of their bodily autonomy and their ability to determine what they do with their life for like a fairly reasonable, like 6 month period of time. But with the 9 month thing, we're asking barely anything. It's, we'll give you some medicine. Your baby will come out, and in 24 hours, it will be done and dusted and dealt with. You know, and also, you know, like, it's got to come out anyway somehow.
Well, but it just killed the baby anyway, which doesn't make any logical sense. That's the pro-abortion side. So if you go back to the 90s, if you go back to safe, legal, rare, etc., if you even look at Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, that's where I'm at. Conservatives are pro-life outright. Seamus would argue abortion in any capacity should be banned entirely. I'm in the traditional Democrat position. But you see, there is a tribal, amoral, illogical position of just let them kill the baby regardless. I don't see any logic there. I don't see how that makes sense morally or ethically or
True.
Mathematically.
Right. So you said I'm pro-abortion. What I'm against is forced birth. And I don't think the state should be forcing women to give birth against their will, which is what you're...
At 9 months, you have to give birth anyway. What does he think happened? You've got a full-blown fucking baby inside you. What do you think is going to happen to the baby? The baby's going to come out one way or another. What other fucking option is there? How else did you get the baby out?
Your position and your position is as
So-
well.
so
And
I-
I'm against that. I think that's creepy big government shit. I don't think they should be forcing them and turning
Completely
them into
agree.
these viable wombs against their will.
I completely agree. I'm against forced birth, just like you.
Cool.
Except my difference is that if the baby's at 8 months and can survive, they can take the baby out as if they would have an abortion, but not kill it in the process.
If it's a viable womb at 8 months, is it viable?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is viable at 8 months, dude. They're
Oh my god! Dude! He doesn't even know about this! He doesn't even know that a baby's viable at 8 months! What? How the fuck is he having this conversation? He doesn't even know what he's talking about! Oh my god. Is a baby viable at 8 months? Are you fucking serious? Why would she want to keep a 9-month baby if she wants to abort it? Well, at 9 months, okay, there's this thing called adoption. You have the baby and you put it up for adoption. 8 months is like, you know, you'll be totally fine if you were born at like 8 months. You might need a little bit of extra support, but you're golden. Oh my god, man. Okay, well, let's just continue.
babies after 20 weeks.
Bro,
that
your
are-
whole position is that women have a right to kill the baby even if they end the pregnancy, and there's no logic there.
The logic is that I don't think you agree with forced birth at a point.
How?
How at 8 months? At 8 months, Tim Pool thinks forced birth is fucking cool and poggy.
Stop making up stupid.
At 8 months, the baby is near enough fully formed and needs to come out of you. Did people not go to fucking biology classes? What does he think happens at 8 months? A baby's fucking there. It's got to come out. It's not forced birth. It's forced birth by fucking nature. Because the baby is inside you and needs to come out. It's not fucking anyone forcing you. That's just the reality of the situation. It's like when you've not shit for a few days and you go to the toilet and someone's like, you know, Jesus Christ, you need to go for a shit. And you go, oh, forced shit. No, the shit's going to come out of you one way or another. It's fucking in there. What? I don't understand what these people think it is at 8 months. Like, what's inside, what it looks like. Oh, God, it's all fucking babies and that, isn't it? I don't know if I can find the picture. Oh, there's all the different ways they come out as well. Anyway, yeah, this is insane. Like this idea of forced birth at 8 months. Yeah, that's not anyone forcing you to, that's nature. That's fucking nature because you have to give birth one way or another. Oh my God.
Stupid bullshit.
But
dude.
No, hold on. That's what this is.
Bro.
This is 100%.
Nonsense,
100% forced birth.
Nonsense statement, because I already said I agree with you. A woman should be able to end her pregnancy whenever she wants. A woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah, I demand you say it. Giving birth for both.
But Tim Pool's position is that if a woman wants to end a pregnancy at 8 months, she can, but she needs to, you know, We need to try and make sure the baby stays alive. Because at that point, yeah, it's like, you know, viable. It can live outside the womb. We're good to go. It's cooked.
Make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false statement. You're lying. I have already said I believe that women have a right to terminate their pregnancy up to a certain amount of time.
At 8 months is where you draw the line.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you just said that. If the baby is viable, that she shouldn't have the right to be able to terminate it.
To kill the baby.
Yes.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth.
Okay. Does Lance understand the baby being viable means it can be removed from the womb and it will survive, or there's a high chance it will be able to survive? Does he not understand what... Dude, what is this take? What is going on?
Or aborting the baby.
Or a C-section that keeps the baby alive.
She has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby...
She's going to give birth anyway! The baby's fully made! What else can you do? What else can you do? The baby is there, ready to go. It's got to come out.
He's viable and they give it
so
off.
how do they remove
so
the
hold
baby?
On, either way, the baby comes out of her. You're saying that
so you literally want forced birth. You literally want.
Yes, either way, the baby's going to come out because it's there. It's fucking fully formed. What on earth is Lance talking about? This is insane.
The forced women to give birth.
Even if you did an abortion and killed the baby, it still needs to come out of the fucking pussy or the fucking C-section. It's an 8-month fetus. It's basically fully formed.
So
can I just interject here?
You're saying they should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out. Whereas I'm saying they should just take the baby
I'm saying
out.
she should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay, but either way, the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is it okay to shove forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them out? Or should we say, no, that's not an acceptable way of delivering a baby. You shouldn't kill that unborn child. How is that for either way it comes out of her body?
Yes,
either way the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is...
Like, also, right, what's going to be more traumatic for the woman? Just having a normal birth, right? Or some doctor fucking jamming a rod up her and destroying the baby's body? Like, that's going to be insane. That's going to be insane. I don't even know if they do that. I don't even know if that's a thing, unless it is literally like a medical emergency. I don't even think they can do that. I don't think that they're allowed to have a perfectly fucking, like, healthy thing and just go, yeah, fucking jab it up. This is like I just don't understand why you wouldn't just say, yeah, of course, try and get the baby out, effectively.
Is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario, she's being forced to give birth against her will. Like, she can't
She's
decide.
already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
we're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then endorse that position.
I did.
Stick by it.
I know. I reject there's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because she has the baby inside her.
Is so
yes, she does.
fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want. But if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it then. She has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up, is what you're saying.
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth, right?
So
she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8 months if the baby is viable.
I didn't say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to understand what you're saying by forced birth. What does birth mean?
You just said when she is at 8 or 9 months. Okay, so she's at 8 or 9.
I said viable.
Okay, so it's viable. The baby's viable. She should have to give birth to it in some capacity. C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Birth. The removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure done by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
An abortion.
But what is that?
What is the actual
what is an abortion?
Yes.
What is the physicality of that? It's quite clear what Tim is asking. Tim is saying there's a full-formed baby in there. So what physical procedure do you do if you're not giving birth to the child to get the baby out of inside the woman? Because at that point, it would involve, like I joked about turning it into a smoothie, but you'd probably have to like I don't know what it. I mean, I'm not an expert on this, obviously, but like you'd have to like destroy the child that's in there and bring it out that way.
Like what?
How is it done?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure how it's done in 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of tools.
What they're describing is called dilation and evacuation. Am I going to want to look this up, or is this going to be horrifying? But it's after they've passed. Okay.
I don't know how it's done at 8 or 9 months.
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor of forced birth?
Am I in favor of forced? No, I'm against forced birth.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body. I don't need to know how people perform abortions directly. I'm not going to lie here. I'm not going to pretend.
Removing a baby from a woman's body is birth.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
No.
It's birth of a different nature.
I don't think you have a definition, and I'm trying to understand what you mean by forced birth.
No,
But if you
is the penny dropping? Is Lance realizing he's just totally wrong on this now?
Fine, the removal of the baby in a different way. I don't know what you're saying.
Birth, Tim, like the birth of a child.
So is a C-section a birth?
Sure. Yes, it is a form of extracting a living child that is viable to live in the real world.
That's how you define birth: extracting a living child to live in the real world.
No, I would define birth as someone giving birth. They're pushing a baby out of their body.
So I don't think women should be forced to do that, right?
You don't think women should be forced to push babies out of their body?
But the baby is in their body, so it's got to come out somehow.
So you're going to take it out with a C-section?
No, I don't know. Okay. But I'm trying to figure out what you mean.
So yeah, basically, if the woman has got like 8 or 9 months, I'm pretty sure there's some drugs you get or something. Let me look it up. How do you induce pregnancy? If you're being induced, you're going to the hospital maternity. Contractions can be started by inserting a tablet or pessary or gel into your vagina. I don't know why I find that so funny, man. How do you induce pregnancy by having sex? Oh yeah, that's like a isn't that like an old wives thing? I don't know, man. That's weird, isn't it? The baby's about to be born and you're like, right, let's get in there. Bit weird. Okay. Anyway, guys, come on, listen, support the stream. Let's get these bars filled. I'm very... Hey, thanks for the bits.
Chud looking up how to ensure pregnancy lol induce labor might be a better search.
Wait, hang on. Did I say induce pregnancy? Oh, fuck, okay. Wait, no, I was looking at inducing labor. That's what I meant. You know what I meant? Come on, don't be stupid. Anyway. I misspoke. You know what I meant. Sub for no ads, sub for, just, you know what to do. Sub for no ads, sub for the emotes. You know what to say. You know what to do. Why aren't you streaming on YouTube? Because I'm not.
Mean by this?
So that would be forced birth. So she's forced to give and make a viable child, live in the real world.
I mean, so when you're pregnant, the baby's going to come out of you at some point.
That's the
Either
point.
we rip
no
it
matter
apart
what
or
happens,
you give birth
the baby
naturally.
is coming out of the woman, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So there's no being in favor of that or not. It happens. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So what's your point?
Welcome to
What's my point?
Okay. Fuck's sake, how is it taking so long to get here? Come on, Lance. I know you're not this dumb. I know you're not this stupid. Come on, mate. The point is, you are arguing for the baby to be, I guess, torn to shreds and pulled out rather than just have a birth happen normally. Thank you for the 5 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kiss. Hope you're doing well.
Am I in favor of a natural process by which a woman has to have a baby removed from her no matter what anyone says or does?
Your point is that at 8 or 9 months, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tim.
You are wrong. Yes, I'll stop you right there because because when you keep saying 8 or 9 months, that's not what I said over and over and over again.
Viability is after 6 months.
Viability is
that means that there's more than a 50% chance
you're also wrong. It's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby
it's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby is viable, Tim, as soon as the baby is viable, then it's okay for the woman, even if she doesn't want to have it anymore for whatever reason, she should have to be forced to have it extracted from her and then live. Is that correct? Is that your position?
It's got to be extracted one way or another anyway. What does Lance think? She just takes a pill. She just takes a pill and the little red blob just comes out. Like that. It just bloop comes out and that's it. It just shrinks down to a little tiny red blob and just like what? Oh my God.
Well, it's not forcing the woman to have a baby live if the baby's already alive. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. So you're okay. Here's semantics.
I got a compromise for you. I got a compromise for you. We'll tell the mother we killed it, but we'll sneak it off and give it to someone else. Does that work for you?
No, because I still think she should have autonomy. She should have the right to do it if she wants to. Of course,
she should kill the baby.
What? That is insane. Why not just agree with that? Yes, that's. No, it's important that she has the ability to murder the baby. What the actual fuck, man?
Baby after it's already born?
I don't want her to kill a baby. I want her to have.
Why do you keep saying it?
Because I want her to have the ability to choose. That's different, and that is a fundamental part of this.
The baby's out of her body, right?
Forcibly. In your scenario.
No. Let's say 24 weeks. The woman goes to the doctor and says, "I want this baby out of me." And
what if she says, "I don't want to have this baby"?
I don't want to have this baby. Okay. And the doctor says, "I will remove it."
Okay.
The baby's alive. What do we do?
So you forced her to give birth?
No. She said, "Doctor, I'd like an abortion." He says, "You got it." Step right up.
He's lying to her.
No. He does the abortion and it fails. And
an abortion is terminating a pregnancy. So there's no such thing as a trick abortion. You can't trick.
They're called failed abortions.
Failed abortions,
yes.
Where doctors trick women into taking the babies out?
No. So when they perform the abortion, as Seamus explained, they stick metal tools into the brain, scramble it up, and rip its body parts apart, and then pull it out chunk by chunk.
Okay.
When the babies are smaller, sometimes they pull them out, but the babies don't die; they survive. Right. So my question is, in the instance of a failed abortion, what should be done?
A failed abortion being that the child is living; it's outside of the mother.
Yeah.
At that point, you cannot kill that child. That would be murder.
Oh, okay.
Agreed.
So is Lance really saying that if the baby's outside of the womb and you kill it, it's murder, but if it's inside the womb, that is fine and that's his bodily autonomy? What the actual fuck is... What? That is insane. Do people think that giving birth is a magical process and then, what?
On that point.
Right.
Yeah.
So then where does the mother's choice come in to kill?
Before that procedure takes place.
So
she has a choice to choose what she wants to have done with her body. If she goes to a doctor and the doctor's like, "I'm going to perform an abortion," which the assumption would be that I'm about to terminate the child, but then he just secretly sneaks the child out of there, that's not performing an abortion. You're just being deceptive.
Yeah, and the doctor should go to prison if they did something like that, in my opinion.
I think you go to prison if you should go to prison if he performs an abortion.
Snap.
Yeah.
I heard that. Not
Opposite
surprised.
perspective.
So there's also something that none of us know, because I don't think any of us are medical doctors. The difference on the physiology of the female body giving a 9-month abortion, having that happen, or the actual birthing process, whether by C-section or natural birth, it might have vastly different consequences on the female body. So that's something to take into account.
So wait. Remember the Born Alive Act?
Yes.
That was a Republican position, wasn't it? What was that?
Yeah, so there have been a couple of different Born Alive Acts in different years. But what they basically say is that if the abortion fails, it is not...
Yeah, honestly, watching this, and you don't have to be like an expert on fucking the medical procedure, but it feels like Lance has got like a really fundamental misunderstanding of pregnancy and how it works and what it looks like and like what an 8 or 9 month fetus actually is and exists as, and the process by which that has to come out of a woman. Like obviously early term abortions, you can sometimes in very early stages take a pill, or like but it's a very minimal medical procedure that's actually required because it's like, such a, basically it's like nothing, it's like something nothing. That sounds bad to say. But in the early stages of pregnancy, that fetus is like the size of like a plum or some shit, you know? So in that case, obviously, there's like not much to really do. But that is very different to when you've got, it sounds so stupid to say, a fully fledged, fully formed baby, like towards the end of pregnancy. Yeah, what they should do, okay, listen, I know all about this. I think what they should do is they should break the baby up, bring it out, and then reassemble it. They've probably got the technology to do that, haven't they?
Legal to kill the child.
Wasn't that Republicans were trying to pass a law?
Republicans were trying to pass that. That was one of the only things Obama voted on in the Senate. He voted against it.
Okay, people are like, what? Have you not seen Resident Evil 7? In Resident Evil 7, they split the baby up into these different blocks, and then at the end, they put the blocks back together, and the baby's alive again. Have you not seen that? That's basically a true story.
Obama voted against it. But you would be in favor of it.
8, Resident Evil 8, yeah.
In favor of what?
The Born Alive
All right,
Act.
you know what I meant.
I'm not completely familiar with it, so I have to read
if an
up on it
infant
first.
is born alive after an attempted abortion, it has the same protection of law and degree as a newborn.
Yeah, I would be okay with that because at that point it's a human. If you're killing a person that is alive outside of a womb, then that's murder, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask you, this is
good.
not...
Why is it not murder just because it's inside the womb? That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Why? 8 months or 9 months, obviously. I just don't understand that position at all. It doesn't make any sense to me. Is Chud pro-life or pro-choice? I'm pro-choice with reasonable restrictions on timeframes for elective abortions. I think medically necessary abortions, where there's a documented risk that's serious to the mother or the baby, at any point is fine. But yeah. There might be edge cases, but you know, how often does it happen? Like, is it really, I don't know, man, like this idea that like, oh, you know, a woman's coming in at fucking 23 weeks and she didn't realize she was pregnant. Does that happen often? There's probably edge cases where there might be some flexibility available, but that's going to be quite limited. I think on the whole, and there's going to be stuff that's close to the line as well. But I think generally up to 16 weeks, it's whatever you want to do. I think that's pretty, yeah. You want to get an abortion, go nuts. Free reign. Completely free reign. Do you think there should be a limit on the number you can get a year? What about something like that? There should be a limit on Plan B, at the very least.
Not a gotcha.
We agree on that. That's great.
I want to ask in good faith. So,
yeah, of course.
You believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh, no, I don't think anything is acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority.
So you can kill it if the mother wants to. That's just such an insane position, man.
Over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on.
Not
what
her.
about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
I guess ECFS would be...
Oh, it's her body, though.
Dude, how can you... How can you go on about women's rights and then say she can't do meth? That's like directly contradictory to everything you've just said. Look at his face, man. Come on. Dude, you cannot argue for like this fucking insane level of autonomy where a woman can get an elective abortion up to 9 months if she wants to. And then say, what about meth? And
yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
What the actual fuck, man? Oh my god, what is going on? This is insane. Does he not understand, like, what, like, how retarded, like, how... This is insane. I'm just, like, shook. I'm shook right now.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's her body.
It's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it with a child or without a child.
Not in Oregon.
Methyl and MDMA. It's a
Maybe
type
it's
of meth.
alcohol.
Wait,
then.
sorry, what?
Not crystal meth.
Crystal meth
There's
is legal in Oregon?
No, not crystal.
Hold on a second.
MDMA is a kind of meth. Methylendaxy, methamphetamine is ecstasy. That's a kind of meth. There's also crystal meth, which is not legal. MDMA is legal in some places for therapy sessions. I don't know if it's legal for very pregnant women.
Okay, it is.
Is it for pregnant women?
Oregon decriminalized possession in
Wow,
2021.
you were right.
But I don't know if
But
that's...
I'm just okay, dude. So like,
decriminalizing possession is different than legalizing crystal meth. You know.
Also, like, I thought we were having an ethics discussion.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it.
Chud suck if a chud suck could suck chud. A chud suck would suck as much chud as a chud suck could suck if a chud suck could suck chud. Chud suck.
Yeah, just move to alcohol. Yeah. Honestly, I just Lance understand like the ramifications of what he's saying when he's, you know, argued that it's acceptable for women to do whatever they want, presuming, you know, because it's about bodily autonomy if it's in the womb, but she can't do meth because that's intentionally trying to kill the child. Also, a woman doing meth wouldn't necessarily being her intentionally trying to kill the child. She might just want to do some meth. Hey, here's a hot take. I don't think that, you know, I don't think that at 9 months and there should be any sort of fucking abortion procedure just to induce the birth. And I also don't think that pregnant women should do meth. No. Maybe like in early stages, it's more acceptable. But certainly not at fucking 8 or 9 months.
You know, those two things are completely different, right?
It's a question of whether you can press charges.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What?
So when you decriminalize a small amount of drugs, that means if you're caught with that drugs by a cop, that means if you're arrested, you cannot be charged for 1 gram, 2 grams, whatever that is.
That's what legalizing is.
No, this is decriminalization, not legalization. We never said legalization.
Legalization is a semantic term. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes.
I feel like he's let Tim now pivot off to this conversation about drugs. Like, I mean, it's probably good for him because, you know, it's probably good for him because he was absolutely getting battered on the fucking abortion thing. But okay.
It means that there's no longer a prohibition on that product.
Okay, so if a woman does meth, she's legally allowed to have it, right?
Is she legally allowed to do it or possess it?
I mean, what's the difference?
Well, two very different things. You can be legally allowed to possess drugs and not be legally allowed to take drugs, for example.
Alcohol.
So she does alcohol.
Can a woman chug a fifth of vodka while pregnant?
Yeah, she can legally.
But do you think she has a right to do so?
I think she has a right to do. Yes, she has a right to do it. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And heroin?
It's illegal.
I don't think heroin's illegal. I think heroin.
Why is Lance a lefty, like going to the law of what is and isn't permissible? That seems like a really weird thing for a lefty to do. Well, that's like against the law. Obviously, you know. I wonder what his position on shoplifting is.
Actually was legalized. I think it's controlled, but I think that one specifically was oxycodone and other drugs. So
she has a right to do it. Whether or not I agree with her doing it, that's completely different. I don't agree with
a lefty's against laws. No, it's not. I'm not saying that lefties are against laws. I'm saying that, you know, when you're having an ethical discussion, it seems weird that a lefty would reach to the law because at other times I would imagine that Lance would be against the law if it disagreed with his ethics. For example, I can't imagine that if asked about shoplifting, he would say, you shouldn't shoplift because it's against the law. But in other circumstances where it supports his argument, he is saying, I think you shouldn't do that because it's against the law. Do you see what I mean? I could be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain that if asked, outside of the context of this conversation, obviously, because he might try and put a fast one, but if he said, what do you think about shoplifting? Should people shoplift? you know, I can't imagine he would say you shouldn't because it's against the law. You know, like there's a better example, right? Does he think that you shouldn't get an abortion if it's against the law in a state to do so? Like, I can't imagine he would go, well, it's against the law, so no, would he?
The woman who would have an elective abortion at 9 months. I think that is like, why the fuck would you have done that? But I think she has the right to do it, right?
But do you think it's ethical that she like?
Oh, I don't think it's ethical. No, of course not.
Because some things are made legal that are unethical, in my opinion.
True.
And should those be made illegal?
I mean, that's a very broad question, right?
No. I'm sorry. Personal use of methamphetamine is allowed. It's a civil citation, like a traffic ticket, not a criminal citation. So allowed maybe is hyperbolic. It is a civil citation to be.
The problem with some of this stuff, like people, you know, you talk about like the actual difficulty with a lot of this stuff is, even if it's against the law, like how do you meaningfully like prevent a pregnant woman from like smoking, for example? Like you can't prevent a woman from buying a pack of 20 or getting someone to buy a pack of 20 on her behalf if there was some other thing, and go into a house and smoking a full pack of 20. I think the best you can hope for is good quality healthcare advice for pregnant women, so that they, if they do want to carry their pregnancy to term, they don't engage in behavior that's going to hurt them or something. I think alcohol is okay, like once in a while. I think pregnant women can have like, you know, well, I'm just thinking of that fetal alcohol syndrome thing. But I think you've got to go pretty fucking heavy on alcohol to harm a pregnancy. I think if you had like a glass of wine a month, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I mean, the thing is with being pregnant is like everything that you eat, everything you do goes to the baby. Like literally anything you put in your body is going to end up, you know, going to the baby a little bit. It's funny because, you know, I've been through it obviously twice. The old pregnancy memes, morning sickness, all that shit. I do think that as a parent as well, it does change. Like there's some sort of imperceptible impact, unless you're fucking psychotic, that having a kid has on you. Because in these conversations about abortion and stuff like that, like I think before I was a parent, I probably wouldn't have cared as much about it. But, you know, what with having kids and stuff, I definitely have got like different views on abortion. And I think that's probably why I feel so strongly about these retarded takes on like 9-month elective abortions. Because I'm like, that's a little baby. Do you know what I mean? That's literally a baby that could just go on and be a kid, you know? You know, you look at it very differently. That being said, you know, I think because but again, it's also backed up some of my pro-choice takes, because I remember talking to like my ex when she was pregnant, and she was like 10 weeks pregnant, and it's like, she would have this update and it's like, oh, it's the size of a pear. And I'm thinking, if something's like the size of a pear, I don't really care about it, you know? I'm like, well, if it dies, it dies. That sounds really bad, doesn't it? But do you know what I mean, though? Like, I mean, obviously, if you want it and it dies, that's tragic. But if someone looks at it and it's a pear, and a pear-shaped thing, and they're like not really interested in that, I'm just like, yeah, good luck to you.
Be caught using methamphetamine in Oregon, you get a ticket for it, but no crime.
So I just looked up the Born Alive Act, by the way. It says this bill is deliberately misleading and offensive to pregnant people and doctors and nurses who provide their care. It is another attempt by anti-abortion politicians to spread misinformation as a means to get a warped political end, to ban safe and legal abortion. It's an entry point to try and make abortion illegal.
Where did you read this?
Okay,
well,
no, hold on, no.
Where's
I don't care.
From?
I mean, who cares about the Born Alive Act? The question was, if an abortion happens but the baby survives, can you kill it? And Lance already said no. So we're done with that.
So he would, yeah, for sure.
So any other political arguments, anyone left, right, or otherwise trying to change that? No, it's irrelevant. Once the baby's born, it's a baby.
It has the same rights as every other human at that point, right? It's an American.
This is an interesting. I think this falls in line with the idea of anarcho-tyranny that we were talking about. My view of the modern left is that their positions are nothing but chaos. There's no logical pathway towards preserving life, improving people's lives. it seems to be only, it's like yin yang, right? There's one side that's talking about long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving the world, and one side that takes the inverse position no matter what. For instance,
it does, like, I've got to be honest with you, this whole debate, it feels like Lance has just taken the inverse position on the abortion stuff because it feels like he has to, rather than him having like a reasoned, well thought out position on it, you know?
Since 25 people push in front of a subway, nobody bats an eye. One guy, 3 guys try to subdue a man, and now they want prison. That's like a weird inversion of what the law is supposed to do. The law should stop the people who are pushing people onto trains and protect the people on the train who are being victimized. But the left's position is the inverse of it, right?
Well, okay, hang on a sec, Tim. Well, in this situation, it wasn't the law that was dealing with this guy. It was some random fucking vigilante dude that thought, I'm going to do a chokehold on this guy badly and choke him to death. Like, hang on a minute. Wait, what? How is that the law? What?
Are you asking me for like an affirmation of that? Because if you ask me,
no, I'm just saying like that's my view.
So when you say the left's idea are all chaos, I mean, if you really wanted to boil down what the left is fighting for, especially myself, it's expanding freedom. I believe in freedom. I love freedom. I'm sure everyone here likes freedom too, right? You're all about freedom.
You got to.
Okay. So it's just funny after this whole segment. He's like, freedom, yeah, the freedom if you're 9 months pregnant to have that baby torn out of you piece by piece. But like, it's a good line of argument to go the freedom route. I think that's a good thing. But like, it just rings a bit hollow after that last fucking discussion we've had. But let's see where he goes with it, okay? Let's try and draw a line under the abortion fiasco. Let's try and draw a line under the abortion gate and move on.
How do you define freedom exactly?
So for me, I believe in a democratic process where we don't have tyrants, we don't have dictators, we don't have kings or queens. We have the ability as a democracy to be able to vote for who we work for, or sorry, who our leaders are, right? Like we want to be able to vote for our president, our prime minister. I believe in that fundamentally. But my other thing is I want to expand that freedom into the workplace because we spend about 8 hours a day every single day in our works, our jobs. I want to expand freedom there. So people who work at their jobs for 8 hours a day have the ability to vote for things in their lives, better healthcare, better working conditions, whether or not their boss is corrupt and stealing from all of them. I want to expand that. I want to expand freedom into other parts of life. That's a fundamental belief for me.
So what do you mean by stealing from them?
Stealing wages, for example.
Like actually shorting someone's check and
so the largest form of theft in America right now is wage theft. If you look,
I had it happen to me. I sued. I went to the National Labor Board and we won.
How does it happen?
As you should. So there's a ton of ways.
Not paying overtime.
Bosses simply.
So okay, like the I understand there's a bit of aversion to the workplace democracy thing. I don't actually have a problem with a form of workplace democracy or like a way of workers having more say in what goes on, as long as it like doesn't cause negative productivity or whatever fucking bullshit we want to say with it. But like, this is actually quite a good angle, and I think that looking at, because working people get fucked over by their boss and they don't like it. It doesn't matter what fucking stripe of politics you are. Okay, there's a couple of things that are generally a given. Workers are going to think their boss is a dickhead and is trying to fuck them over. They're going to be annoyed with the company they work for doing shit and stuff like that, right? So I think this is actually a fairly reasonable angle. And you can see already the guys are kind of agreeing with it. So I think this is like a reasonable angle to go down to talk about this stuff.
Just garnishing checks or garnishing wages, stealing tips, or thinking that tips are justification to pay them lower salaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of it, bullshit. And when you look at theft you look at the stats, right? Cars being stolen, jewelry, all that. Wage theft blows everything out. Like they're not even comparable. It's one down here, and then it's like the other one's fucking all the way up there.
I got a story for you. So I worked at a company. I get a paycheck.
Friendly.
I'm good at math and stuff, and so I look at it and I'm like, "Hey, there's a problem with my paycheck." And they go, "No, it's good." And I'm like, "No, it isn't. There's a problem with my paycheck. Fix it." And I very quickly was like, $67 missing. I want it fixed, and I want it fixed now. And they went, "Give us a few minutes." Came back 15 minutes later, handed me a check. I looked at it and said, "Are you joking?" And they were like, "Huh?" And I was like, "This is wrong. I'm not an idiot. Fix my paycheck." Went to a couple other employees. I said, "Let me see your paychecks." I looked and I went, "Come with me." Walked right to the National Labor Board in Chicago and said, "This is what they did." They took our statements. We went to the company and we told them we were going to form a union because of what they had done. They fired us on the spot for doing it. We sued them. And then I'll give you air quotes in saying we won. What actually happened was after 6 months of being out.
Did this actually happen? Did this actually happen? If it did, based, but I don't know, man. I'm just a bit cynical about this.
Of work. They said you can get retro pay, which will be $7,000 each, or we can go to fight and then they'll give you your job back. And I'm like, if they give us our job back, they're going to retaliate against us. No, that's illegal. And I was like, oh, come on. So we won the fight, but it really means they were able to fire us to stop us from forming a union.
So what would be a better example of expanding? Sorry, Seamus.
No. I just want to make the point. I haven't seen the stats on wage theft causing more in losses than all other forms of theft combined. I'll just have to take your word for that, and I'm willing to grant that for the sake of this discussion.
True.
Yeah. Like I said.
Okay, well, I think there's an infographic about it. I don't know what it is. But by the way, wage theft is not like Marxist labor theory of value stuff. They're talking about like, overtime not being paid, or working for free extra, being asked to work extra and shit like that, right? I don't want to bring up the infographic because I hate that. The left have ruined infographics, okay? We mock the PragerU graphs and yeah, they're shitty. But some of the fucking infographics and pictures that the left use are so stupid. Like that one of, what is it? The paradox of tolerance. The paradox of tolerance one, which is just not what the paradox of tolerance is whatsoever. Oh yeah, if someone's saying mean things, then that means that you got to cancel them from Twitter or some shit. I don't know. Oh. Taxation is theft. Well, in that case, some forms of theft are justified.
Said I'm willing to grant it if that is the case. And at the very least, for the sake of argument, I certainly don't agree in involuntarily democratizing all workplaces. That's probably a much longer, interesting economic discussion. Happy to engage in it with you guys too. And I suspect we would all have different views on it. I don't know if you want.
Okay. Actually, do you know what? I don't like this guy's cartoons, but this guy's like pretty reasonable on the whole. Obviously, he's got some whack takes on abortion, but he's coming across pretty well.
About other issues, or if you want to talk about that, I would like to talk about that.
As well.
Budweiser.
Yeah. You're going to move to Bud?
Budweiser.
I do want to talk about LGBT.
We got to do it. So here and Budweiser opens that door. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anheuser-Busch CEO has finally disavowed the Dylan Mulvaney ad in private to investors, though he's not made a public statement. Sales are down 26%. They're going to be giving out free cases of beer to distributors, and they've vowed to spend millions of dollars in marketing. But the boycott is particularly effective, I would say. And there's videos now coming out of people at sporting events where the Bud Light is just behind the counter totally full and everyone's buying other brands. So did Ian and Seamus both just leave at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know where they went, but they ran just for both leave.
So let's jump into this. What are your thoughts on
the Wrights Hogwarts legacy? This is the Wrights Hogwarts legacy. Although one thing I will say that I'm not certain on, I see a lot of these figures bandied about the idea that this boycott has negatively impacted the Budweiser people. But I don't know what the truth of that is. I've seen people say the stock price is fine. I've seen people say 26 drop in sales, shit like that. So yeah, that's the only thing. I don't know how successful it is or not, but it absolutely is comparable to the what is it? The Hogwarts Legacy thing.
On the Budweiser thing.
My thoughts are keep going. You're doing awesome. All of you. I mean this. To every single person protesting Bud Light, fuck yes. I am so here for this. It's fucking amazing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Budweiser sucks. Anheuser-Busch sucks. It's a massive multinational corporation.
They're super anti-LGBTQ+, so it's been beautiful to see. I love it. Oh, they donate so much to right-wing Republicans who push anti-LGBTQ laws, so Anheuser-Busch getting taken down. Oh, man, I'm so here for it. Keep going.
Me too. Absolutely. Yeah, they think that they can pay off Republicans, they can hire GOP aides, and that...
So he's doing the well. Little do you know, you're actually harming a company that hates LGBT people. I mean, I don't know how else you respond to this. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I think the boycott is cringe. Yeah. The thing for me with it is like, it's over something so like, it's over a sponsored TikTok. This is what they're so angry about. Is Dylan Mulvaney had a sponsored TikTok where they sent them a can with their face on. That's what it's all about. You know, a sponsorship integration which they could literally have just not paid it. Like, you know, I feel like these rightoids are like obsessively watching fucking Dylan Mulvaney TikToks. Like, who the fuck watches Dylan Mulvaney? I think the people that watch Dylan Mulvaney are, you know, libs that want to act like they're not super transphobic, so they watch Dylan Mulvaney. And also obsessive right-wingers who are like, you know, constantly refreshing to see if there's a new Dylan Mulvaney TikTok they can complain about on social media. Because, you know, I don't think that, like, I think that a lot of like trans lefty types are going to find Dylan Mulvaney very cringe and lame, and they're not going to be particularly interested in that type of content. But yeah. You are hiding a copy of Hogwarts Legacy under your floorboards, are you not? Colonel Wokelander. Actually, Short Fat Otaku's video about this was really good. But it caused him like a bunch of drama because obviously the right didn't like the fact they were calling him lame. He was calling him lame. But yeah, honestly, Dylan Mulvaney is like, I just don't see what the big thing is. They're just some like random, well, not random, I guess. They're quite big, but honestly, I feel like if I was to think about the times that I've seen Dylan Mulvaney appear on my timeline on Twitter, about 70% of the time, or 70, 80% of the time, it's some conservative moaning about them. Like, the biggest fucking advocate for Dylan Mulvaney and the biggest pusher of their content at this point are conservatives. It's wild. They like frothing at the mouth about this person. And the thing is like, I could understand it if like they were like a super obnoxious like trans person activist type thing. But looking at their TikToks, they're just like, oh, look, I'm like a woman and I'm going to play it on really thick. I don't know.
Is going to be satisfactory for their customers who are upset with them as a brand. So clearly what we can see, where I think we agree, is that Anheuser-Busch is a faceless corporation with no real values that is willing to spit in the faces of the little guy if it earns them a profit. They're a trash company and nobody should buy their products. The left and the right both agree. Here, here. Unity for once. I hope they fail.
Same thing with Disney. Keep going after Disney. I'm
Absolutely.
all for it. Take Disney down. I'm all for the right wing taking on Disney, all for the right wing taking on Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible fucking corporations. I'm all here for it. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the #1 source on the show, right? Like every single time you pulled it up. Because that same site that you showed me, All Sides Media Bias, it has the Daily Mail on right wing. And I know that you yourself, when you pulled it up.
They're actually fantastic. The Daily Mail.
But if you use them as a primary source, you understand.
Oh my god. I don't know if it's still the case, but for a period of time, the Daily Mail wasn't permissible as a single source entry for Wikipedia because of how unreliable it was. Like I even understand you might like the. It's like fantastic. Is it fantastic? It's like, I don't know. It's so heavily skewed and biased. It's like such a weird word to describe the Daily Mail, especially like being from the UK. When I was growing up, you know, as like a young liberal growing up, it was Daily Mail. Oh my god, the Daily Mail had published more anti-immigrant shit. Da, 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 da. You know, it was all like, that was like the big bad newspaper that was always publishing bullshit.
And why I'd say that, like,
we don't use them as a primary source.
Okay.
What happens is when we pull up stories, I'll go to like CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, ABC, and they'll each have like 300 words. And then you go to the Daily Mail after doing a search on key elements of the story, and the Daily Mail will have like 7 different versions of all breaking down different components. Okay. Like if you scroll down the Daily Mail, they often do these special sections where they have entirely different stories within the story, providing more context. Like for instance, this story from the Daily Mail not only talks about the current story with the CEO, but it even goes all the way into all of the context going back to the commercial that was released, the sale drop at 6% in the first week, to the video. It like covers literally every, even as a photo.
They got a video. Listen, they got a video here of some fucking nutter pouring bud into a toilet. Do you not want to? It's the content. Let's go. Maybe I should start using it more if they provide everything. That's actually good.
Of the VP and her
Maybe
husband,
it is fantastic.
How in depth this story is. So it's like if I'm going to pull up a single article, I can pull up 5 ABC, CBS, New York Times, or I can just pull up this one that has seemingly everything in it, including Kid Rock, including...
But obviously the problem you've got with that is that it's great they're providing all the information, but they're providing a very one-sided narrative of the situation.
John Rich, including Bud Light being poured into a dumpster.
Yeah,
so
it's
a massive aggregator.
Yeah.
But honestly, I have no problem with y'all going after fucking Bud Light. Have a time, go nuts. I have a really big problem with what I feel on this show is a lot of anti-trans hysteria and fearmongering.
Oh no. Oh no. There's got to be a better way to broach it than this. Hasn't there? Come on. Come on. Okay, let's see what
Green that takes place.
You want to open that book?
I have that book at home. We can talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
And I'm totally comfortable talking about that book. I've read it.
Should it be in schools?
I want to talk to you about the trans issue, though, because
right. And that's that's why I ask about the book.
Okay,
it opens
we can get to the books and the schools, the curriculums, and everything that Florida's taken away. But you profess to be kind of like fact-based, science-based, right?
Yeah.
Like you pull up. I've noticed you want to pull up stats and figures and stuff like that.
Of course.
Why is it that you push propaganda when it comes to trans people?
Like what?
That is so far beyond the pale.
Like what?
Okay, let's start with gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming care, you're very, very against. I've heard you call it mutilation.
I don't call it mutilation. I've never said that.
That's what you say on your show.
I do.
No, I don't.
I don't know if he does. I call it mutilating children.
I call it child sex change.
When you were talking about Dwayne Wade moving his family,
someone in the crowd said, "Why are you mutilating your son?" That was.
See, the thing is, like I could envision Tim saying something like that, but if you want to accuse him of saying it, you know, into his face, you probably need like, well, here's where you said it, right? But I could imagine Tim saying something like that. But yeah, you need a timestamp or something.
A quote from someone else. I didn't say that. I call it.
But then you made.
And I've explicitly said I don't take the right agitator approach of calling it mutilation because that's not effective in having a conversation. I will plainly call it a child sex change as what it is. I'm not going to call it gender affirming or mutilation because I don't think those things accurately explain what it is.
Okay, so when it comes to gender affirming care. 0 to about 10.
Are you talking about child sex change?
No, I'm talking about gender affirming care. 0 to about 10 years old.
You got to define it.
The answer is yes.
You got to define it, okay? Because if you're talking about something different, tell us what you're talking about.
All right, so if someone is trans and they're young and until they're about 10 years old before they go through puberty, gender affirming care would be in the form of you using different pronouns, preferred pronouns, and allowing them to dress differently.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Do you have a problem with that? Does anyone here?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
Okay, so both of you don't.
Right.
Okay, that's interesting. So the thing is like you have to be super ideologically like, you know, compromised in my opinion to be concerned about the idea of a kid dressing a different way and using different pronouns, because it literally is completely reversible. Like it's 100% reversible. There's no, to my understanding, there's no evidence that a boy that dresses as a girl for a couple of years is guaranteed to then go on and transition. They can easily revert back. No harm, no foul. The worst thing they might get is like a bit of bullying or something like that, but that's like an external factor. What about the bullying? Yeah, but you know, kids can get bullied for all sorts of reasons. Kids can get bullied for wearing glasses. Like, does that mean we should stop kids from wearing glasses if they need to wear glasses to like alleviate their medical condition? Like, yeah, obviously, like we don't base what children do on whether or not they're going to get bullied for it if it's the right thing for them to do. A kid might get bullied for having chemotherapy, which is going to be far more, you know, harmful on a body because they've got a bald head. We're still going to give them chemotherapy because we want to, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, we don't base our decisions on whether or not a kid is going to get bullied for it. It's what's best and right for the kid. I got bullied for being Jewish, had coins thrown at me. What the actual fuck, man? So yeah, you know, I think that kids can dress however they want. Don't think that's a massive issue. I don't know if it probably. I don't know if we should call it gender affirming care. Like, I feel like, you know, that seems like a weird, like, medicalized way of putting it that makes it sound worse than it is. Gender affirming care, you know, it seems like it's a mistake to me to refer to it as both, you know, using a certain pronoun and certain clothing being worn and, you know, life-changing hormones and surgery. Feels like we should probably separate those things out into different camps, you know? But other than that, sure.
Okay, so do you accept that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age, from 0 to about 10? There's nothing, there's no hormone blockers, there's no puberty blockers?
There is hormone blockers. I don't think surgery is happening on kids under 12.
So hormone blockers aren't given to children until they go through puberty.
That's not true. We actually pulled this up with Destiny. He actually called me out. I was wrong about a stat.
Okay.
What we found was 47,000 cross-sex hormones. I think it was something like 17,000 puberty blockers and like 2,000 double mastectomies for girls.
Yeah, it's like doing that is not. It's like more. Yeah, I don't know what it is, the right word, but yeah, it's just. I mean, I don't know what the exact stats are, but you know, I'm pretty sure that there's some children below 10 that would need to go on puberty blockers, because puberty can start. What's the earliest age? I don't fucking know.
After the age of 13 or whatever, but
so that doesn't apply to anything I just said.
Puberty blockers were preteen. Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers.
They have to because they have to give them the puberty blockers before puberty starts.
Yes, of course.
Right.
So you. Okay, so you're just reaffirming what I just said. From 0 to 10 till you're about to go through puberty, gender affirming care only comes in the form of using different pronouns, using different names, allowing them to dress differently, and that's it. And you don't have a problem with that.
Wait, Lupron too?
Okay, so we'll get to Lupron, but up to that point, you don't have a problem with any of this yet, right?
I'm saying,
and you agree that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age. Zero to 10.
I'll just...
Whoa, hang on a sec. Okay. Is there like a clip or something of Tim Pool talking about a 9-year-old having surgery or something like that? Because I'm like, I understand where Lance is coming from, but it would only be worth doing in this way if there's like Tim Pool is regularly or sometimes talking about like, oh, there's a 9-year-old that had surgery and it wasn't true.
Let me just start from the beginning so I can make sure I'm getting what you're saying right.
Yeah.
I don't care if parents call their kids names or whatever. I care about medical or surgical intervention.
What the fuck?
Okay, so that doesn't happen until about the age of about 16. That's the average age for.
But you're wrong. Okay, like and look, we had Destiny on the show. We went into great detail about it. There are girls who are 13 who are getting this done, and there was a study. Actually, it was Canadian, I believe. 12 to 17, they had several hundred surgeries performed.
Okay, so again, I said the average age, but if you want to say that,
honestly, I think that progressives, like, I don't know, I think even 18 is probably the right place for surgical intervention, and maybe 16, assuming there's like a lot of work that's gone into it and it's assessed and it's all correct, stuff like that. But I think anything below 16 is very fucking dicey territory. I just can't see a justification for like a 15 or a 14-year-old getting a double mastectomy or whatever. That seems wild to me. And I'm pretty sure that's what it tends to be, right? Most of these childhood surgeries that occur are girls that are saying they're boys, right? But yeah, I don't know, man. The thing is like, oh God, I fucking hate the gender discourse. I can't believe we've got here now. Anyway, let's just see what happens. Come on.
There are people who get this at 12. That could be the case.
Who would have it? I think
let's start with puberty blockers, Tim. Mm-hmm. Lupron. You both have a big problem with Lupron?
I don't know a lot about it, but I consider it a medical treatment.
Okay. Yeah, we shouldn't be giving Lupron to kids.
So you don't think you should give Lupron to kids? Why don't you want Lupron being given to trans kids?
Because it's a puberty blocker that inhibits the natural function and development of their body, and more importantly,
okay, yeah. The reason you might be cautious about giving kids Lupron or other puberty blockers is not because it inhibits, like, there's lots of drugs that inhibit the natural progression of your body in some way that you still want to give a kid because there's some disorder that you need to treat. It's not to do with that. The reason you would show concern about that is that there's a multitude of reasons, but there's some research that now exists that says that actually a puberty blocker, originally it was thought that a puberty blocker was a pause on puberty, so it gave kids a chance to think. However, there's evidence out of the UK and out of the Tavistock Gender Clinic that demonstrates that that might not necessarily be true, and that the reality of it is that puberty blockers can actually potentially act as the first step to transitioning rather than being a pause so the kid that can decide, right? The idea being that, yeah, rather than being a pause, it's the first step to transitioning. Now, why is that a problem? Well, it's a problem because apparently, according to this stuff, and I don't know the ins and outs of it, this is what I've read an article about, okay? Right? But it's that the rates at which children transition are much, much higher when they're put on puberty blockers versus when other like psychological interventions are used, right? So like talking therapy and stuff like that. It's a lot higher. So you might think, well, what's the problem with that? Well, the issue with that is that why is it that it's happening at a higher rate? Does it mean that the kids are definitely trans and that's why it's happening? Well, that might not necessarily be true. There's a problem at the other end where you could get detransitioning happening because it wasn't actually true that they were trans. It's just they were put on a pathway where the puberty was blocked. If they'd have gone through normal puberty, the issues would have shaken out and they would have gone on to live a normal existence, you know, without the trans stuff. But the puberty blockers obviously clouds that process, and it means that they end up transitioning. And then when things start to settle down, that can mean that they then start to detransition. And the other thing as well is people say, well, if we don't put them on puberty blockers, then they're going to kill themselves. And there's evidence out there that suggests that that's not necessarily true either. And actually, talking therapy doesn't necessarily mean that there's an increase in suicidality. It's true that like kids that exhibit gender issues have a higher chance or risk of suicidality, but it apparently isn't necessarily true that like going through talking therapy dramatically increases the actuality that they're going to end up killing themselves, right? And that's why and the final piece of the puzzle is that these puberty blockers, there's still some uncertainty about the long-term impact when it's used as treatment for gender dysphoria. There's evidence and information about it being used to treat other conditions, which is more thorough, but specifically used to treat gender dysphoria, there is an uncertainty and an unknown about the long-term implications and impacts of that. And that is why organizations like the NHS and some Scandinavian medical places have taken a step back from issuing out puberty blockers for gender dysphoria in the youth, except in like studies. And they're moving towards more of a therapy-based approach or something like that. So, you know, it's not a transphobic thing. It's not to say that like there aren't trans kids per se. It's not to say these kids don't need help. It's just about saying, well, what's the best way to help them in a way that makes sure they're definitely trans so that they don't end up transitioning when they shouldn't, and in ways that protect them from risks of suicidality, etc., right? So that's where the right really go wrong on this, because they take this information and they go, oh, there's no such thing as trans kids or whatever. Well, that's not true. There are kids that are going to, you know, eventually grow up and be trans and have these issues, these gender issues. And it's about giving them the best possible support to put them on the right pathway. That's the key. That's what needs to be done, and that's what needs to be looked at. There's an article about this which has got a load of citations in the British Medical Journal. Search the British Medical Journal trans and it comes up. What's this? The SBU has detained Gonzalo Lira in Kharkiv under Article 2 and 3 of the Ukrainian Criminal Code. No way. He's been arrested for disseminating Russian propaganda and calling for attacks upon Ukraine. That's mental. Look at him.
Vladimir Putin, he is, for all intents and purposes, what you would call an ethnic nationalist. But he is not an imperialist, the Kiev regime. I'm telling you right now. These people are neo-fascist, neo-Nazis. The West is the one puppeteering Zelensky, right? The Kiev regime also constantly shelling.
Guys, you look at me in this video, I'll be honest with you, who is it? His face is blurred, I've got no idea who it is.
The regions of the Donbass. 16,000 people died after 2015 up until the start of this conflict. You know, 1,000 children or 800 children were killed.
A few moments later.
Oh my god. Bro! Sick! Oh my god, look at this! Dude, that is badass! I gotta be honest, okay? Listen, just once, okay? I'm gonna soak in the Ukrainian propaganda because that was a fucking great video. That is fucking incredible. Just this once, so as a treat, just as a treat, all right? That's fucking wild.
I think my view is built upon what we've seen out of Europe already, right? So earlier on, maybe a few years ago, I was more agnostic on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this and the Tavistock Center got shut down.
Okay, they've not abandoned it. That's not true. They've not abandoned it. They're still utilizing puberty blocker stuff in studies.
Looks like Russia blew up all the barbers in Ukraine.
Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. They've not abandoned it. They've just pulled it back to studies. This is the kind of like misinformation that the right push. And it's like, no, that's not what's happening at all. Like they've not just abandoned it. They've gone, let's take a step back and figure out what the best way to deal with this issue is.
And the data they released said this actually caused more harm than good. And then I was like, well, okay, hey, how about that?
No, they never said it. They said they weren't. The concept is there's uncertainty about whether the positive outcomes that come from using this treatment outweigh the negatives. It's uncertainty. It's not that they know for sure that that's the case, and they're going to study it more before they decide exactly what to do going forward. Oh my God. See, this is what I mean. I hope Lance is listening to this, because this is all bullshit.
And for some reason in the United States, they're still hell-bent on moving forward with what we can already see from, better countries with better healthcare systems saying no to this, right?
Okay, so I can address those individually because I have the explanation as to why that happened. When it comes to Lupron, 0 to 10 is about the age where gender-affirming care only comes in the form of different names, pronouns, stuff like that. We can all agree that's completely fine.
We can't. I mean, I disagree. I disagree. You three can agree, but I don't.
Fine. Okay, fine. But it's their show, so I just want to concentrate on
my position is more just like, I don't know, man, like social therapy stuff. They say that after puberty, desistance rates are between 65 and like 92%.
Okay, so that's completely false. I'll get to that. We have to do this.
Come on, bro.
We have to do this piece by piece first. Okay. Oh, let's get through Lupron.
Hey, I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10 follow-up studies found desistance of 61 to 98%.
Okay, if this is like thick and fast study stuff, Jesus Christ, man. Like, what even is this? The thing is, I don't even know if we need to. I don't even know if we need to go to the study element of it. I think it's fairly reasonable just to say, look. We are talking about changes to a kid's body that they may not be able to fully understand the ramifications of if they're under 18, if they're under 16 particularly, but definitely, under 16, but possibly 16 to 18, but definitely under 8, We need to make sure 100% that the decisions that are being made are the correct ones to prevent the chances that they're going to change their mind later. Because guess what? Once you've locked your tits off, that's it. You can't go back from that, Once you're on, certain treatments, there's evidence that says that puts you on a pretty strong pathway of going down that route with it. Yeah, what's the prepubertal children part? So anyway, without looking at the studies and the data, it's like, it's okay to approach this with an abundance of caution. And you don't need to go into the studies and data to look at what's happened in the UK, what's happened in Sweden and other places, to see that it's not like fucking 2-bit conservative commentators that are coming to conclusions about, the misunderstandings or the lack of full understanding about this. It's actual medical boards that have looked at the information, the data, and are making, decisions about what the best path forward is. Anyway. None of that's transphobic, by the way. I fully support trans rights here. Trans rights! Donkey Kong says trans rights!
Yeah. Can you click on the Wikipedia article? Detransition topics.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic, buddy.
What are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Probably. I don't know.
Well, look, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not. This is 2018. This is gender dysphoria in adolescents, current perspective.
Basically, like, you know, I don't think anyone here really knows or understands any of these studies, and yeah, they're just gonna, I don't know. I hate this study off shit, man. I hate it so much because it's created this idea or this concept that you can just look at a study off the cuff in the moment, not read it, not engage with it, not have any expertise or speciality in engagement, and just know and understand what it means. Like, it's just, you know, there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle that you need to understand in order to engage and grasp a study. And I feel like we've just got to the point where it's like you just throw it up, read the abstract, and you're good to go. Like, yeah, you can get an insight, you can get an idea. But it's just, I don't know, man. I hate this study off shit. I really do. I just think that it's really, you know, worsened our ability and understanding to grapple with some of these topics. Right? Yes. The studies I Googled are right and the studies you Googled are wrong. Exactly. Exactly. It's so frustrating. We wanted to see this again. And that's why for me, as a layman, right? Because I am a layman in all of this. I've got no expertise in anything. But I will look to, like, the NHS. Like, if I got cancer, right? I'm going to go to an NHS doctor and ask them what to do. So by the same token, I'm going to look at, like, the NHS or other boards and look at how to engage and deal with this. You know? And I think that the problem in America is you've got, like, a very disparate approach that doesn't have a unified view, and every state has got different ways of dealing with it and different ways of looking at it, you know? It's very disparate. And I just think there isn't, like, a unified perspective or approach, and you've got different states implementing different laws for how to deal with it. And to me, I just think, well, you know, I can look to the NHS for its faults, or I can look to whatever the Swedish medical board is for its faults, and so on and so forth, you know? And that gives me at least a guideline of, like, where I'm looking with this. How is it worsen things to invoke studies? Because people are using studies to support their argument when it might not even necessarily support their argument, or the methodology might not be adequate with, you know, to come to the conclusion that you're coming to. Oh, I think resistance is used for this as well.
Can you click on the Wikipedia article?
One day I'm banned.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic, buddy.
What are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Probably. I don't know.
Well, look, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not. This is 2018. This is gender dysphoria in adolescents, current perspectives in the National Library of Medicine.
Okay, scroll down to the conclusion of this one. Just
want to get the mic again.
Oh, sorry.
You can carry it around with you.
Yeah. Move it. I gotta get used to this.
Yeah, dog.
I know. Scroll down to the conclusion of the study.
Well, yeah. I mean, I want to at least skim some of the what the numbers.
Like, you know, no one here has read or engaged with this study sufficiently to actually be able to talk about what it is, what it means, and what it says. Like, it's a pointless exercise. It's a totally pointless exercise. You can't just skim you can't just fucking skim a study. Like, what is this? You can't just read the conclusion, because the conclusion might say a certain thing, but then it's about 3 people. So, like, it's only based on 3 fucking people. So what's the point? Do you know what I mean? Oh my God, man, this is so fucking stupid. There's cherry picking that can happen. I don't know, man.
and reference are to like the reference.
While you're skimming, when I think of a little kid
like
being
outcomes,
like a little boy being
psychiatric
like
disorders.
I'm a girl.
As if studies are that hard to understand. Crazy for Coke is the kind of person I'm talking about that doesn't understand studies but thinks they do. They're probably really retarded.
Oh, the parent, I would hope that the parent would be like, you can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be an actor. You can play a girl. But I get afraid when a mom's like, he said he's a girl. That means he's trans.
Right. So for this, it's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron.
I can't do my own research. Most people can't. Most people can't do their own research. People thinking they can do their own research is why you've got a bunch of rightoids that are fucking on the internet saying that ivermectin is an adequate treatment for COVID. Why they say that the vaccine contains 5G particles, okay? That's where do your own research fucking ends up at, all right? Can we stop with this fucking meme? Like, do your own research, okay? There's like a small percentage of people that could actually do their own research about a complicated medical topic. Most of them have probably got some background in what we're talking about, right? It's just righties. Okay, I'm going to start timing people out for a full 24 hours when they say shit like this. Okay, because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of like, I constantly talk about the fucking left and how stupid the left are, blah, blah, blah. And I make one comment about the right bit. Oh, it's just the righties who do it, is it? No, obviously fucking not. I talk about the left doing stupid shit all the time. What do you mean? I don't mind study. Like, my view on it, right? If you want to like invoke a study, I think in a debate, it should be a prearranged thing where you're having a discussion about, if you want to have a proper discussion about something, these are the studies that I'm going to be referring to. And each side gets the other person's studies so they can read them and engage with them. Okay? And that's all that you're allowed to use to reference in the discussion. Because the problem you've got is you'll be having a discussion and someone is like, oh, I've got this study here. And in the moment you're expected to read and interpret what could be a fucking thousands of words, you know. And in a lot of cases, people aren't necessarily going to have the ability or knowledge to do that. And it allows people to do this kind of like, I don't know what the term for it is. Like it's a form of gish galloping, I guess, where they'll just reference all of these studies and you haven't got a fucking chance of engaging with it. But because the person has said, I've got a study here, it makes them sound like they're right, even though they might not be. Anyway, sorry, I know I'm ranting a bit, but I just find it so frustrating in conversations like this. It's like, you know, we're all lay people here on these topics. None of us really know about the trans shit. Like, we're just going off of what the experts tell us. But let's base it on like something a bit more centralized where the data's collected in a way that we can engage with it, you know? But yeah, this is just pointless flexing, I think. Anyway, guys, one more sub and about 50 bits. Let's fucking get these bars filled. Let's go. Woo! My voice is better, isn't it? I feel like I'm back to normal, more or less.
How much my avatar could a chud suck if a chud suck could chud suck my avatar? A chud suck would chud suck my avatar chud suck my avatar chud suck as much chud suck sucking my avatar chud suck my avatar
Good point.
as chud suck could chud suck my avatar if chud suck could chud suck my avatar chud suck my avatar.
Thanks for the bits. Appreciate it.
You do years and years of consultation between a doctor and between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Wait, hang on. Whoa.
The girl, that means he's trans.
Right. So for this, it's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron.
That's not true. Oh my God, Lance is wrong about that. That was actually one of the problems that was identified in the Tavistock clinic is that after like one session, they were being prescribed puberty blockers. That is actually a problem that did exist. So he's just wrong about this. It's unfortunate, but it's an unfortunate truth that this was a process that was happening. And it's one of the reasons that you've seen these pullbacks because there was this horror at the idea that people were being prescribed these puberty blockers so quickly without like, you know, long-term consultation.
You do years and years of consultation between a doctor and between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Sure, of course.
Adolescence is a crucial time for identity and psychosexual development in young people with gender identity concerns. The outcomes of GDC have been discussed in terms of its persistence and desistance. For most children with GDC, whether GD will persist or desist will probably be determined between the ages of 10 and 13 years. Although some may need
Chud, there's conflicting evidence with this fact. Some people experience years delays, others experience instant access. How does that disagree with what I just said? All I said was, in some cases, I'm not saying that every single person gets fucking Lupron straight away, but I'm saying it is an issue that exists, and it's why, you know, you have to take a step back. And in fact, this is actually more against the rightoids, okay? But another interesting point about the Tavistock clinic closing down is conservatives like to act like that's the end of gender treatment in the UK for kids, but it's not. One of the reasons they shut it down is because they felt they'd be able to give a better quality of care if they have different centres around the UK. So I believe one of the aspects of the plan is to have multiple of these kind of gender clinics that operate around the UK, so as to give a broader, more adequate support for people that have got these gender issues, when they're young. So again, conservatives act like it's done, it's over. It's not over at all. There's still a government study by Dr. Hilary Cass, I think her name is, that's still in the process of being looked at and dealt with. So there's still more stuff to come.
More time. Evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence, reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensma, indicate that for around
it is Steensma. I was right. I asked if this was Steensma. Okay, I can answer this.
80% of children who meet the criteria for GDC.
Right.
But you said 2011.
Oh, so there's multiple Steensma studies. They've actually built upon each other. And the problem with the Steensma study, unfortunately, is that they actually categorized people who were not trans in that study. They didn't compare people who were trans to people who were trans and then detransitioned. They compared people in the general population.
What's your source? What's your source for that?
The actual author of the study has come out since and said that
what can I pull up to confirm that?
Okay.
Because look, I pulled up a study that said a thing. You've made a counterclaim. I will pull it up.
Okay.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
So now it's just going to be some stupid study off. If years of prior therapy is the norm, then why are lefties complaining about the new Missouri trans bill that requires 2 years of GD diagnosis? Because it's not happening, but if it is happening, it's a good thing, or whatever the meme is.
Okay, so go to...
Because I don't know who Steensma is.
Okay, so, Steensma, and the problem, I'll say one more thing because I had this written down. 45.3% of the people did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as people who were detransitioning, when they weren't in fact doing that.
Wait, so can I ask you something?
Yes, go. Okay, so he asked for the source. Let's do things in order.
I'm going to respond to what you just said.
Trans advocate.
I need to respond to what you just said right now.
That last point is kind of important to respond to.
Okay.
We're literally talking about desistance.
Right.
If they're including people who desisted, you'd have to get the number of those who desisted.
They included people who did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as someone who was desisting. That's just someone who didn't show up again. That's
literal desistance.
No, it's not. It's not.
That's literal desistance.
Not whatsoever, Tim. That is someone who has decided they just don't want to go talk to that doctor or experience things with that doctor. They could have gone off to a different doctor. They could have done something else. But that is not someone who has verifiably said, I was trans, I'm no longer trans. So, that's just people who did not show up.
Your thing.
Okay. So go to transadvocate.com/
I'm not going to, I need a study or something, not an advocacy website.
Okay,
I pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not pulling up a nonprofit.
Good job.
Advocacy.
Oh my God, okay. Just see where we are now. I fucking knew this was going to turn to absolute shit with this study off shit, man. Fuck me. Just talk about the ideas and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe there is no way to do it without the study off. I just hate it. It's just boring. Man, I feel like I've got to watch the whole thing. Please go to welovetrans.com for the studies. Yes, studies are ass. Who needs them? I'm not saying that studies are ass. I think studies are good. Studies are, our way of having a more, way of understanding the world that's like based in science. I'm just saying that, for these kind of conversations, I don't think it's the best way to go about it. These studies are actually ass, though, are they? How so? What's wrong with them? I don't know any of these fucking studies.
So this is an interview with the person who did the study in this article.
I have pulled up a scientific study for you.
And the person who did, and I'm challenging you with the person who did the fucking study. And
then you're telling me to pull up an advocacy website, which is not on par with a scientific study.
But it's featuring the person who did the scientific
study. Is there
a
counter study saying this is not correct?
Okay. Yes. An overwhelming amount. Okay, sure.
Let me pull that up.
Okay. Can you
look? If I pull up the NIH,
sure,
and then you say go to transadvocate.com, you understand why I'm not going to do this.
Cool. Cornell University.
I'm not going to Breitbart for my source on desistance, okay?
Sounds good. Cornell University did a meta-study.
What is it?
Okay, Cornell University did a meta-study on 55 different studies. Just start looking up Cornell University meta-study on detransition. Cornell University did a meta-study on 55 different studies on detransitioning. Of those 55, they found 52 of the studies showed that people detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it, the reason they detransitioned was social stigma. That's 52 of the 50.
Okay, I can't really speak on these fucking... Isn't one of the problems, though, that I can see, is that traditionally we have had like a much more firm view on the trans stuff, and with like the push for self-ID, which is then frittered out to a point where we do have children that are going in and being put on these processes too early. It feels like we're kind of like in the early stages. It's a bit like, you remember the, what was it? Thalidomide. You know about thalidomide? I don't think in America it got approved by the FDA, so you got saved the problem. But there was this drug called thalidomide that was used to treat morning sickness. And it turned out that actually it caused deformities in birth. But obviously no one fucking knew until these babies started being born. And then it took a while for them to go, hang on a sec, these babies are all fucked up. These babies are all fucked up. What's going on? And then eventually they were like, oh shit, it's because of thalidomide. But by that time, like, you know, a bunch of babies have been born with these deformities. So it's a bit similar in that, like, as we've moved towards a system that is more permissive of putting children on puberty blockers, we are creating the circumstance, or have been, and certainly in like NHS or whatever, of like today, where we're creating the detransitioners of tomorrow. So we're not going to know about the impact of some of these things until like maybe a little while down the line. So looking at it today maybe isn't necessarily giving us the best information to determine if there's going to be a problem with detransitioning. But then if you think about it like this, there's this kind of like, oh, hey, Andrew, how's it going? There's this kind of like hive of problem being created, because not only do we have the medical side of things where we've gone, oh shit, we're putting people on these puberty blockers. Maybe it's a bit too soon. Maybe we need to do something else, whatever. There's also in like discourse and around trans stuff, a really hostile and toxic approach to detransitioners, right? Where, and certainly there are some detransitioners that do the rive-toid fucking propaganda shit, whatever. But like, I feel like people that are detransitioning or talk about detransitioning are viciously attacked often by like pro-trans activists and trans people. And it creates an environment where we're not allowing and creating a circumstance where someone can come forward and say, hey, I transitioned when I was 15, I had surgery when I was 16, I ended up regretting it and I'm now detransitioning. We need to be listening and engaging with those people so that we can understand, hey, we need to understand what went wrong so we can learn to fix the issue so we don't end up with more people like that. But at the moment, it feels like detransitioners are being super heavily pushed out of the conversation to the point where we're not allowing that to happen. So we're creating this really toxic environment where we're pushing the people in at the front end to create the circumstance where they might detransition. And then the people that are currently detransitioning are basically, you know, called all sorts of terrible things and abused and shit, you know? So yeah, I don't know. I just think there's a very dangerous maelstrom of issues that has been created, and progressives like don't really seem to want to engage with it, or you know, talk about it even, and just continue to push this same line, even as big medical organizations start to take a step back from some of the mentality that they've been operating on, you know? I usually say detransition is saying and suggesting for people to never transition. So, okay, I think there's probably some detransitioners that say something like that. They're obviously, I'm not saying that we should listen to them, you know, in terms of what we should do, but we should listen to their experience to understand how it got to that. Of course, if you've been through this horrible process, you're not going to want other people to transition. But there's the same problem from the other end as well, where you have trans people who are trans in adulthood that are looking back at their time and thinking, fuck, I wish I could have transitioned when I was younger. I wish I could have been put on puberty blockers or whatever. But they're looking at it from a very biased perspective because they are trans, right? So obviously they're looking at it from the perspective of, I'm a trans person, you know, I wish I could have transitioned earlier, etc., etc., etc. So of course they're going to have a biased perspective on it. It's why I'm not saying you listen to them and go, right, what should we do about this? That's up to doctors and medicine and science to decide. But we should be listening to them to understand what their experience is and what they went through, so you can try and figure out where in the process it fell down, so that you can improve the process, meaning you don't end up in situations where more people are put on pathways where they end up going to detransition. That's it. That's my, you know, thoughts on it. But I'm not a doctor, obviously. I'm an idiot. I'm retarded. Good luck to you.
55. The other 3 of those 55, they didn't show a net negative effect. There was not a single study of the 55 that Cornell University looked at that showed detransitioning or gender affirming care being a bad thing for trans people. If anything, it was a net positive. This is a meta study of a whole bunch of studies. I have another meta study.
So wait, but hold on.
But I'm trying to pull up a scientific study to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, I also just want to ask a question about this too.
Sure.
So you're mentioning that this is a meta-analysis of studies on people who have detransitioned, but by definition, right, this is taking into account people who went through, what, puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, physical surgeries?
Sure, for each study it was different things. In some of the studies, it was people who were going through puberty blockers, some had hormone therapy, but a lot of them in one form or another had received gender-affirming care. They were trans when the study first tried to identify these people, and then it looked at them years later.
And how is this sample collected? Because almost every single issue or almost every single study I've seen from trans advocates on this issue use a convenience sample rather than doing some kind of controlled randomized test for the treatment.
So this is a meta study of a whole bunch of other studies.
Okay.
So you would have to go between each study, because at the end of the day, I don't want to fall in this trap that me and Tim were about to do, where each of us starts saying like, well, I have a study. Well, you have a study. Well, I have a study. We could do this all day. So we should look at metadata, right? We should look at compromising data that looks over a whole bunch of studies. A second...
I don't know, Matt. I feel like that's just like another example of that, right? I've got a study. Well, I've got a study. There's a whole bunch of studies. Well, I've got a study. There's even more studies. Well, I've got a study. Like, it's just a pointless, like, studyception thing. I don't know, man.
Made another study that I want you to look at. Regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. This went to Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Ireland, Serbia, and it interviewed between 27 studies, 7,928 trans patients. It showed a less than 1% regret rate.
So can I also mention something desistance and
oh, fuck. I know. Oh, man. There's a problem with the regret rate thing. What is it? Does anyone know? Fuck, man, I fucking hate this. Oh my god! This study was so stupid! Yeah, someone mentioned that Boots knows about these studies.
I have another meta study.
Okay, I got to address this right now. There is a problem we are facing in that you are saying a lot of things and I can't pull up any sources. At the very least, all I did was Google searched it. I pulled up the 2 studies that were associated with it and said, here's what it says. I have not given you my personal perspective on it. You've now given me your personal view on it.
No, I've given you the studies. These are 2 meta studies. I have a third meta study.
What are the studies? Let me please pull them up. I can't find what you're talking about.
The first one is Cornell University. They did a meta study
What's the name of it?
It's Cornell University's meta study of 72 studies on gender affirming care. 72. Of that, 55 of the studies were directly related to detransitioning.
What meta study on...
I just want to flag that desistance and detransitioning are 2 different things.
Right.
Well.
Look up
Cornell University.
Cornell University. What does scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition or on gender trans well-being?
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Nice. And the third meta study that I want to bring up is a U.S. study. It's a 2015 U.S. transgender study.
But this isn't a scientific research paper that's peer reviewed.
No, this is a meta-analysis of scientifically researched papers.
Did you get that from what we know about inequality?
But hold on, like, do we have a standard on why should we accept?
If you want to know their methodology, there's a click here to view the methodology thing.
Hang on, what's this? Jesse Single article. Jesse Single's pretty good on this stuff, although he's apparently a big transphobe according to the TRAs. Man, how much fucking reading do you have to do to understand all this shit? Seriously.
You can find that out for yourself right there.
But this is not a peer-reviewed scientific paper.
This is a meta-analysis, Tim.
Okay, so
peer-reviewed scientific papers.
I rejected outright.
Okay, so if you want to reject that outright,
bro, next thing you're gonna do,
How does he know? But how does he know? Like what? Like a meta-analysis, great, but how does he know about the individual studies and what they are? How does he know that all peer-reviewed? How does he know any of this? Oh my god!
Tell me ivermectin is some cure because of a meta-analysis.
This has nothing to do with it.
No, bro.
This has nothing to do with ivermectin.
You can't come to me when everyone tries screaming about ivermectin because of a meta-analysis that I reject and say I don't think it works.
You can go
and then have someone from the left come to me and now claim meta-analysis is effective. No, the point is this. I said give me a study and you cannot do it.
I am on my way to give you a third meta-study.
Those
combination of studies.
These aren't studies.
No, if we go study to study back and forth, Tim, this is going to take fucking forever.
The article is crazy long, but basically they studied like 13 different measures of improvement. And they only included the 2 that actually improved in the final study. Okay, I'll which study is that? Oh my god. They did not follow up people who dropped out the study. Right, okay. So obviously the people that dropped out are the ones that are likely to be unhappy with the... or possibly going to be unhappy with what happened or something. It's important, but read it off stream because it's boring. Yeah, yeah, it's too long, unfortunately. I don't understand what, like, I feel like there's this thing of, oh, the science is on my side, the science is on my side. When the reality is, the science is, like, still undecided. And, like, gender care, particularly for, like, youth, is, like, cutting edge. It's, like, on the absolute cutting edge. Some of this stuff is, like, a decade old. It's like compared to other medical situations where we've known about it and known how to treat it for years, and obviously it's improved. But this stuff is like right at the cutting edge of medical treatment, and people act like there's like firm answers on anything. And it's like, there's just not. Lance typed in imright.com. Well, I do think there's people who genuinely are trying to bring to the table, like, as much as, like, I'm sure the TRAs would disagree with this, Jesse Single is not like a massively ideologically compromised person. Jesse Single is a pro-trans person. He is totally chill with like adults or whatever transitioning, but he has got concerns and issues with some of the youth pediatric gender shit going on, and he reports on it and talks about it. You know, but that's not, you know, anyone, unless you are giving a completely, you know, unless you're wearing a t-shirt that says protect trans kids, you're transphobic, basically. When it is very complicated, cutting-edge medicine, and none of it is simple. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. This is just boring.
So let's give me one study. I've given you 2. Give me 1.
This is embarrassing.
I've got like
embarrassing. You can't give me 1 study. Okay. I've given you 2. And I didn't even make an assertment. I Googled it and pulled up what I found.
You want individual studies instead of meta-analysis, which is ridiculous, but sure. Here's individual studies. The mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care from February 25th, 2022. This shows
let me type it and pull it up for you.
Yeah, but I can explain to them while you're doing your own research. Kids who receive puberty blockers and mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care, February 25th, 2022, peer-reviewed study. The findings: kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality. Here's another individual study for you.
Hold on. That nothing to do with desistance.
Do you want to go back to desistance studies?
That's what I was asking you about. I Google searched desistance. Wikipedia has 2 studies that say it's 61 to 98%. You said that's wrong. I said, what's your source? You didn't give me one.
I did on the spot.
You gave me a meta-analysis
we're on camera, so
that is not peer-reviewed. It's not a peer-reviewed source.
If you want to go back and forth, Tim, on single studies, like I said, this can take forever. So do
you not have a single study?
I've named you tons of studies.
No. You've given me a meta-analysis, not a single study.
A meta-analysis combines other studies. Do you understand how that works?
Yes.
So of that, the 55 studies that it looked, of the 55 studies that it looked at,
72 studies that have drawn a conclusion, and then someone looked at them and made a different.
Tim.
You're saying that out of 72 studies that found a conclusion.
No, 55. It looked at 72. 55 talked about detransitioning.
It was a hypothetical number.
51.
You're looking at
52, yeah.
a bunch of studies that have come to conclusions,
of course,
that are peer reviewed, and you're saying, but someone analyzed those.
Cornell University did.
Who from Cornell?
Click here to view our methodology, and you can learn about their methodology. You just rejected it outright when you saw it. You were like,
because
I
it's not a
reject
study.
this outright.
It's not a study.
It's a meta-analysis of studies. These are different things. I'm explaining that to you.
The problem is these studies have.
But also, I do think this is why, they could talk about this from the perspective of, here's the American process, here's the European way that they're doing it. Look at the differences and talk about that. But there's ways you can talk about this without going into the study shit. You can talk about the concept of being trans outside of medicine or whatever fucking you want. But instead we got this really autistic interaction about who's got the best study. And apparently these studies are like flimsy as well on top of that. Oh my God. Can I just skip this? I can't really skip it. I'm just going to watch it.
Their own conclusions you're ignoring.
They combine their conclusions to reach their findings.
Let me explain for those that want to understand what I'm trying to say. During COVID, there were a whole bunch of studies done, individual studies, peer-reviewed, that found ivermectin did not work. The right kept bringing up meta-analyses that said, actually, it does. I said, and I said this to Joe Rogan, I reject that. Show me the act.
So, okay, right, hang on. The other thing as well, because this is the other problem, I think, and again, just to preface this, to say I'm a fucking retard, I'm not an expert. Meta-analyses are seen as like the golden standard for any information. Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say, DK. Exactly that. A meta-analysis, imagine if there was I've got a meta-analysis here and it's got 70 studies in it, right? But the 70 studies was just me, writing the M-word on a piece of paper. And that's what I put. Do you know what I mean? Meta-analyses can be based on shoddy or shitty information still. It doesn't necessarily mean and guarantee that that is like the golden goose and you should just listen to that over everything else. Unless you understand the details of how the meta-analyses came to be and stuff like that. It's like, waving it. I've got a meta-analysis here that says this. I don't know, man. I just think this is just cringe. Well, I've got a meta-analysis and that is automatically better. Is that why? Yeah. And obviously, yeah, having a study off it, an individual study is a bit cringe perhaps, but at least you can understand what the methodology is and how many people it's based on and stuff like this. Oh.
Actual study. I do not believe this is correct. I will not afford you some benefit to come in and make the same argument to me. If you do not have a study that is peer-reviewed and cited, then I'm not going to entertain your opinions.
So when I bring up the Cornell University study, that's
not a study, it's a meta-analysis.
Yeah, of 55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out.
Also, is that I thought the ivermectin thing was there was one study that suggested an early indication it might be helpful, and then further studies into it and looks into it found that wasn't the case. Was there ever a meta-analysis on ivermectin studies?
No.
Wait, whoa, what did he say?
55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out. No.
Come on. I asked you for. You're pulling up Reddit when I'm.
I'm pulling up Reddit because Cecilia, I believe her last name is pronounced Dejen, explains and downplays why you're wrong about that 80 to 85% because she's the one who actually did that study. She's the one who did the study you cited. So she explains why it's being misused. It is not true.
I can say this. There are arguments about what is true all day, every day.
Listen, it is funny. It is funny to use the r/science thing, right? The reality is what you're better off doing is whatever the link is that's being spoken about, reference that. It's just funny because it's the Reddit meme. But if there's on r/science there's a link to something which is relevant, that's fine. But yeah. Just go to the Reddit, man.
Arguments that M theory is wrong and that science is unwilling to give up because too many scientists have dedicated their lives to it. So they argue that M theory is the theory, while others are coming up with like E8 Lie group theory or whatever. I totally understand that people will decide what they think is true or not. Hence, I have a bottom line standard. If the right comes at me and says, ivermectin meta-analyses prove it works, I say, don't know, don't care. We have rejected the concept of someone analyzing a collection of studies and making a determination. What our standard is, or at the very least where I'm at is, if we're going to have any basic agreement on what is or isn't, there has to be a unified standard there, which is a peer-reviewed study, which is not absolute. If I have 2 peer-reviewed studies and the establishment narrative, when I search for it,
like Tim's been a bit autistic with this author. Like, if an author wrote a study and then later on gave further commentary on the study, it's pretty reasonable to look at what they said about it because they're the one that did the fucking study, so they're going to be able to give you some insight into it beyond what anyone else is going to be able to. But he's acting like, you know, I mean, obviously it can be presented in a dishonest way if it's like trans rights or humanrights.com. You know, it can be presented in the same way. But if you're looking at the quotations or the actual words the person said in its, you know, in just that bit, then that's, you know, not completely unreasonable to take into account at least. Oh, man. Oh, well.
61 to 98%. I will not accept your meta-analysis opinion the same as I wouldn't for someone who believes ivermectin works, because your argument is founded upon the same basis as theirs.
Okay, so first off, the meta-analysis of ivermectin actually showed that it wasn't effective at preventing or treating COVID-19. That was the actual meta-analysis on ivermectin, so it actually would back up your own claims. Secondly, you and me can look at individual studies, and it can take a very long time, but we should look at regret after gender-affirming surgery, a systematic review, and meta-analysis of prevalence, which looks at, again, 27 studies and interviews 7,928 trans people across the world. And again, in places like Italy, USA, Brazil, you name it, that meta-analysis also found a less than 1% regret rate. You have to be able to combine multiple studies because this is something that has been so thoroughly investigated globally for so long that to ignore the science and data on this is to flagrantly...
But again, Islam's just going to totally disregard the kind of angle and the direction that this trans stuff has taken over the past like 5 years. Like, you know, I'm sure that like from the 2000s or whatever, like there probably was less of a risk of detransition because the way in which we approach transition is very different than the way I approach it today. And again, you know, if you look at the information about the gender clinic in Tavistock, the concern was about what is referred to as this constant push for endless affirmation of people's gender identities, which is like a newer feature. It's like historically there would have been more of a contest of that, or there would have been more talking therapy to do to you know, engage with that. But now it's like there's this direction towards this endless push to affirmation, with the other side of that being, if you don't affirm them, these people are going to kill themselves. So it's like, you know, affirmation at the threat to the barrel of the gun, but the barrel of the gun is pointing at their own fucking head. And apparently the barrel of the gun isn't even fucking there because the suicide thing is overstated. Oh. Anyway, I'm so bored of talking about gender. I can't believe this. I'm going to take a very quick break. I'll play this out for a bit.
There's not been a single large-scale randomized clinical trial for puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria. There's not been one.
You all are very against Lupron, right?
Well, I don't know much about it.
I know. I just saying very against is pretty strong.
Okay.
I'm typically like we shouldn't give.
I'm saying there hasn't been one large-scale randomized clinical trial for these treatments.
Like Lupron for when children go through like the early onset puberty.
Yeah.
And it's like an actual medical issue. Like,
yes, of course.
That's why saying very against something is like, well, what we're talking about is. Are we going to a kid who are we dealing with an actual case of, say, endocrine disruption caused by phthalates in PCBs, or are we dealing with a kid who's just playing with dolls and the parents are incorrect, right?
And in that case, you would have a long process where they would have to do interviews with, again, professionals who would determine whether or not it's appropriate. And people who go on puberty blockers, I want to add this, it's for a limited amount of time. They want to do it only to be able to hold that off. No, it isn't. If you speak to the actual doctors on this, you only take it. No, Tim, let me finish the sentence. Come on. You brought me on your show. Let me finish this. You only go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers, and that way you avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects from that.
We had Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
Anecdote.
Absolutely.
Lived experience.
So when I say lived experience
anecdote.
happens, you say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm saying it can happen.
And
I'm saying you have to look at broader data. You have to look at broader
trends. That's the issue I take, right?
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense if I brought up a single horror story to you and said, this is fact. It can happen.
I said we don't want that to happen,
Of course, no one wants that to happen. But then
so
if we want to understand how this is actually taking place around the world from an actual perspective of science, we have to look at the data. We have to look at meta-studies. We have to look at and analyze global understanding of this. When it comes to Lupron, by example, yes, it's true that Lupron is not FDA approved for the use of on cisgender children. There is a product that is FDA approved for use with children that is a puberty blocker, and it has been used for a long time, for generations and decades. It's Lupron. It was just being done.
No, but that's for an entirely different reason. That's for an entirely different reason. So to say we want to prevent,
Okay, yeah, I think I've picked up. So this argument of, we've used puberty blockers for ages. Yes, to treat a different medical condition. But you know, it could be the same thing you're trying to deal with, but if it's a different medical... Because the other problem you've got as well, which has been identified, is that with gender dysphoria, there's also other associated mental health conditions that come into play as well. So you've got the depression, suicidality, which could be caused not necessarily by the gender dysphoria stuff, but that could be related to depression or other mental illness. So yeah, it's like just because we use it to treat one thing doesn't mean we can use it to treat another. And yet, was that the argument that was used, that ivermectin thing? We already use it to treat this. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's going to work for that condition. Or, you know, it might work in some ways, but there might be other negative outcomes which we're not aware of or familiar with because we're using it to treat an entirely different thing. And, you know... This is the most big pharma take I'll give, I guess. The thing to bear in mind is that pharmaceutical companies want to find as many uses for their drugs as they can because it benefits them. And in principle, that's obviously fine because if it's a two-way street. If there's a medical condition and there's a treatment for condition A and we've got a condition B, and the medical people go, I think this might work for condition B. And bang, they do a study, they do lots of research. Actually, it does work for condition B. So you can now use it to treat condition B, right? But that's a long process that goes for a long period of analysis before we come to a firm conclusion about it, right? My understanding is with Lupron, the manufacturers of Lupron felt that it could be used to treat gender dysphoria, and I think there was like one study done that involved like 61 kids or something like that, and like so much is based off of that one thing, and people argue that Lupron is totally safe and effective to treat gender dysphoria when it hasn't been through that same like lengthy process that we've had with other treatments that have been used to treat other conditions, if that makes sense, right? So it's like, yeah, it could be that it works, but this is why you're seeing these medical boards take a step back from it, because there are concerns about it and there are question marks over the efficacy of the treatment and the long-term effects and stuff like that. So it's pretty reasonable in this kind of conversation to say, yeah, we don't know 100%. So it's good to be cautious and take a step back. And if we use it primarily in studies, then we can figure out what the best course of action is and go from there. You know, I don't know. I just think like the progressive arguments about this are just rooted in this idea that puberty blockers are the absolute best way in every case to deal with these situations when, you know, it's not necessarily correct or true.
A child from undergoing early onset puberty so that they can develop at a normal, healthy rate is entirely different. It is entirely different from saying we're going to administer puberty blockers because this child feels they're a member of the opposite sex.
But whether or not
this, funny enough, I mean, I'm sure he's wrong on it, but this is actually, yeah, this is like a totally reasonable position.
It's an entirely different reason.
Whether or not it's
because you're looking for a different
is going to be the problem, right? You want to know whether or not its use is going to be dangerous on children.
And the reason for administering a certain treatment can render it dangerous.
Yeah.
So, for example, if we have been amputating people's limbs for hundreds of years, if I go into a doctor and say, please cut my arm off because I don't want it anymore, and he cuts my arm off, that's medical malpractice. For you to jump in and go, we've been cutting people's arms off for hundreds of years. This is medically approved. People are allowed to do this.
Can I answer this?
Is not, yes, absolutely.
So what you're describing is called BIID, body identity disorder. I forget how it's spelled. It is a real phenomenon.
Dysmorphic.
It's extremely rare, but we know enough about it at this point to know that people will seek out to get operations on the black market if they have BIID. And what we found when people do that and go into the black market to have a limb removed is that it only provides a temporary amount of relief for their condition, and then it returns and they have further complications from the fact that they now have a disability and or medical complications that come from all that.
My point is not about any kind of body dysmorphia about losing a limb. My point is about drawing a false conclusion by a medical treatment being allowed under circumstance A, but not being allowed under circumstance B. You're saying we allow it for kids who have hit precocious puberty, but then we don't allow it for kids who don't want to go through puberty because they want to be a member of the opposite sex.
It's still not FDA approved. That's different.
But you understand my point. You can't claim those things are the same.
I just Google searched it real quick. Stat in 2017, 100 out of 100 with NewsGuard. Drug use to halt puberty may cause lasting health problems. More than 10,000 adverse event reports were filed with the FDA, reflecting the experience of women who...
Yes! And that's as a pro-trans progressive person, it's totally fine to accept and agree that, yeah, we need more information. Like, it's totally fine to say that. I hope Leonce does.
Who've taken Lupron,
I'm sure he will.
Describing everything from brittle bones to faulty joints.
Regarding meta-analyses,
I'm worried about, giving kids things on an experimental basis.
Yeah, this is a huge, long conversation, and it would be so awesome to go through each study. I would love to. It would probably take like 7 hours, 6 hours, but we could do it, but like not tonight, unfortunately.
Well, so let me ask you though,
but I want to keep down this path because I think we're making good progress.
Let me
here.
ask you a question, right? Like Jazz Jennings is sterile, right?
I don't know much about Jazz Jennings.
Jazz Jennings,
she's a reality TV star, right?
Jazz Jennings. Yeah. I'm concerned that Jazz isn't trans. Because
that's not for us to say.
I didn't say. I said
that's not for us to say. Oh my god! Why does he have to say shit like that? It's just so unnecessary. This is like, it feels like this is kind of one of the aspects of the pushback things. Like, he can't possibly let it be said that a cis person can question a trans person's gender identity. Yeah, the self-ID meme.
I said I'm concerned that Jazz is not trans, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason is Jazz is dating women now, right? So then Jazz would...
What does that have to do with being trans?
Well, Jazz would then be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does that have to do with being trans?
So it has to do with whether or not Jazz made the decision for themselves or the parent made it when they were 3 years old. So the question is, we want to avoid a John Money type situation, right? Where you had these two kids and the doctor told one of the young boys he was actually a girl and then forced him to live as a girl, ultimately resulting in his suicide and then the death of the brother as well.
Okay, conservatives always bring up this John Money person. So first of all, what's that about? And second of all, again, you can be a pro-trans progressive person and you can still accept that it's possible that a parent might put pressure on their child. So, okay, if you think that a conservative can put pressure on a kid who is trans to act as a cis person, you must surely accept that the opposite can happen too, surely. How can it not happen? It can potentially happen, obviously. When he was a hermaphrodite and they cut his penis off to raise him as a girl, but he wanted to be a bro. Parents manipulate the kids to do shit all the time they don't want to do. Obviously, there's an extremity that might exist, but it's totally possible. John Money studies only show we shouldn't force kids into transition. Yeah, obviously it's not the case every single time. I know of people who have, and they're just like, they're not into the LGBT stuff at all in any aspect. Bear in mind as well, over here, there's not the same like it's different over here. We don't have the same, you know, debates over here. Like there is obviously like discussions about gender critical stuff and stuff like that, but the temperature in America is very different to over here. And like you've got, I mean, it's probably the same in America too, but there's people that don't get involved in any of the LGBT shit. You know, they don't like have their kids watching loads of weird queer shit. The teachers aren't doing queer shit or anything. They're just, everyone's normal. Okay. But I know people who have got kids and they're not in any way introduced or know about any of the LGBT shit. And they say things which suggest that they might end up being trans, but obviously they're too young to know either way for sure. And you know, they'll like wear a dress to school and shit like that. So I do think that like there are kids out there who won't have any introduction or anything of like the LGBT shit. What do I mean normal? I mean not gay. That's what I mean. And they'll just, you know, through whatever process goes through their brain, present and be like, oh yeah, you know, I want to dress like this or whatever. So I don't know. I feel like, yes, obviously conservatives can be super retarded and act like any trans kid is just a parent making a decision. I think that's stupid. But I don't think progressives should completely deny, you know, the idea that some weirdo parent is going to put pressure on their kid to do a certain thing. Like, I can easily imagine a world where a kid's like, you know, one day wears a dress and their fucking weirdo parents like, oh yeah, that's good. Oh, you're going to call yourself Shaniqua now and wear a dress all the time based. Yeah. And the kid's like, hang on a minute. And the social pressures applied to do it. I don't know. Anyway, this gender shit. Let's just get through it. Come on. Let's get through it. Why is she black? I don't know. Just the first thing that came into my head.
We don't want that to happen. And so that did happen already, and we know that happened. So we have to be careful about taking a 3-year-old and then raising them and telling them they're female, because then if they start exhibiting traditional, you know, gender behaviors, there may be some concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating. And that was the big controversy over the past few weeks, the mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it. If Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote, and then Jazz is now dating women, we're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning because it follows the John Money situation. Whether or not Jazz is trans or not, my concern is, what if? And that means there may be children who are going to be pushed down a path that ultimately leads to their suicide because their parents can't make the decision for them, but they did.
So the data overwhelmingly shows that if you give children gender-affirming care, especially if you have loving and accepting parents who accept children's actual gender identity, it reduces the rates of suicide dramatically. In the case of a parent who affirms their child's gender, it can reduce suicide rates of up to 93% in some studies. It's not a case of more often than not.
But again, okay. But both can exist. You can say, right, if a kid wants to dress in a dress and shit, yeah, do that. But also, you know, don't put pressure on that. Like, I feel like a lot of these conversations get so hyper-focused on what this side is doing, what that side is doing. What's best for the kid? That's it. Let the kid do whatever it is they want to do, and let them lead the way and guide the way alongside medical guidance and advice, you know? I don't know, man. This is just stupid at this point. I was gonna let it play out and just have a bit of Coca-Cola over here.
These are children who are approaching their parents saying they think this is something happening to them, and parents pushing back and being like, no, this is wrong. You're just a tomboy. Oh, this is, you know, this is not you. This is blah, blah, blah. And you don't go into a doctor and all of a sudden they're like, here's Lupron.
They do.
No, but they don't, Tim. The average amount of time. The average amount of time.
You can't say they don't when we've had the anecdotes. They do. Call it an anecdote.
It's an anecdote.
Telling you it does happen.
Of course, but that's an anecdote. We have to look at data.
Don't say
science,
it doesn't
statistics.
happen.
Well, it happens, but that doesn't mean it's a broad
it should
trend.
Not happened.
Right, but that's okay. This is asinine. We have to talk about what actually occurs via the numbers, right? That's what matters. Like I have here the largest U.S. transgender survey ever done. It's in 2015 to 21,598 participants, and this covers people in childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, and it has all the results you're looking for.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing the a rapid increase in the past few years?
I can explain that as well.
Of young people identifying as trans.
Okay, can I answer that?
Can you
afterwards?
read the study,
Yeah,
please?
of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%, late adolescence 153%, adulthood 81%, suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%. For adolescents, 62%, and for adults, 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it.
Okay.
How can something decrease by that much? That seems a bit sus, if you ask me. Hey!
Welcome to Chud Nation.
When does Tim grab the sword behind him to defend himself?
Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, honestly, and the other, okay, I'll tell you the other problem as well. Not that I'd fucking know what the fuck I'm looking at necessarily. The other problem with just reading it off is like, for the viewer. For the viewer, it doesn't help. Also, oh man, the suicidal ideation thing. I think the problem with that is what counts as suicidal ideation. There's an article about this that I read, and it talked about the suicidal ideation aspect. And it basically said that oftentimes they'll look at like suicidal ideation, but when you look at like attempts, completion, and stuff like that, it totally changes the analysis when it comes to the suicide aspect. Because suicidal ideation, there's a couple of problems with it. One, what does that even mean in terms of like suicidal ideation can be like fleeting thoughts all the way through to serious plans to end your life. And then the other thing as well, when it comes to gender dysphoria, particularly like in youth and stuff, is suicidal ideation is not necessarily linked to the gender dysphoria stuff. It could be some other mental health disorder. That's the only thing that I've read about in any substantive way to talk about. But everything else, I'm just like, what even is that study he's talking about?
Okay. But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people,
because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and with data that is collected poorly. Yeah, so just please find the source of that, because I want to pull that apart, but I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
What's that signify?
The history of left-handedness.
This is the history of left-handedness in the United States.
Oh my God, he's got a prop.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what happens here?
It levels out. It goes up and levels out.
We used to treat people who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. You remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who didn't record themselves as being left-handed. And then boom, when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination, or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This is naturally how many left-handed people there were. And then it plateaued. We are in
I think there's probably some accounting for that somewhat in the stats, but like, it's not as if there was like this big movement, like in the same way there's been with trans people in terms of the affirming shit, you know? And the other thing with this as well is to be left-handed, you don't have to engage in any medical intervention or anything. You're just left-handed and that's it. So, yeah, I don't know if I really like this argument.
In a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and because of that, they feel safer expressing that. That's why Gen Z of all
I was concerned there was a transgenocide.
Yeah, so here's...
This is the actual...
Actually, that's a very good point from Tim Ball. You're saying it's safer than ever to come out. Well, yeah, okay. Let's see what goes.
People increasing. You can see the red one. That is Gen Z. That is the amount of people who in Gen Z, it's skyrocketing. It looks like they're identifying more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't think that there's like a transgenocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said it.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous. So, and if you want to change topics to talk about transgenocide, we can move on to that. But you asked me specifically why is there a spike? Yeah. That is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No. Right now there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is direct.
Wait, what? Hang on a second. Wait, what? Oh my God. But you just said it's safer than ever to come out. Oh, so what? No, actually not. There's loads of bills coming out that are bad.
directly targeting trans people.
So they don't feel safe.
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that generation, Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a trans genocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
Ooh. I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization, and then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're gonna go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce. And if they're at a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual.
The thing is, yeah, obviously there's sterilization, there's removing body parts and stuff like that. All very bad stuff. But then if it is genuinely confirmed via a process that is the alternative to that is a lifetime of, horrible thoughts and feelings and suicidality or whatever, that's confirmed, and the best way to do it is this, then yeah, that's what we're going to do. It's kind of, there's a lot of medical procedures that have horrific impacts on the body, but we do it because it's determined via medical intervention that is the optimal way to deal with it. I do actually wonder though, if in the future there will be some other treatment for this. Imagine if they could do a pill, and you take the pill and you're just comfortable with in your own body, and that's it. You're set for life. Shock therapy. All right, chill out. Jesus, yo. But I do wonder if there would be a pill that would be made, and maybe we'll look back and go, damn, that was kind of a bit of a bad turn. That's what the right would say. Ivermectin. Also, yeah, no, you're all saying this in chat, and you're right. Like, being trans isn't necessarily a hereditary thing, so I don't know if that's a genocide. I think he's just using genocide to mean we're doing bad things to this group of people.
Feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was...
What? Dude, what the... Lance, no, you're doing it actually, like, a bit annoying, but, at least you're not saying crazy shit. And now you're talking about the ethics of transition and shit, and you're doing your little dunking thing. You're talking about trans issues. Yes, the people's genitals are going to come up.
Is very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sure. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument.
Okay. Could you not use this argument about female genital mutilation? Like, if someone was to say, I stand against female genital mutilation and I think it's terrible, you're interfering with the process of a woman's body and her ability to feel sexual pleasure in her adulthood. Oh, I'm a Muslim guy with a fucking razor blade. That's a bit weird. Why are you obsessing with that? What? That's a weird thing to obsess about. Like, yeah. Interfering with the the process of sexual pleasure is a part of human life and human interaction that we want to experience, and it's reasonable to question, well, you're interfering with that process by doing a certain medical procedure, and then the response to that is, but if that is the best possible way based on current understanding to deal with it, then we're going to do it, And that's the response. You don't just go, oh, weird that you're thinking about that. It's totally reasonable to ask the question. Of course it is.
argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that.
Well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important. It's not. It's not in my business.
So
it's not important whether someone is able to use their genitalia in a way that gives like one of the most straightforward pleasures in life that we all want to experience. What? Of course, it's perfectly reasonable to talk about that. In fact, listen, I follow a lot of fucking accounts on Twitter. Some of them are trans people, and one of the things they talk about is some of the issues they have with like libido and sex because of the fucking hormones they're on and stuff like that. So yeah, this is something that trans people themselves talk about and discuss and have issues with and have to deal with the challenges of that. So imagine, but they obviously they deal with it and contend with it because that's the life that they want. They're adults and they're happy with that process and they're happy with like the outcomes that they're getting. Well, sometimes they're not happy, obviously, but in spite of that, they can move forward. So it's totally reasonable if someone's younger. It's like, well, look, this procedure is going to have a negative impact on your later life. I mean, this is going to be an entire aspect of the medical, a consent aspect. All of this is going to be discussed and talked about and looked at. Look, this treatment is going to alleviate this issue, but these are going to be the downsides. You're potentially going to be infertile. You are not going to have the same level of sexual, for sensation or whatever. Oh my God. Yeah, I've already covered the Coach Red Bull thing. There's not really much to say. It's just a funny meme video. But yeah, arrested for Russian spying or whatever.
Let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't know anything
famous.
about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass legislation
the sterilization of teenagers?
This is such a weird way to frame this.
Like, you are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim.
I don't have the ability.
Oh my God! Why is Lance doing this? I feel like, although I don't like some of the way he went about it, at least he was trying to engage in like a reasonable way. And then in the start, I think he did quite well. And then he did the abortion thing, and that kind of fucked up quite a lot. And then we kind of got okay with the gender stuff. But now he's doing these weird dunk-style arguments. I'm just like, why? Why go down this route? And then he's like kind of just doing this weird, obvious... Well, I'm not doing anything. No, but you're supporting people doing it.
You do this,
right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of this. Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability to remove the ability of a child for future reproduction?
They should have the ability to give them access to health care. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying
you're implying that every single gender affirming care results in sterilization? That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's
of
also people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scaring you.
How am I afraid?
Okay, my answer to this, I just felt this is an easy thing to answer. It's, on the whole, no, I do not support children. I don't think children have got the capability to make a decision of that magnitude, when they're like 12, 13, 14, 15. Possibly at 16 and 17 with very, very heavy limitations, because even at that point, there's question marks about their ability to fully consent. But obviously, when someone is 18, you're good to go. Right? But yeah, obviously, I think it's like a given that you don't... I mean, I can't imagine a progressive arguing that we should sterilize a 13-year-old because we believe them to be trans. Like... At that point, it should be, okay, well, we want to be absolutely certain before we do anything permanent. So, let's do whatever process is required to go down that route with it. It feels like Lance is doing this thing where, like, he's almost, I feel like a lot of progressives got this problem. And I guess I probably suffered from this as well back in the day. But it's like, there's this fear of saying something that the transes are going to be mad at. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It just feels like, who cares? Like, the thing to bear in mind a trans person is going to have a very biased view on the transition stuff because they are trans in adulthood and they're going to look back with maybe happiness or regret, but they're going to have their own perspective on it, right? Like, in a way, yeah, of course you're going to look back and wish it was different because you are actually trans and have turned out to be trans. You know, we're thinking about the people that aren't going to end up like you. We're thinking about the people that are going to get a surgery at 15, and then when they're 18, they're going to look back and go, fuck, I've made a mistake because my treatment was wrong through the course of time, and now I wish I could go back and I can't. Like, that's the thing that we're thinking about and worrying about, you know, because those people, we don't want them to fall through the cracks. And it just feels like he's got to say the right thing to please the transes or whatever. And I don't know, it's just such a cringe way to look at it.
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific example. Let's try this. Let's slow down and go one point at a time.
You think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger?
Nice
I'm saying
try.
I'm saying it shouldn't concern you.
Try.
It shouldn't concern
Nice try.
anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe you are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic in this?
A large portion of trans.
Oh God, here we go. The autistic angle. Damn, Timble's going fucking wild, hog wild now.
Kids are autistic, namely females. So this is an issue in that young lesbian autistic females are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
I mean, come on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You could.
This is okay. Tim is actually correct. There's this. If you look at the data, there's this massive curve of girls over time. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, all these girls are like, "Yeah, I'm trans. Give me the fucking puberty blockers." It sounds like vital propaganda. Oh, it's in some article I read. I don't fucking know. It's somewhere, okay? But listen, take my word for it, okay? I promise, a word is my bond.
Couldn't give me one study, but yes,
I've given you not only studies, meta studies. I've given you multiple meta studies on this. I've given you a surplus of information on this topic.
Make up six times more likely to have autism.
Yeah, sorry, it's not okay. You people have been autistic about my words, okay? It's not a curve. What I mean is, okay, you've got, it just goes like this. So you've got like, you know, trans girls are like this, and they go up, right? But then trans boys, i.e. born female, saying they're a boy, it's like this. Okay? Definitely needs some more research and trying to figure out why that is.
According to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally...
So six times more, what's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%?
That's not how that works. That's not... You don't...
600, sorry.
No, that's not how that works.
You're saying what percent of them
What percentage of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians? That was your claim, that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
So the first thing I pulled up was that transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of... let me Google it again. Because I thought that was sufficient and you know... 24%.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times more common. 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is...
So 24% of trans people are autistic according to that data, and 6% of...
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate...
But the thing is, I mean, my understanding is that compared to the general population, there's a higher rate of autism amongst trans people than there are the general population, which suggests that autistic people are overrepresented in trans stuff, and that there is a potential crossover between autism and exhibiting signs of, gender dysphoria. And then on top of that as well, there's also a whole other bunch of fucking comorbidity. Is it comorbidity? Is that the right word? But there's a whole other bunch of mental disorders that also come into play amongst the trans community. And the difficulty can be pinning down what their issue. So if someone comes in and they're like, I'm suicidal, I've got gender dysphoria, I've got depression, I've got autism, I've got ADHD, whatever fucking medical. Like, why are they suicidal? How do you even start to figure that out? And that's why you need talking therapy to be like, right, what's the fucking reason this person wants to top themselves? Is it because they need to transition? Or is it because of something to do with their autism? Or is it something to do with the fact they're depressed? Like, what is actually causing the issue? Because the problem has been that people have been like, you know, I'm autistic, gender dysphoria, da-da-da-da. And the doc's like, right, gender dysphoria, here you go, here's some puberty blockers. That's what's going to help you out. You're good to go. Like, I'm simplifying it massively, but, you know, that is a genuine issue and risk that you face in dealing with some of these issues. So, you know, Tim is actually making a fair point here. And Lance's response is to just, I don't know, I don't even know what he's doing. Like, badgering about the data or some shit. Who fucking knows?
8 people
Let's
with
just
Down
get through
syndrome.
this. I'm just so done with this.
And in Iceland, they've actually publicly avowed or praised their eradication of people with Down syndrome. I think that's horrifying. Like, you can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide.
That is, okay, that is a tricky one for Lance, surely, because, I mean, it is a tricky one, because I agree that a woman should be able to get an abortion for any reason up to a certain point. But it's like, if the kid is going to have mild Down syndrome, and they're like, you know, I want to get rid of it because it's very mild Down syndrome. It's a bit like, oh, that's a bit harsh, isn't it, you know? Yes, it is a form of eugenics. Yes, it is. 100%. It's a form of eugenics. And again, this is another problem that Lance has got, is he has argued, his argument against J.F. Gary Epi was that eugenics is always bad. What was it he said to him? Something like that. But, you know, if you think eugenics is bad, you would surely be against a woman choosing to not have a baby because of Down syndrome. Because that's a form of eugenics. Why would you make your child suffer unnecessarily? Do you know what I think it is? Okay, I'll tell you what it is, right? This is the annoying thing about it. When people talk about people with... I need to be careful, actually. When people talk about people with Down syndrome, right? When people talk about Down syndrome, you've got like some little fella that looks really happy, that is clearly like... it's very mild, you know? It's a very mild form of Down syndrome. And they're like quite happy, they're living their life, and you're like, based. But it's like, there's going to be some people that have got Down syndrome that are just fucking mullered. They're fucked. They're, you know, they're just done. They're done for. They can't even like do anything. And it's like, that's the kind of person you want to, you know, not get rid of. That sounds bad. I'm not saying get rid of them when they're there. But I mean, if that person wasn't born, would that be that bad a thing? Same with autism, you know? It's like you got some fellow with autism and he's like, oh, I like matchsticks. There's 24 matchsticks on the floor. Yeah, that's fine. He's going to live a happy life. But then you get some people that have got autism and it's like insanely detrimental to their life. And they've got to go around wearing little headphones. And if you try and touch the headphones, they'll fucking body slam you. Like in There's Something About Mary. And it's like, yeah, that's a bit of a tough one. Like, would it be so bad if like, it sounds bad to say, doesn't it? Sounds bad to say. But it's like, if you could click your finger, okay, we need to be careful. But do you know what I mean? It's like, when lefties talk about this and they're like, oh no, or any, you know, you get right. In fact, righties do this as well, right? Righties do this too. It's like, oh, you think Down syndrome's bad? Well, this guy who's got like 1% Down syndrome, he's totally fine and he's doing all right. It's like, what about Mr. 99% back there who's totally fucked, who's bucking in his bed and he can't move because of his Down syndrome? What about that guy? I don't worry about him. Focus on Mr. 1%. Look at him. He's a handsome little chap, isn't he? And I tell you what, he's great at scrubbing dishes. He's down at the local Denny's scrubbing dishes for half price because he's got the Downs. He's having a great time of it. It's like, I don't care about him, all right? I care about the guy that's the bed blob. What about him? That's the person that we're trying to eradicate. No, I don't. Not when they're here, but I mean, as if they'd never existed. They never existed in the first place. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about eradicating anyone. I fully support disabled people. I don't mean eradicating anyone when they're here. I'm talking about the ethical question of whether it's acceptable to engage in eugenics to get rid of unfavorable traits from people. Okay, anyway. Let's keep going.
Like people with Down syndrome, you know what I mean?
You have completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that I'm pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome when we're talking about...
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland, they've
what
stated...
What does this have to do with trans rights?
Right, so we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes it the majority. It does not, even based on the source you pulled up. Okay. 24%.
Okay. I still believe that this is very much an effort. I think the left is intent on genociding trans people.
In what way?
Removing their ability to reproduce.
How are they removing their ability to reproduce?
By cutting off their testicles and removing their uteruses.
That is not the only operation that is done. There are trans people who maintain their same genitals as before. Right. Not everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery. That's a choice they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can, but it doesn't always. And you can be trans and not get any operations at all.
So I think you are... So like I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids, right? Your position, whether you support the moral issue of or not, results in many of them being sterile. For instance, the reason I use Jazz Jennings as an example, because this is a person on television with millions of followers who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children. I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never have a family. Jazz, the genetics of Jazz Jennings is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a human being, because I think genocide is wrong, right?
Why should her ability to be or have reproductive function, why should that concern you?
For the same reason the Uyghur Muslims in China.
What? Is that a serious question? Yeah, it is pretty concerning if someone is from a young age has their ability to have a kid taken away before they can really understand the ramifications of that. Yeah, that's pretty fucked, isn't it?
That concern me, like human rights issues. China, for instance,
but what if she never wants to have kids?
That's something you determine for yourself later in life.
Exactly. So why is it our business?
Because it's been...
Because it was taken away from her when she was a kid, before she could decide on the ramifications of that.
Removed before Jazz could have the ability
but
to
again,
make the conclusion.
That has nothing to do with us. She could decide to never want to have kids, and that's fine and valid.
Right, so my morals would be that a society protects the child.
Okay, so if, like, next door to you, there was a fucking surgery, and kids were getting taken in, and they were getting their fucking, bits removed for, just, get rid of it. You don't care about, you're not like, oh, hang on a minute, why are they doing that? That's a bit fucked up, isn't it? Like, you got no concern with that whatsoever. There's no thought process, and again, could you not like make the same like level of apathy towards like genital mutilation and stuff like that? Like, yeah, you can be apathetic about it if you want, I guess, but like, why are you so like, of course people are going to be concerned about that. And I honestly feel like Lance wouldn't be as apathetic about other, questions of this if it was another situation,
Children, because there's certain things you can't know until you're at least 24 or older when your brain is fully developed, which is why we don't allow people to drink and do certain drugs, whatever drugs are legal, until they're 21.
Join the military, though. That's not a problem.
If you can't drink till you're 21, if there's like you can't smoke till you're 18, this society absolutely recognizes you can't drive till a certain age. That the reason that the driving age is what it is. One of the arguments made, I think it was in Illinois, is that risk taking is a lot higher in youth than it is in older people. So the argument is once you're past 16, you go through driver's ed. That helps control for the higher risk taking of younger people. So we set an age limit. For someone who's 10 years old to be put on Lupron and then cross-sex hormones, they will never develop the ability to reproduce. So in the instance of Jazz, again, a famous individual who's very influential with millions of followers, there was never the ability to reproduce developed, which caused complications. Complications aside, that's Jazz's personal business. But the puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones did sterilize Jazz, 100% sterilization. Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. So I have concerns about having children, whether they choose to or their parents choose to. I think that's genocide.
I can kind of see your argument, because if a kid was a straight kid, just a kid, and they were like, a 12-year-old girl, and she was like, I don't want to have babies when I'm older. And the mom was like, okay, then we'll sterilize you right now. And they went and had the kid had a hysterectomy. I think that's illegal. I don't know, but I would imagine society needs to protect little kids from crazy parents that are like, just because a 12-year-old says they don't have babies later in life. So the fact that it is sterilizing as a byproduct, I think should be taken into account with the whole procedure.
I think that's still something that comes down to the individual and what they choose to do. And if someone is like, I want to have gender affirming care, knowing the risks, then why is that my business? It's the same thing with someone who wants to have a surgery that can have other complications. That's not my business. If someone had an appendix inflamed and they had to have their appendix out, there are potential complications that come from that, but I'm not going to prevent them from having healthcare and saying that you can't have a right to get your appendix out because every major...
Okay, it's not about preventing... I mean, I don't know exactly what Timble's position on this is. He's not really been clear about that, I don't think. But it's not about preventing them from doing it. But you can at least ask the question and go, well, how do we, make sure that we're not doing this unnecessarily? Also, I don't know. But this comes back to, does the treatment, outweigh the downsides that come with it? And in some cases, medical boards are saying, well, we don't know, so we need to investigate more before we, firmly go down that route with it. But yeah. Is he incapable of understanding they're talking about children who can't make decisions? I don't know, man.
Medical Association in the United States agrees that that is the best way to treat appendicitis. And in this case, when we're talking about trans people, every single medical association in the United States agrees on gender affirming care.
Then you know what they should do?
Every single one.
You know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective. But they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation. You talk about giving kids healthcare. That's not healthcare. Healthcare repairs something which is broken. You use the example of somebody's appendix not functioning properly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yes. So what you have to do in that instance is intervene so that the body can function as it is intended to. Destroying somebody's ability to procreate is demolishing the organ that you're claiming to treat, right? You're destroying the biological function rather than helping to improve it. That's not healthcare.
I want to pull this up too. This is from University of Utah, because I was reading about this recently.
I mean, obviously, he starts making a reasonable point at the start there, but then, of course, there's treatments that will destroy or damage a part of your body, but it's done because of some other positive impact or influence that will come about, as a result of it. So, I don't think that argument of like, well, you're destroying it. Yeah, sure. But if there's other positive outcomes that are going to come from it, like the problem isn't that, it's done at all. The problem is it's done incorrectly or done excessively to a point where kids are being put in a position where they can't procreate because they're wrongly going through this process, So at that point, it's like, well, where do we put the cutoff? Maybe we put it older, guarantee that people under this age aren't getting it, and have more steps in place to make sure that eventuality isn't reached unless it's certain that that is the right way forward, But yeah.
It goes on to mention that hormone replacement therapy can make you sterile, and that it's important.
It can.
It's important to preserve your sperm, it says, if you're trans feminine. Otherwise, the hormone therapy may make it impossible for you to have biological children. If someone is put on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones as a child, they will never have the ability to preserve their reproductive functions.
So if you're put on puberty blockers, they are reversible. You can stop being on puberty blockers and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were worried about being taken away. When it comes to Jazz Jennings specifically, she's actually made statements about this because, I was just looking this up. Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today. What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year did she make that statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments, which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said
again, like I feel like, of course, who was that person that he quoted there? That wasn't Jazz Jennings, was it? I thought Jazz Jennings was unhappy with the whole fiasco.
At all. When I was 11, I started male puberty, and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers. She's actually super worried about being taken away for
ability to preserve.
Being on puberty blockers, and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were worried about being taken away. When it comes to Jazz Jennings specifically, she's actually made statements about this because, you know, I was just looking this up. Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today. What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year did she make that statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments.
I mean, even if Jazz Jennings herself is like saying she was comfortable with it, there's definitely people that detransition that aren't happy with it. So, you know, I mean, if Jazz has stated that she's happy with it, Tim's mistake is focusing on Jazz Jennings. But there's definitely people out there who express regret, you know, with their transition. But admittedly, I don't know anything about the Jazz Jennings situation, so I don't fucking know what the context of that statement was. Tim seemed to be giving the idea that, like, she was forced into it when she was young, so I need to look into it more, really.
Which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said it's really weird talking about someone's genitals, it's a purity argument, which the left typically never makes. That's why I said it's a very weird thing for you to do. Approaching this from an academic perspective, we would make a few arguments about whether or not a person can truly understand they've lost the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place, the psychological and the philosophical implications of stripping away a person's ability to reproduce before they were old enough to even know what that was. So, for example, if you take an adult human, female or male, and remove their genitals by force,
all right,
they will be very, very upset.
Yo,
extremely upset. In fact, it's a form of torture in a lot of countries. It's meant to terrify. If you took away their ability to...
Do you know what that makes me think of? We've got about 30 minutes left and we've watched all of it. How based is that? Who's seen the Saw movies? You know, in Saw 2 at the end, there's that bird that's all like sassy and that, and she gets called a cunt by the guy, and she cuts his whole dick off and feeds it to dogs. That's fucking classic. That's an absolutely classic moment. I just thought of that talking about moving genitals.
Feel sexual satisfaction. It's a form of torture. In fact, female circumcision is horrifying to the world.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to be honest with you, the way Tim was painting it, it sounded like Jazz Jennings is someone that regrets the transition. But then, you know, Lance has brought up a comment that's like, no, she's cool with it. But, you know, again, I don't know enough about it. Apparently, she like transitioned when she was very young, so who fucking knows? But nonetheless, you know, I think you could just make a broader point, and rather than focus on Jazz Jennings, I think you could make a broader point, just talk about detransitioners in general and the risks that come with putting someone on a pathway which leads to sterilization that they can't necessarily come back from. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, this sounds like there could be, you know, like that's the life she's lived, so she's come to grow accustomed to it. I don't fucking know either way.
World. And it actually was huge controversies up in Dearborn, Michigan, because what it would do is it would result in women who are as adults could not feel anything and they were effectively used as like objects for their husbands. So in making an academic argument, we would say Jazz Jennings does not understand.
No, I'm talking about, what's the other one? Hostel 2. Jigsaw 2 is when it's in the house. Saw 2 is when it's in the house. Sorry, I fucked up. You're probably thinking, what? There was no dicks in Saw 2. I want to play a game. Right, guys, come on, 1,000 bits. We can do this.
And that's fine if Jazz is happy. That's great. The argument into the greater is Jazz will never have kids. Fact statement. I think it's wrong to take away that from someone who doesn't understand what it is.
What if they don't want kids?
They will decide that when they're an adult and have assessed the circumstances. But Jazz can't actually feel any of this. Jazz can't feel. This was a study. There's a doctor who came out, did a Zoom video on it, specifically, I think, referring to Jazz. That
thanks, Mark.
Jazz will never experience any adult satisfaction or desire. And so the question then becomes, why did Jazz get bottom surgery? My question: why do you think Jazz got bottom surgery?
Oh, I don't have to ask that. She explained why.
She
said that she's satisfied with it.
That
should be the extent of it.
What did she say?
I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and I'm living as a proud woman today. Yes, I do struggle with mental health and always have, but it's not because I transitioned, and it's unfortunately something many LGBTQ plus people face. Why? Because it has a lot to do with hate and a lack of acceptance that we receive in society, like I was saying before. So to all of you speaking about our mental health for views and calling our families abusers for supporting our transition, you are the only abusers.
So what was the purpose of the bottom surgery?
It affirmed her gender.
Of anyone.
It affirmed her gender.
What does that mean, affirmed gender?
So you have, and all of us have, a gender identity that we want to express in one way or another. And with hers, she affirmed her gender through the process of getting bottom surgery to look more and feel more like a woman.
Why do you think Jazz stopped dilating?
I don't know.
Probably because it hurt.
But if this was an important part of affirmation.
See, this is the thing. Now he's talking about the dilating thing. Oh, man. That's a whole rabbit hole. Is there a video I can watch about Jazz Jennings at some point that is like a bit more down the middle? Like not like too right or too left. Just like, here is the situation.
You'd think Jazz would maintain it.
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity. So again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like to try and say like you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like, I don't know if she ever wants kids because I don't know who she is, but that's a decision for her to make between her and her doctor. Has nothing to do with me.
Why would any trans child get a bottom surgery?
Again, to affirm their gender.
What age was Jazz when they got bottom surgery? "17."
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Why does Lance look like Elephant Man had face reconstruction surgery?
What? Lance looks fine. Why even go at his face? 17. Extremely young. 17 isn't extremely young. I think a 17-year-old could potentially consent to that. But we were saying 11. Okay, I've got to be honest with you. I don't want to go down the Jazz Jennings rabbit hole. Okay, 17 going on 20.
So
as part of gender affirming care.
And
children don't get bottom surgery, by the way. It's usually over 18.
Well, Jazz was 17.
Yeah.
Right, and so there are exceptions,
and
yes, but average age is over 18.
Was
like Boston's Children's Hospital has never done that on anyone under the age of 18. The average age for bottom surgery is over 18 years old.
So
overwhelmingly.
Why would I just don't understand why the it's not penile inversion vaginoplasty. I don't know what it's called because Jazz didn't have a penis. What's the purpose of making the hole, the space? What's the purpose of that?
The operation is because it gives them it affirms their gender through the process of having a similar genitalia to a cis woman.
So what's the purpose of it?
I just explained that.
So the purpose of it is just feeling, just emotion.
No, the purpose of it is part of affirming who they are through a surgery that makes them look and feel more like a.
Is Tim really? Does he really not understand why they won't have this surgery? I don't know, man. Listen, Lance has done a bit of the old acting dumb question and stuff, but I don't know. Does Tim really not understand the reasoning?
A version of a woman that they want to be. You don't have to. There's not a template. That's not the only version a woman can be. There's other versions of how a woman can be and look, but that's the version that she wanted.
So what?
Oh, okay. Right. He's trying to say it's cosmetic, right?
What I'm trying to understand is why create a permanent wound for the purpose of a man to have sex with in order to affirm the identity of someone who can't feel any of that?
Well, first off, I have no idea about the actual
Oh, okay. I see what he's doing. So he's reversing the gender, the genital argument, right? Also, the way it's been spoken about is kind of making me feel a bit nauseous. Fuck me. Yeah, he's trying to do the Uno Reverso on the the genital. Why are you speaking about genitals?
Sensations that people experience after these kind of surgeries, but that's not my business. And the second thing would be, I don't believe it's a wound. I believe it's an operation to have a genital change. That's it. To describe it as a wound is just very crude.
But it's factually a wound, right? I'm trying to avoid the right calls it a mutilation or an abomination. I'm not saying that.
Well, it's still crude to just call it a wound. After it's healed, I'm sure there's no more wounds or scars or anything.
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives because it is a wound.
Okay, tell us your thoughts on. Okay, can we just? I don't. This is honestly a bit. Me. I think we like. I feel like we can have the conversation about trans stuff without going down this insane route. Okay, I'm listening.
Like, I'm being academic. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. The right calls it mutilation and abomination. The reason they have to use dilators for the rest of their lives is because it is factually a wound.
But you're asking me a question that I can't answer because I'm not this individual. I don't know why someone would want to get that surgery because I'm cis and I don't experience it.
Okay, can I just cut to the chase on this, right? I've looked up, obviously, different things. I've seen ones that look fine, and I've seen other ones that look like an absolute dog's dinner. And then I've seen other ones where it's gone wrong, and it's like a total disaster. And it's like, oh, fuck me. Some you look at and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Decent work. The other one you're like, oh, God. Like opening a can of fucking pedigree chum. Jesus Christ. But mind you, though, to be honest with you, I've had the same with cis women as well. I've had the same with cis women too. Both looking on the internet and in real life. You're like, oh, Jesus. The visual sensation and the oh God, it's terrible business. Okay. Can we stop talking about vaginas now, honestly?
These kind of things. But if someone wants to, but Tim, if someone wants to and it makes them feel better and improves their quality of life, then why do we have to get in the way of that?
Well, can I interject here?
My position is for adults, I agree. And I had the argument with Tom Fitton. He said it should be banned outright. So I disagree.
Mm-hmm. But overwhelmingly, when you look at the data, when it happens to children, it improves their psychological distress. It removes and lowers suicidal ideation. It shows in the data that it helps them.
That's not true, man. So the studies you have here, the study you have here, the largest one. So first of all, as I mentioned, there have been no controlled randomized trial, but the largest study you cited there, the largest study that you cited there does not say what you think it says. The Stanford University one, it was 27,000 people who were surveyed in 2015, and then there were 2 analyses done of these studies by Jack Turbin, and he lumped data together and did a few manipulative things to get the results he wanted. But there's 2 very important things to mention, which is firstly, this study was based on convenience sampling. So they were speaking with people who were sent to them by LGBTQ advocacy groups and groups that they reached out to. So you're already not getting an unbiased population sample there. And then they were determining whether that person received puberty blockers and other such treatments or hadn't, but they didn't go over the reasons. In fact, the people who hadn't received puberty blockers or those kinds of treatments didn't receive them because they weren't allowed to. And one of the requirements for being able to receive that kind of treatment is some level of psychological stability, which means the people who weren't on puberty blockers in that study were more likely to be psychologically unstable, which we would expect to produce a higher suicide rate, but that wasn't controlled for. On top of that, the data actually shows that the men who are on estrogen were more likely to become suicidal. But what he ended up doing, that's true, what he ended up doing was lumping them together. So he said people on cross-sex hormones are less likely to commit suicide because according to the sample he had of women, that was true enough to overcompensate for the increased likelihood of suicidality in the men. And he just threw them all together as if a man taking estrogen is the same thing as a woman taking testosterone, and we could expect the same medical outcomes. So, and I'm saying that's bullshit.
So to respond to you, I do have a number of peer-reviewed studies related to this.
And if they're as good as that one, I'm telling you, they're trash.
Mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care. February 25th, 2022.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you, this guy's a mixed bag. He said some things I agree with and some things I disagree with. So God. Listen, I don't care about the studies, okay? Just get back to talking about the trans pussies. I'm begging you.
This one shows kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression, 73% lower odds of suicidality. Gender identity 5 years after social transition. This one is in the American Academy of Pediatrics, peer-reviewed, July 13th, 2022, between 317 youth. They found 94% binary transgender stayed the same, only 2.5% reverting as cisgender, 3.5% as non-binary trans. A UK 2019 study of 3,398 people who had gender-affirming care found that only 0.4...
Yeah, honestly, I don't understand why we're talking about the studies. The science is settled, okay? Support trans kids. Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever!
7% regretted it. Another one, the impacts of strong parental support for trans youth, found that parents who support trans youth, this was 433 participants, double-blind study, 93% reduction in reported suicides.
So why do
hold on, and I think we can all have the good faith that you did as much work fact-checking those studies as you did the one I just tore apart, but I didn't have time to go into every single bit of statistical information you would bring here.
This is the problem with, like you mentioned, going to studies back and forth or whatever. So that's why I'm fine with... I'm not here to change your morals, right?
Oh, I know.
And that's fine. So my question would just be, why do you think it is that in Europe they've abandoned these practices?
A lot of it was political.
Not true. Absolutely not true. Where's the evidence that it was political, man? It was based on an analysis of the data and information available. How was it political?
If you look at the history of it, especially when it came to puberty blockers and how that was handled, it was in large part a political decision that both medical groups, advocates, as well as pro-LGBTQ organizations outwardly protested. And especially, like, I know you're going to bring up Finland, I believe was one of the countries that did it, Sweden as well.
The UK.
Yeah, and in a number of cases,
Denmark,
this is something in which experts...
But the thing is, you've got these different countries with different like histories and legacies and fucking political ideologies, political systems, different viewpoints, etc. Some more socially forward than others or whatever, all come into this conclusion, and that's all just political. I mean, what an absolutely dumb fuck take. What do you even say to that?
Experts in the fields of endocrinology, pediatrics, they were very opposed to it. It was politicians who were pushing for this. And so this was a political decision.
What?
This is why I don't like when...
That's not true at all. These medical boards, in separation to whatever the politicians did or didn't say, came to these conclusions. Where's he getting this from? He's making this up.
Politics get directly involved in medical decisions because, I mean, like you were saying, if you want to look up the actual organizations that support this, it's every major medical association in the United States. Every one, without fail.
But they're for profit. A lot of times, if you don't get politically involved in the medical industry, they'll experiment on humans for money.
And also,
some of them are,
fair,
some of them are not. If I listed them to you right now, because I have the list, some of these are not for-profit institutions just looking to make a fucking buck. Some of these are just genuinely concerned about child health care.
And some of them have various, ideological biases. This isn't always about money all the time. But if you're going to reject what Tim is saying about medical institutions no longer performing these operations in Nordic Europe.
So the organizations in Europe are making these decisions for political reasons, right? But the American institutions, there's no politics there. They're just concerned with child health care. How can that... This is like a stupid fucking position to hold. How the fuck can you argue this? What is it about these American institutions? What does he think American institutions are suddenly beyond reproach now? The fucking lefty Lance who constantly fucking talks about bad Americanism from different aspects. Oh my God, man.
Because you're claiming those institutions have become political. I don't know how you could give any credibility to the American ones.
So it's not the medical...
Do you think the American model of practicing medicine is better than the model in Nordic Europe?
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
It's not the organizations themselves that have done it distinctly. It was politicians and political organizations as well as think tanks that were pushing for it. And it was...
That's not true. This is complete fabrication. That's not what happened at all. In the UK... a lot of the changes that have come about are because of an independent review that has been conducted by someone called Dr. Hilary Cass, a paediatrician, who has been looking into all of this fucking gubbins. It's an independent review. It's not just like, oh, politics want it to happen, so it's happening. He's just lying. He's just making it up. Or maybe, I don't know. I mean, he must be getting it from somewhere, surely. Oh my God, this is so insufferable.
Was a lot of experts in the field that directly wanted it not to happen, that were fighting against
But then
it.
why is it the case that the nation that started doing this earlier than any of the others was the Netherlands? They started around 1990 administering puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children who purported to be struggling with feelings of dysphoria. And so they have some of the longest term data available on this. And what they found is that transitioning has no effect on suicidality.
That's part of the studies that I'm interested in, is the suicide stuff. Like in 2022, they measured a bunch of people that transitioned. They were suicidal. They transitioned. Now they're not. But it's like, hey, that was 8 months ago. Like, how are you going to feel in 4 years from now? So it's hard to say like now they're no longer suicidal just because they're like, yeah, I'm not suicidal now. But like we need long-term studies.
We do need to go to super chats because we're way past. But I do want to ask another just question. Like, do you think the Earth is overpopulated?
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
No, I want more people. I love people. I want more birth. I want more humans. I love everybody, man. I want more people on this planet.
But what about climate change?
Climate change is coming. It's real. It's happening right now.
But I mean,
but you're not Malthusian then.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
okay.
But more people means more climate change. You got more mouths to feed. You got more fuels to burn.
But more orgasms.
It would also means more scientists figuring out how to cure the carbon problem.
That was kind of weird, right?
But more humans doesn't necessarily mean more climate change, because more.
I'm gonna say, why? Okay, I just. Not for jazz.
More humans might figure out better ways to balance out the climate.
I'll just say one last thing, and we'll go to super chats, and then I guess I want to try and get to the members only port. Actually, man, I feel bad for going long. We should go to the members portion so we can do audience Q&A and stuff.
There's some big super chats in here.
I'll try and grab as many as I can, and then we'll try to we'll go straight to Q&A for the members only portion. But my attitude is I'm not a conservative. I'm pro-choice. I think I've got my morality, but in the long term, I really don't care that leftists are sterilizing and aborting their children.
I thought you did care.
From a moral position, but like, I'm not a conservative like Seamus, where Seamus is very much like we have to end this because it's wrong. I'm not a conservative. If a woman is going to get an abortion at a certain age, I'm like, I disagree with it, but I'm more libertarian in the respect of like people can choose to do what they want to do. I think it's certainly wrong to sterilize kids, but the end result is the future is going to be a bunch of Christian conservatives and Muslims.
And
that's not a hereditary thing. There's people that are born, like, obviously the chances are like, yeah, sure, you'd end up Christian, but there's not. You can be born a Muslim and not be a Muslim anymore, right? I don't know, man. Inshallah.
So like it's a self.
Mormonism.
Yes, but the Jewish population diaspora is like 12 million, and Christians and Muslims are billions. So like,
but that's happened in Israel, right? Where the more religious Jews have more children, and so they're dominating elections.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so we saw this since the year 2000. Liberals have been effectively shrinking. Gen Z is the first generation in 100 years to slightly move towards conservative in some areas. Likely not because Gen Z is becoming conservative, but because there's less liberal Gen Zers than there are conservative ones. So the end result of all of this is just like, look, man, I'm not going to convince you to vote the way I would vote. I'm not going to convince Seamus to vote that way I would vote. But it doesn't matter anyway, because in 100 years, you guys are sterilizing and aborting your kids. End of story.
Wait a minute, not you.
Well, yeah, I'm saying from the political.
He's
left,
saying
right.
I represent the left to him.
Do you? Do you feel like you represent the left?
He called himself a leftist.
I don't feel I represent the left. No.
Well, you called yourself a leftist.
But I'm a proud leftist. I wear that. I don't have to hide that. I don't hide my power levels. I don't wear some kind of like hidden power.
My point is just this, right?
I'm just saying I'm like there's no single voice for the left. I'm not the voice of the left.
No, sure. I'm just saying the left will cease to exist. Mm-hmm. And the middle and the right will supplant it, and then the middle will become the left, and the right will stay the right.
Here's what I'll say, is that LGBTQ plus people were heavily persecuted by a lot of different groups, including the Nazis at one point or another in history. And you just can't get rid of them.
And the communists.
If you and the communists.
Yeah,
and if you were to get
Che
rid
Guevara,
of
man.
every single queer, if you got rid of every single gay, every single lesbian, every single bisexual, every single trans person, if you got rid of all of them in a generation or two, they would reappear because they're a part of us. They're a part of humanity. They're a part of all of us. They just exist. They are a part of the human experience.
Yeah, but I think that chart you showed with the left-handed thing.
Yeah.
If Christians and Muslims start dominating, they're going to be repressed, right? So the idea is it's like basic math. We saw this in 2000. Liberals were having 1.45 kids and conservatives having 2.01 kids. So conservatives were at replacement levels and liberals weren't. 20 years later, we see slightly more for the first time ever conservative Gen Zers in some areas. Gen Z is about, according to Pew, as progressive as millennials. In some areas, are a little bit more progressive. In some areas, are a little bit more conservative, which is shocking because every generation was skewing more progressive. This is likely due to the fact, not like I said, not that children were like, I'm conservative now, but conservatives had more kids. So it really doesn't matter what your position is if your position is less kids for the left and more kids for the right.
So you think transgender people should have more kids?
I would love it if trans people and LGBT people had children and families. That's my personal morality. But the end result is there is one faction that is pro-abortion, unrestricted, and in favor of practices which result in a substantial rate of sterilization for children. Conservatives, be it Muslim or Christian or Jewish, don't do these things. And so the future is very obviously going to be an Abrahamic conservative country.
Yeah, but we need a more scientific religion in the future. This is another 2-hour conversation, maybe.
Let's read some super chats and then we'll try to get the members only Q&A straight to the Q&A, and I'll try and find some good super chat questions just to make sure. Carly says, as a woman who's had an abortion and given birth later in life, this man needs to do some research, but he sure has some balls for having this conversation on TIMCAST. Well, I respect it, absolutely. I thought it was a good conversation.
The SERFS TV.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching.
Yeah, what is it? YouTube.com/TheSerfs TV.
Yeah, everywhere social media is sold at the Surfs TV if you want to hear my musings. And I will add that while I do distinctly disagree with most of the takes of the people on this panel, they've been very friendly and very nice to me, and they put me in a nice hotel. And Ian is just as friendly in real life as everyone led him to believe.
I'm going to the moon with you, dude.
Let me. Here's one from Marby Doug. He says, please ask your guest if he feels the same about bodily autonomy with regards to the vaccines.
Ooh,
yeah, I think you should have the right whether or not you want to take the vaccine.
So you would disagree with the vaccine mandate?
A forcible vaccine mandate? I mean, for the purposes of freedom, yes, but it sucks. That's one of those, like, it sucks, but of course, I don't think people should be forced to have to take a jab against their will.
Like if the government said in order to go to
government
school...
like a government mandated vaccine program, I disagree with, in that like every single human being is like strapped down and like, oh, I don't want to take it, but you have to, kind of thing.
But you would be okay with like every facet of society saying we require vaccines?
Oh, when there was a vaccination, like, what was the word for it? Like a segregation of people who were vaccinated and unvaccinated.
Well, like, you oppose the government holding you down and vaccinating you.
Yes, I think you should have a choice whether or not you should do that. But other people should have a choice whether or not they get sick from you because you didn't vaccinate yourself.
Do you think the government should be allowed to mandate vaccines for public accommodation?
Yeah, for certain things, of course. Like, we already do that for hospitals. You have to be vaccinated if you're a nurse or a doctor against a host of different things for obvious medical reasons. And I think that serves an important purpose.
So...
Same thing with the military. The military is mandatory vaccination for the same reasons.
But so your line is bodily autonomy, but not participation in society.
Well, you can choose whether or not to be a doctor. You can choose whether or not to be in the military.
Well, I mean, like going to a cafe or a movie or something, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that there are certain things where it makes sense from a scientific standpoint where, like, if you're a doctor or nurse, yeah, that probably is something that you should be vaccinated for. It depends if that is directly going to have an impact on the broader society if people get sick writ large.
But that means no bodily autonomy.
No bodily autonomy.
Well, I think, what would probably land better with this audience, I would have thought, would be to say, well, a private business can determine the circumstances by which they're going to allow people. I don't think the government can force a business to, demand a vaccine or not demand a vaccine. It's up to the business to decide. The only exception maybe is like hospitals or places like that where you do need a higher standard to visit. But then, even then, I think visiting, sure, but like if you need to be treated for something, I don't know this idea that it's like, oh, you're not vaccinated, well then we're not going to treat you, motherfucker. Which some progressives kind of, Like I can't. There was some drama about it. It was like a hospital that was doing triage, and it was to do with the vaccine. I can't even fucking remember what it was. The hospital I work at requires a flu vaccine, but not a COVID vaccine. Like, you know, I don't think you should be prevented from having treatment because you're not vaccinated. But obviously, like, you shouldn't just be able to go into a hospital and visit someone as a, you know, a social thing, or, you know, to see them if you're not vaccinated, maybe, if they're like high risk or something. I don't fucking know exactly what the standard is. It is tricky, isn't it? It is tricky, the vaccine thing. Yeah, I think if there was a condition, I mean, if the death rate was 50%, we'd have other problems on our hands. But if the death rate was high enough, I think there probably is an argument. I think I'd probably be more accepting of a more forceful government policy. If there was something that was like contagion and it was like ravaging us, and there was a bunch of people who were like refusing to get it. I think it also depends on what the vaccine does. Because if the vaccine meant that I couldn't get it no matter what, then I don't really care what someone else does. Good luck to you. But if it meant it reduced my chances of getting it or the severity, but I can still get it, and there's a high chance it would kill me, then yeah, I'd probably be like, yeah, get that motherfucker to take it as well. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. I don't know if it's easy to give like a firm answer for that. Anyway,
like up to a point, you can choose whether or not to go to the movies. That's your choice. You can choose whether or not to join the military.
So that's my point, right? You don't agree with the government holding you down, but you do agree with the government excising you from society.
We already accept this. The government does that in a variety of ways already.
Right. So the limit is for
we already live in that
Madison
society.
Square Garden, for instance, had a vaccine requirement, and I think Joe Rogan had to refund tickets because he set up the show before the requirement, and it was the government that imposed the requirement on all the businesses. So the vaccine mandate, there's two ways to look at it. I think what they're asking is ostracizing or excising someone from society is a vaccine mandate, right? Restricting someone's ability.
You have an ability to. You have a choice to do it whether you want to or not. It's whether or not you can have.
I mean, the problem is if it's like, right, we're not going to force you to get the vaccine, but you're not allowed to do anything. It's like we kind of are putting someone in a position where they have to. You know, if it's like, right, you can, I mean, I don't know, what would it be? You can't go to the cinema, you can't go to the shops, you can't go on holiday, you can't go to the hospital, you can't go here, you can't go there. You're kind of basically, it's like a mandate by proxy, right? Yeah, I think that I think the position would be, it depends on the severity and stuff. In terms of COVID, I feel like we forgot how bad COVID got. It was like pretty fucking severe. What gives you the right to infect others? The problem becomes of the bodily autonomy argument, though, doesn't it? But then if the bodily autonomy comes at the cost of a pandemic ravaging our country, like, that's kind of fucked, isn't it? I think Lance is trying to allude to something like no shoes, no service, and how we already limit freedom in some ways.
Convenience and pleasure.
But I guess the problem with something like that is, like, if you wear shoes, that's like a kind of reasonable expectation, and it's not something where you have to inject your body with, you know, a medical. It's a medical autonomy thing as well, right? Did anyone ever get sick from an uninfected, unvaccinated person? No, you can't get sick from an uninfected, unvaccinated person, can you? Because you haven't got it, right?
In society, and it's obviously a big inconvenience if you don't get to go to see Madison Square Garden, of course.
So,
but this is a by case basis as well, right?
The government can pressure you to do it. They can take away
pressure, for sure,
privileges and access until you do it.
As a matter of public safety, we already allow this. The government does this in a variety of ways for a ton of different things.
I get concerned about that phrase, public safety, because if another...
Oh, yeah, sure, Rabbit Wombat. Yeah. That's the yeah. I think that, okay, I think this is what it is, right? I don't think you have to be vaccinated, but I think if you don't want to get vaccinated, I think you have to be able to prove that you're not infected in order to participate in certain... Yeah, that for me, I think is the kind of compromise, right? So if people don't want to get vaccinated, you can't literally force them, but you can't excise them from society. As long as they can provide an up-to-date test that shows they're not infected, I think that's probably a good compromise, right? Yeah, I think that probably would be where I'd land on it. I mean, obviously it's an inconvenience, but then that's what you have to take the inconvenience because, you don't want to get vaccinated, right? That you're the outlier in that situation. You're like the minority of people that don't want to get the vaccination.
If they're like, this common cold is very...
You should have to wear some mark. Yeah, you should have to wear a little yellow badge that says unvaxxed, uninfected.
Very contagious. Hey, we have a vaccine ready for it. And I'm like, let's do some long-term studies. Vaccines can be very dangerous if they're not studied properly. So maybe that's another conversation to have. I think it's very important not to let the medical industry govern us.
Well,
that's why we have a government.
Also, this isn't all axiomatic, right? So you could have the position that under no circumstances would you ever support the government mandating.
I mean, that was the exact solution that a lot of places came up with, right? It was like, if you're unvaccinated, that's fine, but you have to provide proof that you aren't currently infected. You have to provide a negative COVID test. That was like a solution a lot of places used. That was okay, wasn't it?
Vaccines, you could be of the position that you would be in favor of it, but just not for a disease with the infection and mortality rate that COVID has. There's a lot of different approaches.
So Admar says, this guest looks like the kid of Brendan Fraser and Justin Long.
Did you get that, Brendan Fraser?
Not an insult.
Oh, my life. I've been called Brendan Fraser my entire life. It's a running meme.
Tim, I gotta
read this one.
There was a super...
Yeah, no, sure. There's definitely an issue where it's like, right, get the vaccine. And it's like, I don't want to get the vaccine. And it's like, okay, so here's the things that we're going to put in place. Yeah, the fast flow test or whatever, maybe that can come for a while. But in any case, it's like, right, if you don't want to get the vaccine, here's some things that you can do. Wear a mask, do this, provide a negative test or whatever it is. And it's like some people were just like, I don't want to do any of that. And I think at some point, it is fair enough that you've got to go, well, if you're not willing to pitch in some way to try and mitigate the spread of this pandemic, like, we've all got to pitch in together to try and move forward. And if you're not willing to do that, and you just want to try and engage in your life in a way that doesn't take into account that we're in the middle of a pandemic, I think I'm probably okay with having they're just going to have to accept there's going to be limitations they're going to have to deal with if they're not willing to do any of the reasonable measures to move forward from the pandemic. So yeah, aren't you pro-choice? What's that got to do with what I just said?
I love how they call me a kid, by the way. Hey, just so everyone knows, I'm the oldest person in this room.
No, I'm 44.
Oh, okay, never mind. I take that back.
Dude.
I gotta read it. I gotta read this one. This is important. 1776's Life says, what is a woman?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah.
A woman is an adult human female.
Easy enough.
I agree with that.
Wait a second. Well, yo, Lance, that's the fucking turf argument, isn't it? Hang on a minute. Do you know, I kind of respect that, but is that not going against the idea of self-ID, which you professed earlier?
So trans women are not women?
Oh, also, absolutely.
I would answer that. What is a woman?
Females.
A woman is hot.
Trans women aren't female; they're male.
No, they're female.
So.
Okay, no, it is a bit okay. Right. But okay, it is a dumb point. Okay, I thought he was actually maybe doing something clever there, but no, he's not. He's just going to say that trans women are female. Okay, great, good one.
They have female gametes and whatnot.
Oh, this is actually very interesting. Do you want to talk about gametes? So in embryonic development, when you have two gametes, obviously the sperm and the egg, they combine, right? Usually it's the 23rd chromosome, the XX or the XY, that is going to determine whether or not someone becomes a male.
Okay, why can't we just say trans women are trans women? Why do they have to be women? I just don't get it. Is that like that big a deal? Wasn't that, hang on a minute, wasn't that like the thing we did for ages and everything was okay? I don't know, man. What do I know? What do I know?
Or a female, but that's not always the case. There are exceptions to this, known as people with differences of sexual development, DSDs, or intersex people.
It's like
there could be other combinations.
0.017 or something.
It's on a conservative estimate, 0.6% to 2% of the population. There is more intersex people in America than there.
Oh my God, is he doing the intersex thing? Oh fuck!
They combine, right? Usually it's the 23rd chromosome, the XX or the XY, that is going to determine whether or not someone becomes a male or a female. But that's not always the case. There are exceptions to this, known as people with differences of sexual development, DSDs, or intersex people.
It's like
there could be other combinations.
0.017 or something.
It's on a conservative estimate, 0.6% to 2% of the population. There is more intersex people in America than there are redheads. So there's a lot of intersex people, and
that's if you go with the 2%.
That's if you go with the 2%. Seamus is completely right, but I do want to add one really interesting thing about this.
How does that mean a female is a male?
So here's the neatest part. There are individuals who have XY chromosomes, which is normally what is going to be a male, right? You develop it. It's not the only factor, by the way. It's a push and pull with hormones and other stuff like that. But there
a lot of the measures from, yeah, I mean, I agree with you that COVID is like, you know, we're golden. Obviously, you got a couple of mullered people in wheelchairs that are like, oh no, I'm immunocompromised. Wait, no, please, like, fucking listen, Wheels, we're all right now. Why don't you fucking scuttle off back to your little lair, okay? We're doing fine now. We're all good. If you're immunocompromised, go over there and get away from me, all right? I'm going to cough on you. Anyway, yeah, it's just that we're talking about it. But obviously, the COVID stuff is largely past. And I think we're you know, pretty chill with it now, right?
There are people who have XY chromosomes. So if you looked at their bones years into the future and you analyze them, they would be genetically male, but they have a specific condition that suppresses testosterone, which makes them develop 100% like women. We are all templates. We are all templates, and based on hormones, the expression of gender, and different factors, we turn in one direction or the other towards more male or more female.
Certain drugs don't affect?
There's like intersex is like a tiny fraction of the population. Where's he getting that 2% from? Okay, what is this? I was railing on the studies earlier. What's this? Is it just arguing that there's a broad definition that is being used to bring that 2% argument about, but in reality it's less than 0.1%? Is that what it is?
Men and women the same way?
Exactly. And that's the interesting thing, but we can hijack this entire process. If we take hormones, so if we take testosterone or estrogen, we suddenly can have traits that are more feminine or masculine, the redistribution of fat, the growth of breasts, the length of hair, all that kind of stuff.
But it doesn't change your sex, and that's okay. It doesn't have to change your fucking sex. Why are we so insistent on this?
So the socialist wants to redistribute the fat.
so here's what I'm getting to is I think it was in 1993 they passed a law in the United States that required clinical testing to be done on men and women separately because women are affected by drugs differently. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they found that painkillers, for instance, didn't work on women, and so these male doctors were all like, "These women are sissies; they can't take the pain." When in reality, it's like the painkillers weren't working.
Yeah, they were being
and they also in these studies found that the differences between males and females, you can't change through hormones. For instance, fast twitch muscle fiber, collagen in the skin, prenatal testosterone, the impact, that won't change from later in life taking hormones. Mm-hmm. So a male's not a female, female's not a male. Sex is bimodal. I think if you ask...
It's genuinely not. Any
it's
scientist...
Not bimodal?
Totally is.
We've gone from the left saying that sex is bimodal to not rejecting it, or are you just incorrect?
I think I'm incorrect. Hold on.
Do you know what bimodal means?
I don't know.
It means that intersex people exist and that there's an overlap between the two bell curves.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're totally right. This is I'll take a big L right there. Sorry.
That means that 97% of females will have statistically average female traits.
Yes, you're correct. The reason I wanted to jump on that though is because you're saying that just because you have XY chromosomes, that means by definition you're male. That's not true.
I didn't say that.
He did just. You went. I'll take the L. I've got to respect that.
Okay.
Jesus,
do you know about the South African beauty queen where she is by all there's a documentary on her. By all accounts, if you saw her, you'd be like, this is just a gorgeous, beautiful woman. She has all the parts of a woman. She has breasts. She has, a vagina, all that stuff. But she is intersex, and her chromosomes are XY. So if you looked at her genetics, she's genetically male.
And this isn't. But accepting that we want rights for all people, including intersex.
Okay, but with that being said, how does that make a trans woman female? Just
sex people doesn't change the fact that they make up a relatively small portion of society.
0.6 to 2%.
So can I make a point here?
So a biological male cannot become a biological female.
No one is saying they can. No.
You just did.
No.
He just did.
No, I didn't. Not whatsoever.
I asked you what a woman was.
Yes, an adult human female.
And I said, is a trans woman a female? You said yes.
I said a trans woman is a woman, and they absolutely are. This is not a gotcha.
But a woman is a female.
Cis women and trans women are different, and trans women do not say that they're cis women. They don't, and that's what makes them trans.
They say they're women.
Okay, that is just complete bullshit. I've seen plenty of fucking trans women argue that.
I might have misheard, so correct me if I am wrong. Did he just say there are more intersex people than redheads?
I think he did say that, yeah, which is obviously wrong.
They are.
And I said, is a trans woman a female? You said yes.
I said a trans woman is a woman, and they absolutely are. This is not a gotcha.
But a woman is a female.
Cis women.
He said a woman is an adult human female. Okay. Oh, okay. Well.
And trans women are different, and trans women do not say that they're cis women. They don't, and that's what makes them trans.
They say they're women.
Yeah, of course, because black women and white women are different, but they're both women.
But trans women and
a cis woman are different, but they're both
woman is female.
Women. An adult human female.
A trans woman is male. That's what makes them trans.
They are not male.
So I just want to make a point.
What? Okay, man. I don't know where to go with this one, man. Honestly,
but a woman is female.
They are assigned.
Assigned.
You're assigned your gender at birth. So we're only
gender
one.
is observed.
We're two, right? We're two super chats in.
I feel like a trans woman is a man, and a trans man is a woman, and they're both. You're both a trans woman and a man together.
They don't
never
see it that
stop
way.
becoming one. You always are both.
They don't see it that way.
I think the point about like intersex or some people having chromosomes that don't exactly match up with their sex is not the problem is not a problem for what is termed the gender binary by the left.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the best way to define sex is based on gametes, the role a person plays in reproduction. And Tim mentioned gametes and not chromosomes. So I would define a female as someone whose reproductive anatomy is ordered towards gestation. And then a male is someone whose reproductive anatomy...
I mean, this is all well and good, but then the other side of it is like, this is useless in our day-to-day interactions, right? In our day-to-day interactions, we're not going to be considering gametes and fucking someone's pussy. We're going to be like, that looks like a man, that looks like a woman. And that's how we're going to engage in the world. So this is all very good from an academic perspective. But like when we're out there engaging in the world, we act on a very intuitive level when it comes to, what we think is a man and what we think is a woman. And that's why, as tough as it is to say, and I know it's hard for some people, you've got to put some fucking effort in to looking a certain way if you want to be accepted as a gender, because we work so heavily on intuition and it's so deep rooted in us. It's very difficult to move away from that very base level intuition that we engage with. And it's why that it's unfortunate. And I know it's tough for some people out there and it sucks for you. But if you are a big old... Yeah, exactly. Keep the philosophical arguments in online, but let's just be pleasant to each other in real life. If you are like, walking into a store and you're like, all right, mate. All right, can I get a 6-pack, please? Bud Light. Seen that Dylan Mulvaney bird. She's been promoting it. And the shop attendant's like, certainly, sir, no problem. And you're like, hang on a second, mate. What do you mean? I'm a fucking woman. Like, yeah, it's tough. Obviously, people are going to think you're a man because you're presenting in a masculine way. And funnily enough, we're gonna round this off by watching a funny video from Piers Morgan that's got maybe this situation. Like, you know, okay. I'm listening to Chud, the pinnacle of beauty standards. I mean, look, I'm sorry to tell you this. I don't think I'm beautiful, but I'm pretty sure that if I go out on the street, I don't think anyone's going to look at me and go, ma'am or woman, because I've got a very masculine presentation. You know? And it sucks. It does suck for some people. You know, the people I feel sorry for are the people that, like, it's like, oh, they're trying, but it's obviously a bit fucking dicey because they got very broad shoulders or something like that, you know? That sucks. But then there's some people that are just like, listen here, ma'am. You've got a full fucking beard. You got a full beard and you expect to get called a woman. Are you serious? Like, what the fuck? Have a shave. Like, fucking shave it off. What the fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to think you're a woman when you got a full beard? That's literally insane. Of course I'm not going to think you're a woman on the first glance. But yeah. Anyway, come on, let's end this. And then I've got a funny video.
Is ordered towards insemination. The operating phrase there is ordered towards, right? Because someone can have an issue with their reproductive anatomy, but it's still ordered towards something.
And recognizing the bimodal nature of human sex. Meaning that overwhelmingly there's two big trees with a slight overlap in the middle.
Well, even that overlap in the middle, the vast majority of people who are intersex are basically clearly a member of one sex, but with some feature that appears differently. But with one or two features that appear a bit differently.
That's a huge problem. That's a massive problem.
But then, people who you genuinely can't tell are extremely rare.
I don't like the argument that we should reform society around, you know, very, very small minorities, other than just protect the rights of. So if we're talking about, you know, the issue of biological males going into women's bathrooms or something like that, you have an issue of the civil rights of females versus the civil rights of trans women, and that's where the conflict comes into play.
Yeah, but the conflict there is pretty easy. The majority of people who abuse women in bathrooms is cis men. Let's go after cis men for that.
Well, I think the solution is easy, just single stall bathrooms. Like,
I don't know.
Well, also, can I ask?
The bathrooms here aren't gendered by. I want to say, everyone at home, if you didn't know that, they don't gender the bathrooms here. There's no signs.
Single rooms.
Yeah,
that's just
that's the way the world should be.
My position has always been single.
You don't have a right to be comfortable. That's not one of your rights. You could deal with it. You know, life is weird and uncomfortable sometimes.
But the bigger question is, in general, when it comes to the transgender men in sports and women in sports and things like that, is the rights of females versus the rights of trans people, and who gets supplanted.
Right. And so my answer to the bathroom problem would be the majority of women who are abused in bathrooms are abused by cis men. And so that we should be, if we want to protect women and go after abusers, go after cis men who attack women in bathrooms.
But how do you tell the difference between a cis man and a trans woman?
I have to add one more part to that. Trans women are more often the victims of sexual and physical abuse than they are the perpetrators.
But that didn't
I think the progressive part in this is fucking dumb, right? If you want to go into the fucking ladies' bathroom, put some effort into looking like a lady. It's simple as that, okay? It doesn't matter which way you slice it. If you look like me and you go into a woman's changing room and the women are like, oh, and I go, oh, don't worry, ladies, I'm a lady too. That's not going to fucking fly. That's not going to fucking fly, okay? People are going to be like, what the actual fuck? But if you put a bit of effort in, even if you look a bit masculine, it's probably going to be okay, generally speaking, right? And obviously then you could oppose the laws. Yeah, obviously you're not going to be, you know, it should be based on looking the way to go into that bathroom. I don't know, man. That just seems to me to be the best way to handle this. But obviously, apparently, you know, it's you should have the absolute right to look incredibly masculine, call yourself a woman, and walk into a fucking changing room. I don't know. It's just crazy to me.
Actually, address what I said, right? It's like females and trans women, who gets supplanted? If females say we want a space free from males, period, then should they have their rights protected in having a safe space, or should trans women say, no, we actually get access to the space?
Do trans men take away from your experience? Do they supplant you as a man?
Me personally, I don't care, right?
Me too. In fact, trans men make my experience way more interesting.
But you haven't answered the question.
Because you're saying supplanting their experience, right? You're taking away from women.
There are women right now
yes,
who are saying, they're biological females saying, we do not want biological males in our space.
Mm-hmm. So should Blair White be allowed to go in that bathroom?
I think Blair White should go in the bathroom where Blair White appeers to fit in most.
So why does she? Why does?
But that's the point. The biological thing is a bit of a red herring because most women, and again, we're dealing with intuition. You cannot look at another person and figure out their biological sex, you're going to base it on what they look like, right? So, you know, this is a bit of a stupid. It doesn't matter. It's about what people look like. That's the key. That's what we need to focus on.
Does she get a pass because she's very passing? Is that why?
I'm not talking about my view is Buck Angel should go in the men's room and Blair White should go in the women's room.
But they disagree with that. She's technically a biological male.
I think Blair White agrees with what I just said.
I don't think they disagree. I think their perspective is probably mine because we're all transphobic, which is, yeah, like put some effort in and you'll probably be okay, right?
Yes, but you're taking my position. And good for you. That's woke as fuck. Hell yeah. That's based. We made progress.
That's why, I don't know if you watch the show. It's not progress. I've always had that opinion.
It's based as fuck. Hell yeah.
But I've always had that opinion. So even Cassandra Fairbanks,
so trans women can go into women's bathrooms. Awesome.
Right.
Awesome.
I don't know.
We agree.
So my issue is,
hell yeah.
Seamus doesn't agree with that.
Yeah.
And Buck Angel's biologically female.
But you think Blair White should have to go into a man's bathroom?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But
I think that just causes more problems.
Because well, I don't want to say anything that's going to get Tim's YouTube channel taken down.
Let's go to the members only show, and Seamus can then say all of his nasty Catholic things.
Well, yeah.
All right, everybody. Here's what's going to happen. I'm sorry we didn't get to the super chats. I genuinely apologize. This is what happens. We go off, right? We're going to go to the members only chat. We're going to do audience questions. Smash the like button if you'd like, and head over to timcast.com. Become a member. We're going to do the members only so that Seamus can say naughty words or whatever.
Yeah.
But before we go,
that's what they call the truth.
You can follow
now.
the show at TimCast IRL on Instagram. You can follow me personally at TimCast. Lance, do you want to shout anything out?
Thank you so much for watching me and listening to my radical leftist Marxist agenda. If you want to see me anywhere else on the internet, go to everywhere social media is sold at the SERFS TV. That's at the SERFS TV. And also shout out to the leftist mafia who's watching this right now. Love all of you.
My name is Seamus Coughlin. What I'm shouting out is the St. Joseph Novena that I'm praying right now. We're on day 4. You can find that on my Twitter. I pinned it. We're praying for the working class in this country in this time of deep economic turmoil, for the unborn, and for our enemies, people we disliked, people who got fired from Vice, Dylan Mulvaney, and that our country will return to God.
And I am Ian Crossland. I agree with you. The country will return to God. I think it is very important that we, although we will focus on the things we are saying, focus very much on the way we are saying them and find a way to communicate with people that we may disagree with. That's the root of empathy and communication and the unification of humanity moving forward. Thank you very much for coming, Lance. That was really awesome. And Tim, you're a badass. So are you, Seamus.
Not Serge, though.
No, Serge is...
No, Serge is cool.
It's like a wavelength.
That was quite intense.
Well, we still got more. We're going to do this members only uncensored thing where Seamus is going to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Why are you putting this all on me?
Because you're the Catholic.
Isn't everyone going Super Saiyan? I didn't get a word in edgewise on air.
I just
now
agree
you're
with
telling
him
me
in the
on the
bathroom.
paywall I got to perform for you?
All right, Serge.
I'm Serge.com on Twitter. This is going to be interesting. Let's go.
And the last thing I'll say is, for those they're just they aren't going to be at the members show. Lance, this is one of the best episodes I think we've ever done. I really do think these are the best conversations because we obviously clash and view the world differently, but this is where the conversation it needs to happen for anyone's views to evolve or to at least understand what the other person thinks. We're going to go to timcast.com. Go to the front page. It'll be live in a few minutes. We'll try to make it quick, and then we'll be up, and then Seamus will say naughty words. Thanks for hanging out.
Why are you putting this on me?
Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of moments of, there was a couple of decent moments from Lance. I think he did kind of okay at the start. The abortion thing was just abortionate. With the gender stuff, like, I don't know. I think he really lost it when he went down there. Oh, why do you care about other people's genital shit? But yeah. If you're attracted to a trans woman as a heterosexual man, you're still straight, yes. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't like these kind of strict definitions of sexuality anyway, but... I mean, I think if you're attracted to Blair White, like, yeah, that's kind of that's pretty straight, isn't it? Right? But then if you get home with Blair White and, it's the what situation, like it's a bit gay at least, isn't it? Will you react to this? I'm not going to watch another 1 hour video now, but maybe tomorrow. No, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Anyway, it's all going to be. I'm not going to watch another thing about gender as well. I'll just watch the whole thing about gender. Fuck that. Maybe another day. Yeah, I've already watched the iDubbbz video.
A mega tsunami is a truly terrifying event.
Okay. No more trans stuff. No, that was insufferable. But yeah, I don't know. Oh God. Honestly, I feel like people are being a bit like hysterical. They're like, "Oh my God, this is going to be the end of the left as we know it." Lance has been on Tim Pool. Just enjoy the content. I don't think it's going to like change anything that much. I enjoyed watching it. Good content.
Today's video is sponsored by Omaze.
Okay, what? Why are you just linking me random videos? Yes, we'll look at the Froggy Fresh stuff. Maybe look at the Matan stuff. Yeah, we'll see. Got a few more things to look at. People keep listen. What is this Grace Thorpe thing? What's that about? Apparently her dad's fucked her. Is that true? I don't know anything about it though. Okay, if you can lay it out. You sent me a DM about it. I'm probably not going to cover it, so don't go out of your way to put. I just don't really. I'm just like, okay, there's some person that maybe fucked their dad. Is that it? Is there anything else I need to know?
Back in here. Show your ass, Grace. You know you want to show your ass, little slut whore.
Slap yourself for us. Slap yourself.
She does. She got a nice ass. She should use it. Should be put to use.
There you go.
Tight little solid little ass on you, Grace. I'd bury my face in your fucking snatch.
Uncle Matt.
Okay. What? I've got to be honest with you. I'm just like, okay. I'll give that one a wide berth. No, thank you. I'm good. I'm good on that one. Why has it always got to be some gay shit with Crowder? Anyway, I wanted to watch this. Before we move on from the gender stuff fully, let me show you this. This looked funny to watch.
Welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. A county politician in Indiana, in the United States, is making headlines this week by, well, exploring his identity.
A councilman is coming out as transgender and a woman of color. Delaware County Councilman Ryan Webb announced that he now identifies as an Indian American woman. Since that announcement, he's received some support, but a lot of backlash. Many calling him childish, despicable, even calling for things like execution.
Jesus. Yeah, that's always how the woke left responds, isn't it? You must execute him. Now, he issued a statement after the furore, Ryan Webb. He said, after much consideration, I've decided to come out and finally feel comfortable announcing my true, authentic self. This is Ryan Webb. He said, it is with great relief that I announced to everyone that I identify as a woman, not just any woman, but as a woman of colour as well. I guess this would make...
Yeah, I mean, my guess if he's saying it's the woke left is this guy's trolling. And so the woke lefties are like, oh, you're trolling, da da da. But it's like, it's a self-ID meme, right?
Make me gay lesbian as well, since I'm attracted to women. Whew, that felt good to finally get back out there and start living my life as my true self. Well, Miss Webb's statement has not been met with the empathy and gushing support normally extended by the woke community. Some have even demanded that he resign. They resign.
Feel that he has basically made a hate speech in this post on April 11th. And I feel that he should resign. And if he doesn't, I would look at county council to talk to legal and see what they can do about removing him, because he has created some hate and discord and divide with the transgender population here in Muncie.
He must be executed, he must be cancelled, he must be fired. It's the usual predictable response to what was obviously a joke, but it was a smart joke, because actually what it did was expose the farce of limitless self-identity. I myself identified on International Women's Day as a black lesbian. Why shouldn't I be able to, if you can identify as anything you want? Esther's cackle when I said that went around the world. Well, Ryan Webb joins me.
Yeah, it is like, this was like the purported problem with self-ID. Well,
now, alongside Talk TV's Nicola Thorpe and Esther Cracker, as I just said. Well, Ryan, thank you for joining me. So I did chuckle because I had a similar thing myself, which you may or may not have heard about when I did a similar stunt. But you were making the same point, I think, which is if we really want to have a world where anyone can identify as anything, well, why shouldn't you be able to identify as a woman of colour?
Well, Pierce, you're absolutely right. And I appreciate it. I want to thank you for bringing me on the show. And as a fellow lesbian woman of color, I feel we have a deep connection here. But you're right. They've laid the groundwork. They set it up where anybody can be anything that they want just by simply declaring it. And, that's what we're doing here. And it turns out that they don't really feel as strongly about that and believe it in their soul as they would make you believe, because I wasn't really as accepted in the beginning as you would think someone of my stature would be.
Yeah, and the reaction was unbelievably vicious. People calling for you to be executed. Of course, they wanted you fired. Of course, they wanted you cancelled.
Okay, I've got to be honest with you. I'm sure that there was a reaction. He's acted like, was it really that prominent? People calling for it to be executed? That was probably some nutter on Twitter, wasn't it?
Highly predictable, because it's fine for them on the other side of this debate to identify as whatever they want. But the moment you dared to identify as what you decided you wanted to be for that day, all hell breaks loose. It's the double standard.
Well, predictably, the political left, they always implode on their own ideology. I've made a statement that I'm just holding up the mirror to them, and they're doing all the damage themselves. I've just stepped back, and with their own words and their own actions, they're just dismantling their entire ideology that they've worked very hard to build up to this point. And in my opinion, they've turned the clock back 2 or 3 years. Just a few days ago, all you had to do, if you wanted to self-identify as anyone as you choose, is just declare it. And it was a universal truth that had to be accepted. But now the truth is clear that that's not the case. Now I'm being told you have to do hormone treatments. You have to start dressing the part. You have to wear the makeup. You have to change your identification. So they've turned the clock back on their own movement a few years. It's disappointing to see them give up so quickly on something that they said they believe in so strongly.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously some dumb rightoid troll shit, but, it does seem like things are pretty set. It's like, okay, gender dysphoria is real. Present as the gender that you want to be seen as, medical treatment, etc., etc. And it's almost like there's been a grab for all this extra bullshit that like just isn't really that necessary, or it's to like make it easier for certain people, but then it just gets to an extreme. Like the biggest thing for me in this was like, so presenting this key, I think when it comes to like something as intuitive as gender in interactions, yeah, I think it is about presenting. And obviously it's not easy for everyone. And I get that some people are like going to look very masculine, but I think, I'm going to feel more sympathy for you if you're clearly putting a lot of effort into you know, into being feminine than if you're just not. And then there's the response of like, no one knows you femininity, no one knows you masculinity. Well, no one knows you to refer to you by your correct fucking pronouns if you don't look the part. Like, well, this goes both ways. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you don't owe me femininity, but then obviously if you don't provide that, I'm not going to know to call you the right thing, because how am I supposed to know if you look extremely masculine? I don't know, man. Anyway. What's this? What's this? Look at this picture they got for this person. It's so bad. I mean, yeah, I don't know what event this is, but you can't really just have it you can't do sports events based on fucking identity, like self-ID. That's insane. Anyway, right, guys, that is the allotted monthly allocation of gender discourse. We're now moving on. We're bored of it. Let's look at this Froggy Fresh thing. No more gender discourse. Okay, so just to catch up, obviously there's the iDubbbz Froggy Fresh drama. iDubbbz response was pretty shit. Froggy Fresh has released a letter. Let's see what it says. I know everyone's sick of hearing about this, and trust me, I'm sick of talking about it. So if you're over this, you can scroll past, no big deal, I get it. But I have to finally address the big point, which is Ian saying they weren't threatening to sue me. Attached is the legal letter I was sent threatening legal action. I highlighted the important parts. Also, to clarify, the only things I had done up to this point is spoken to Ian on the phone and through text, trained with Sam Hyde and the OnlyFans joke, and of course Maureen and I's Twitter exchange, which iDubbbz didn't include in his video for obvious reasons, since she was publicly discussing my removal from the event before I'd even been contacted regarding it. Ian's timeline of events is skewered. I didn't start publicly bad-mouthing the event until after I'd been kicked. They kicked me and sent me this letter telling me to basically shut up about it, so that's pretty much it. Notice of termination about agreement. Dear Mr. Cassidy, as you know, Creator Clash entered a bout agreement with you dated September 20th in connection with your scheduled participation in Creator Clash 2. Based on your recent conduct, Creator Clash has determined you have materially breached Section 8C of the bout agreement. Specifically, by engaging in conduct that has degraded and offended the event sponsors. Based on the material breach of the bout agreement, Creator Clash is hereby providing you notice pursuant to Section 12 of the bout agreement that is terminating the bout agreement effective immediately. Please be advised that you shall no longer participate in the event or any event activities. And pursuant to Section 8C of the bout agreement, Creator Clash shall have no further duties or obligations to you. In addition, please be advised that the confidentiality obligations set forth in Section 17 of the bout agreement shall survive termination of the bout agreement. Thus, Creator Clash demands that you immediately cease and desist. So they were threatening legal action. I was honestly skeptical about this, especially after seeing iDubbbz video, and I thought maybe that was an overstatement. But no, this is threatening legal action. Absolutely, 100%. You know, you only would issue a cease and desist if you were willing to, or like the implication was you were going to back that up with the legal action if they didn't stop. I think that iDubbbz said he wasn't going to sue anyone, so I guess he's trying to do the silly buggers where he says I wasn't going to sue anyone, but like this is like definitely, you know, if you don't stop, we'll take it further. From making any further public or private statements about Creator Clash, your participation in the event, the terms of the bout agreement, or this letter or any of the participants or event sponsors of Create a Clash. Literally trying to gag the guy. Literally trying to gag the guy from even talking about it at all. Fuck, man. Continuing to engage in such conduct will cause you to be liable for damages to Create a Clash, and Create a Clash will seek all remedies available to it in order to protect its rights. Yeah, this is just... iDubbbz just lied about this. He just fucking lied. This is a threat of legal action. This is a 100% a threat of legal action, right? Wow, like... It's explicitly there. It's fucked up, man. Create a Clash is presently evaluating all courses of action that may be available to it due to your actions and omissions, which may have caused Create a Clash to incur significant damages. Accordingly, Create a Clash hereby reserve all of its respective rights, powers, and remedies under the battle agreement and applicable law. No failure, whether at this time or in the future, by Create a Clash to exercise or any delay in exercising any right, power, privilege, or remedy that it may now have or may have in the future, under or in connection with the battle agreement, shall impair, prejudice, or constitute a waiver or deem waiver of such right, power, privilege, or remedy, all of which are hereby reserved and preserved in their entirety. Also, I mean, maybe he probably doesn't want to fight this, but could you not fight that you've breached this term of the contract? Because how has he breached it? By training with Sam Hyde, uploading some pictures of him in a video onto Twitter, and mentioning the OnlyFans. Like, he probably doesn't want to pursue it because it's a waste of time. But you could, like, has he even breached the contract as per this term? Notwithstanding the foregoing, as you know, Create a Clash previously advanced you $15,000 for training expenses in connection with the event, the advance, which advance Create a Clash is entitled to be refunded in full due to material breach of the bout agreement. So not only they want the money back too, I mean, they spoke about that. Create a Clash will agree to release any claims with respect to the advance and damages Create a Clash may have suffered due to material breach. Yeah, calling it a material breach. Material breach is like, it means like an enormous breach of your contract, right? That's what it's supposed to mean, like a significant and substantive breach. What is that he's done? But then that happened after he was kicked. Or no, hang on. This is addressing the comments after he was kicked, right? Even then, what did he say? Due to material breaches of a non-disparagement agreement attached here to as Exhibit A. If you're in agreement with this proposed release, please execute and return the non-disparagement agreement no later than 5 p.m. If you fail to return the enclosed acknowledgement by the specified date, Create a Clash shall seek all remedies available to it at law and equity due to material breach of the BAT agreement, including that limitation, seeking punitive and consequential damages. And I'm trying to get him to sign this non-disparagement agreement. In contract law, a material breach of contract is a breach that failure to perform the contract that strikes so deeply at the heart of the contract that it renders the agreement irreparably broken and defeats the purpose of making the contract in the first place. Yeah, there's no way. Surely not.
But that document is not litigation, and it's not them trying to sue him. Essentially, Tyler, Froggy Fresh, was given $15,000 for training purposes. And for the record, I was not given that money. I don't know if anyone else was. I think it was effectively like...
So this is like Nicholas just bringing this back up. This from the April of the 8th. Just pointing out of how many people were just lying through their teeth about this situation.
A financial aid for him specifically, because I guess he requested it. I'm not entirely sure how that went down. Because he needed the help paying for training. I don't know how much money he spent. I don't think that I've spent $15,000 paying for my training or my meals. It certainly costs thousands of dollars, but I don't think I would have spent anywhere near $15,000. And what they did was send him a letter saying, hey, can we have the $15,000 back? The reason they did that was...
Oh my God. I mean, maybe she doesn't know the extent of it, but like, this is wild. This is just not true. None of this is correct.
Because now that he's no longer fighting because of breach of contract, he had to be replaced. That money that was given to him is just taken out of charity at this point. So essentially, they're not going to ask him for money he doesn't have. If he doesn't have the money, he doesn't have the money. And if he can't return it, the other clause was you can just keep it if you just stop talking about it, which I guess he's kind of said no to both options. That is not them trying to sue him. I think like that was an offer, but I don't think that's their way of being like, if you don't do these things, we're going to sue you. And at no point did they ever say that. But the...
Just complete bullshit. So, yeah. Maybe she was told that or something. Maybe like iDubbbz and Anissa were dishonest.
$15,000 thing, again, is not them suing him for $15,000. That's them asking him if they can have the money that they loaned him back for the fight.
No, they're going to sue him for the damages he apparently caused.
Because that money is being taken out of the charity directly, because that's how it works, right? They have to give money to the other fighter for training purposes. And if that's just $15,000 that they no longer have access to for somebody who's no longer participating in the fight, that is $15,000 wasted.
Deuteramus, thanks for the sub.
Going to one of these charities. So the dude is not being sued. Nobody is threatening to sue him. It's ultimately just being like, okay, if you have any of that money, can we put it towards the charity? If you have any left, rather than you just getting to keep it now that this has gone down. Chris said, hey, Alana, do you think you're going to win? I cannot wait to see it.
I don't think it's charity money. I thought it was that the event paid the fighters that money. Not that was to go to the charity ever. They're saying, fight at the event to account for loss of earnings and the training costs, etc. Here's 15 grand. That's not the charity's money. The charity's the fundraising that happens as a result of it. Jesus, man, that's super fucked. Yeah, I mean, obviously these people are just, at the time, were wanting to defend the event, right? Just a reminder about how many lied on your name about this. Jesus, man, that's crazy. I can't believe how hard they were going at him for this. Yeah, I mean, you know, the money situation, I don't know what the reality is with that and how that panned out. Like, what did he spend the money on? I think iDubbbz should just take the L on that, to be honest. I just think he should take the L. You know, if he's wanting to make this decision to get rid of him. It's possible the charity gave them a budget for the event, but that's not what happened. They were fundraising for various different charities. I don't think that any of the money to actually get it, I think it was iDubbbz and Anissa's money that they put into it. He definitely said he wasn't going to sue them, right? I'm not misremembering that.
It's like you came back and you were a pawn in some game of 4D chess, and I think you found out that iDubbbz and Anissa don't play games.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. Brief update, I am healed from Creator Clash 2. It was a success. Alex Wasabi beat me up. He won his fight fair and square, and I have all the respect for Alex. He's a good competitor, and I have respect for all the other fighters.
The more time I spent with her, because she was honestly a better person than me. But I feel like, dude, honestly, it seemed like so. When Ian, as soon as he starts messing with Anissa's, Ian goes from the person who would be dogging people, who would sue people, to then his event that he's running is suing people. It's like a complete flip.
By the way, we weren't suing Froggy. We have no interest in going to court over $15,000.
Then why did you send the letter saying that then?
We wanted that $15,000 back, but, he wasn't giving it to us. So we have to leave it at that. We're not suing him.
Froggy, if you're...
But that's very dishonest to miss, if he'd have said, hey, look, to be upfront, we sent a letter, we used language about cease and desist, and yes, we threatened to sue him. We never intended to go through with it. It was just to, get him to give us the money back or something. I don't know. I want to clarify something. We pay each fighter a purse of 20k for fighting in the event, which is awarded net 30 after you complete your fight. We came up with that number because it will guarantee covered training costs, so no one's losing money doing it. It's not literally for training. Most fighters pay for training. But wait, this doesn't address the suing thing. Most fighters pay for training and get their fighter's purse for fighting like any other fight contract. Sometimes we lend money in good faith when someone can afford to train the level we desire. When someone can afford to... That's us advancing their purse. We don't pay for training. I mean, this just feels like a distinction without a difference. Do you know what I mean? Okay, well, what about the fact that IDub said in his video that you're not going to sue him and you sent him a legal threat letter? What about that part? Not excited for whatever comments show up in this thread, but I want to make it clear the 20k payments for completing the contract and fighting. We don't pay for training, we advance in good faith. Right, so she's saying that the money that was paid was an advance, and it was an advance that would be completed upon the contract being completed. Even then, I mean, I think there's still the argument. I mean, I think Froggy should probably give the money back, sure. But even then, I think it's like, well, you were the ones that wanted to remove him under very, dodgy circumstances. She's basically calling Froggy poor. So I feel like this doesn't like what people are going to be looking at and mad about is the fact that they threatened legal action, and iDubbbz has said that they never intended to sue. That's very disingenuous. But yeah. Man, how the mighty have fallen. How the mighty have fallen, eh? It doesn't seem like a contract in good faith. They expect someone to train for months, have rights to terminate almost without reason minutes prior to event, and expect the money back. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason or argument. I think it's a bit cringe of iDubbbz to, ask for the money back with the circumstances being what they are. Also, what is it he did? He was friends. He was friends with fucking Sam Hyde and trained with him. That's what he did. A lot of the stuff happened after, and Froggy's right in that the timeline that's being presented is very dishonest because iDubbbz has used all of these clips of, Froggy speaking after he got kicked out. What has that got to do with anything? Oh, speaking of that, there was another response that Froggy had that I don't think I played on stream. It's kind of funny. My only response to the iDubbbz video.
iDubbbz, I saw your video. You put my face on SpongeBob SquarePants. You said I was a meanie. You said I don't respect sex workers. I'm going to tell you something. Have you ever seen Ricky Martin in Living La Vida Loca? Have you ever seen that man move? That man is a sex worker. And I respect that man. So you explain that.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. It's funny because that seems to be what his response was going to be. But now he's released this letter. I wonder what's changed. I wonder, like, what changed about the situation that he felt the need to release the letter. I guess he was just mad that people were, like, talking shit or something. I don't know. Obviously, I've seen most people saying that Froggy Fresh was wrong, that iDubbbz is a cuck or whatever. But there are people that are supportive of iDubbbz and think that he's based. There we go, guys. Well, I think that's it. I think that's it for this drama. I don't know if anything else is going to happen, but I think that's kind of it. Yeah, it is kind of tragic, isn't it? What's transpired, but yeah. Okay, what is this Hassan thing people keep telling me about? Apparently, he got fucking hassled by someone. The Matan kid. Is it just me, or are people a bit weird about that Matan kid? They kind of like talk like they want to beat him up or something.
That sort of thing. If there's a production anywhere that's happening, it doesn't seem too hard to get people to come pick it. All you need is one of these. Look at that. They're already piling up over here. As people are leaving, they just leave it behind. I'm stealing this, by the way. There's no shot I'm giving this back. This is very important to me, which is what?
It's a new background element.
Yeah. I know. I see. Just don't. It's like a dog. You know what I mean? Like a puppy. When puppy is like biting, you're supposed to move away. You know what I mean? That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do.
What's going on? How you guys doing? We love landlords. We're all against unions. We're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love them. Can we do like a quick shake on the hand? We love landlords. Look. We love landlords. We love landlords. We love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies. This is a crazy protest.
Anyway, as I was saying,
landlords, we love them a lot.
We're waiting for.
We're waiting for the landlords to come.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
He's going for the ignore route.
See if you see a Nissan.
No, I can. It's a public place. I can show the sign. Yeah, I will be showing the sign today. You guys like landlords?
We'll probably leave if that's the case. I don't want to fuck anyone's shit up.
Yeah, I'll connect it.
This little fucking fetus, bro. I swear to God. So sick. Dumbass parents, obviously, didn't smack him around enough when he was fucking born and bred.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Yo, what the actual fuck?
plugged in? It's plugged in, but it's not working. I don't know why. Maybe try it.
Yeah, I just, obviously Hassan doesn't like having his stuff fucked with, and this kid's just rocked up. Oh boy.
Oh, it's working now. We're good. We can leave. I mean, I don't want to. They'll leave if we leave.
Yeah, I mean, because Hassan knows who the guy is. I just, just have a laugh with him or something. I don't know. Just interact with him.
So I don't want them to fuck up actual,
What are they going to fuck up? I don't know what they're going to fuck up.
And go back home and continue streaming. We can hot swap my camera when we get back, and then I'll drive back. And
I mean, if he's just like a troll, isn't he? He's like a kind of just a troll kid, right? He's like what, 15? What's Matan's point of view of this? Let's have a look. You've got the alternate point of view, I think.
What's going on? How you guys doing?
Have
we
we?
love landlords. We're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love them. We love landlords. We love landlords. We love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies.
the more you do that, and the more you end up hurting.
You end up hurting.
The more you end up hurting
the more
capital.
You end up hurting the capital.
The quicker the strike.
He's copying him. Is there more on Hassan's side?
Because the strike will end. Landlords, 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 landlords. We love landlords. We love them. We love landlords.
You want to move away a little bit?
No, he said we love landlords. What's going on?
I mean, it would be real fucking annoying for sure if someone was doing that. But yeah, I don't know. He's just trying to fuck around, isn't he? I'm blocked by Hassan, so I've got to look this way. All right, never mind. Maybe children do deserve the coal mines. This little man's brother manager begged me to link up with me at the Airac shoot and collab. And when I said no thanks, they crashed the picket line. Get a new bit. That is asking. I just like this lad's what, 15 or something. I just see all these weird takes that are like, oh man, you should have punched him or something. I'm thinking, isn't he like 15 years old?
And then I'll.
Is there more to
And
this?
then I'll go on the desktop as well.
We love landlords. We love landlords.
Oh, there's more. Okay.
We love them. We love landlords.
You want to move away a little bit?
No, he said we love landlords. No, we like unions. I mean, we hate unions. We love landlords.
We're resolved or something like that.
The kid is a Nazi. Isn't he Jewish? Doesn't he live in Israel?
I've been here before.
The cameraman, he doesn't want to show the landlord sign, he's running away. We like landlords. We're gonna be here for the rest of the night. We're protesting.
He's a Candace Owens of Nazism. Landlords, 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 landlords.
Anyway.
Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. Okay? The future of this, obviously you can't punch a kid. So what do? You hire a 15-year-old and get the 15-year-old to punch the kid, and then it's equal.
You have my phone, right? Okay. Oh, March has it? Yeah. But he can't charge it.
All right.
He's right over there.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, Adam guy's there.
Can I plug one more time? You still live?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to materially support the strike, head to entertainmentcommunityfund.org. You can Google it.
Absolutely don't do that. You think these writers need more money? No, give me the money instead. Okay? No, thank you. What am I supposed to think about this strike? I honestly don't know, like, what my perspective on it is. I don't even know what they're asking for. I remember when there was a writer's strike before. That was pretty crazy.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Hey, Two Legs, thanks for the subs. They want residuals on streaming. Oh, like kind of a royalty type situation for when the shows are played. I don't think, okay, can we just, I don't think they're all millionaire writers. I think there's some people there that are probably just, you know, like there's going to be a whole wealth of people. There's going to be millionaire writers. There's going to be writers that are doing well. There's going to be writers that are like just getting by. There's going to be writers that are like, you know, at the lower end of the spectrum. He's always going to the writer's strikes, but you never see him at a sewage workers' strike. I don't know, mate. Yeah, it's probably true, isn't it? I don't want to go to a sewage. Listen, if you said to me, right, Chud, you got to go support a strike, okay? You got two choices. You can either go hang out with the, you know, the septic tank cleaners. All right, they're on strike. Or you can go hang out with the director's strike. What do you reckon? The Hollywood director's strike. What is it going to be? Yeah, get me the fucking limousine. Let's get up to Hollywood. Let's go. Yeah, I think what it was is I saw like, oh, here's how you deal with like strike trolls, and it was that video of Steven Crowder getting punched by those strikers, those strike dudes. Okay, I tell you what, we got about another 40 minutes. Is there like a video of like explaining what the strike is? Oh, here we go. Thank you. Perfect, Jesse Fungi.
Today was day 3 of the Writers Guild strike that's shutting down major shows like SNL, Abbott Elementary, and Cobra Kai. Writers...
SNL? Hold on a minute. Hang on a minute. Whoa. Maybe this is better than I thought.
...are pushing for wage increases, among other demands. And tonight, reaction from the alliance that represents the major studios on where they stand on the main sticking points in the negotiations.
KTLA5 Samantha Cortese joins us live from Hollywood with the story. Sam.
Yeah, they're usually behind the scenes, but today a lot of those writers gathered in Hollywood to make sure their voice was heard on a Disney production set. Writers at studios across Los Angeles continued the anti-imperial march.
We right, they wrong.
They want media companies to meet the demands of their union, the Writers Guild of America. Now those in front of the camera are also halting production.
Hey, ho, ho. This corporate greed has got to go.
Here, Adam Conover from Adam Ruins Everything joined writers to disrupt a Marvel production in Hollywood.
I'm Drew Barrymore, and I'm hosting the 2023 MTV Movie and TV Awards.
Not anymore. Drew pulled out of hosting the show in solidarity with writers. And SNL ended its season 2 episodes early. The last writers' strike in 2007 lasted nearly 3 months.
It does worry me. It is going to be painful, and it's going to hurt a lot of people outside of our guild as well.
Outside Netflix in Hollywood, Jamil Akim-Aquin says writers deserve transparency.
Us seeing the viewership for the episodes that we are writing, that they are literally taking every single dollar for. Episodes that I have written that I won't see a penny for.
Okay, all right. How does it work traditionally with writers? Because my understanding would be, a show would be like, right, we want to write a show, we'll pay you a fixed amount for writing the show, and that's it. Do they normally get royalties and stuff for TV? They normally get paid royalties, but streaming changed that. That's interesting. Why? I genuinely don't care. It's not a real job anyway. Oh my God. What is it with you people and anything that isn't like being a fucking wagey? You're like, nah, not a real job. Honestly, it's insufferable.
But they will see millions.
The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers released a new 4-page statement revealing the major contract sticking points. The WGA wants a minimum of 6 writers on all TV productions, something AMPTP calls incompatible with our industry.
6 writers on TV productions. Wow, they can ask for, well, I suppose they can ask whatever they want. But that's interesting. I don't know enough about this industry at all to say anything. The minimum writers thing seems wild. What if they don't need 6 writers? First world problems. I mean, like 90% of what we deal with is first world problems over here, let's be real. When was the last time you ever went without a fucking meal or whatever? Or starved for a week. Maybe I should put it like that. Probably some of you missed a meal. Okay, well, let's keep watching.
The WGA says the studios are trying to create a gig economy. The AMPTP says writers on streaming shows that go 20 to 24 weeks are making $91,000 to $109,000. And the WGA...
That seems good. Now, I've got to be honest with you, I just don't know anywhere near enough to comment on what I think about this. May want to update your title. Yeah, I probably. What does it say at the moment?
is pushing for an immediate 6% wage increase. The AMPTP is offering 4%. Both sides now weighing their financial futures.
We can't come to the table stating what we need and you turn your backs on us. Open your eyes, reach back across the table, have conversations, listen, and then give us that contract.
The strike will continue tomorrow, break over the weekend, and writers say they'll be back out on Monday. Something interesting that's been going around social media, a writer named Deanna Shoemaker is making a list on Twitter and in a Google Doc of different restaurants that are offering discounts to writers. And because this affects other industries as well, some restaurants even extending those offers to DGA, SAG-AFTRA, IATSE. A few of these on the list, Sharon, Micah, look pretty good. So if you are a writer and carry your card with you, you can take advantage of a few of those offers. You can find that on Twitter. In Hollywood, Samantha Cortese, back to you.
Sam, thank you.
Well, I've got to be honest with you. You probably shouldn't be eating out if you're on a strike. Probably want to stick to the indoor meals.
A critical year for writers when it comes to compensation in the age of streaming. You know, top concerns have been residuals in streaming.
Part of the strike is to put restrictions on AI stealing their jobs. No way. Link me that bit. That sounds wild.
The rise of mini rooms, shortened seasons. What do you want out of this moment?
I mean, what do you, contractually and stuff?
Yeah.
I think the only thing I was.
Has there been a single good streaming show? Yeah, loads. The last one I watched that I thought was really good was that. What was it? The Jet Dharma one. That was crazy. When he was all gay and weird and that, and like bumming people and murdering them. Assurance on AI. Yeah, there's a bunch of streaming stuff that's crap, but one man's crap is another man's treasure. As in, like, you know, you might think a show sucks, but then other people are going to like it. Like, I don't know. You know. The Boys was great. Yeah, Boys was really good. God, 4 seasons out. So wait, hang on a second. Is this going to delay the 4th season of The Boys? Or hang on, wait. If a show's already written, is it still going to be filmed? How's that going to work? Oh, fuck for that. Phew. Not The Boys. The Boys is going to get... Oh, what? Oh, my God. Writers are also increasingly concerned that producers will use AI to write scripts or at least fill in the blanks on unfinished screenplays. But the WGA wants production companies to agree to safeguard around its usage. I don't know, man. I mean, I can understand where they're coming from, but it's like, if it's a tool that you can use. This is going to be like Luddite tier shit. You're going to have a bunch of writers running in and smashing computers to bits because they're worried that the AI inside it.
As the Writers Guild.
Oh, wait, we're getting ahead of ourselves. What was this video? What was this?
I was trying to explain this to my dad to go back to this about residuals, and this is the real conversation. Yeah. Is TV writing would be in danger of being only for young men and women whose families could support them. And the thing about residuals, I remember I sold spec scripts to The Nanny and Boy Meets World when I was out here, and I could survive off those while trying to be a writer for 2, 3, 4 years by repeats and if that goes away, this will become a business that you can only do it if your parents are well off enough to help pay your rent and
I mean, look, I know it's easy to just sit here and be like, oh yeah, these fucking layabout rich writers and stuff like that. The trouble is listen, I know that you fuckers don't care about artistic. Listen, you fuckers will you know, plead your way into a world with no entertainment. I swear to God. Look down your nose at artistic endeavors. Before you know it, you're going to be watching a bunch of fucking reruns of, I don't know, some shitty old show. But then there's no one to run the TV station, so that's going to shut down as well. Before you know it, you'll be looking at your wall, and that's all you've got. You'll be looking at your wall. What? Oh man, I should never have shit on the artist. What was I thinking? Anyway, in all seriousness, like, I can understand that perspective, right? Like, if you're a writer and you don't have like some background, and it's going to be tricky, isn't it? I've got some sympathies to this strike, I think, yeah.
Support you while you get to a point that you can support yourself.
And the whole mini room thing, just so people understand, it used to be that a writer would come up with an idea, they would write a pilot, maybe you would shoot the pilot, and then the network would say, we're making a series, at which point you would hire a whole bunch of people to figure out what the season is, and you would all work together. And now they say, okay, why don't you hire a bunch of people to figure out the season, then we'll tell you if we're going to do it. And if we do it, most of you are fired anyway. And
Jesus.
And we're going to pay them WJ scale.
Right, and we're going to pay you nothing.
Right.
And so...
And they'll take it because there's not a lot of gigs.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee.
I actually think, because, you know, I was in Guild, I was on the board, I did a lot of stuff with the Writers Guild, and I remember very distinctly how everything went down in 2007, and this feels different in the sense that I think even the companies understand at a fundamental level that they have fucked up. They have just demolished. It's almost like someone finally pointed it out to them and said, do you see what you've done? Yeah. You've just blown out the foundation of your own house. And now the whole thing's crumbling down around you. They know they have to
Some context is worth keeping in mind. Writer-producer compensation. The vast majority of TV writer-producers negotiate contracts with episodic compensation rates. The following episodic quotes reflect the median, the midpoint of reported deals, a maximum reported episodic pay for job titles from co-producer through showrunner for half-hour and 1-hour series. Where's the writing one? But is this on the new thing? I'm not against the writers striking on principle, but I do think people should have a clear idea of what we're talking about when they bandy about rhetoric about a working class labour movement. Writers are credited as producers, are they? Oh shit. Yeah, anyone that's acting like this is like a working class labour movement. Like, although probably strictly speaking, yeah, they're like working class. Like to me, that evokes a very different impression. Do you know what I mean? Like to me, I don't know, train workers striking in the UK would be the kind of thing that would evoke for me. Yeah, I've seen that video already. So yeah, I got some sympathy, certainly, but I think it is important to bear in mind that we're not necessarily dealing with people that are like desperately trying to feed their family or something. I don't know. Our pilots are striking, are they? I mean, being a pilot is like a very intensive job, and the reason you're paid that much is because you have a lot of responsibility, and it's like long hours. I don't know. Like I don't know. Like, you know, I never did the day off Twitch thing because I thought it was really retarded, but I would find it very difficult to imagine like striking as a streamer or something, you know? I don't know. I feel like something pretty crazy would have to happen for that to be the case. Just feels a bit like, oh, a bit much, isn't it? If it was even possible for a streamer to do that.
To fix it too. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be a strike. I don't know how long the strike would be if we have one, but I think this is one of those times where even the companies know, okay, we've gone too far.
The bummer is that they're so streamlined these companies into corporate entities where I feel like in old times that they were at least inhabited by, if not artist, art lovers, you know, and now I think sometimes the upper echelon are
they've, you know,
corporate.
It's a tough job because you're not just working with Warner Brothers and Disney, and you're also, there's like Apple. Apple has more money than most nations, right? So it is a different thing, and yet they all are together as one thing called the AMPTP, and we're over here as the WGA, and I just think, I always, you know, obviously hope for the best, but the people that I'm, you know, rooting for the most are the people that, you know, like Bill said, need to be able to come up. We need to be able to raise kids up. I didn't have, you know, my parents were public school teachers. I grew up on Staten Island. The Pete Davidson part of Staten Island, not the Colin Jost part of Staten Island. And, you know, when I came out here, I had nothing. I started calling up temp agencies. You know, I was like 2 weeks away from getting, you know, having to live on the street. And you could still make your way. And that is being eliminated. And I honestly, I think
and also, people are not being able to like know what set is like when they sell a show.
Yes.
The mini rooms have blocked,
this is huge.
Blocked the growth of people. So I had a boss leading a huge production who had never been on set before. And you're just like, that is crazy. You're setting people up for failure. So even with my mini.
Who here watched that show? The Last of Us. I thought it was good. I preferred Chernobyl.
Room, which was 14 weeks. I went to Amazon and I was like, listen to me. This is the only all-black room you've ever had.
Not Swarm.
I was like,
listen, in my audience, I do not expect you to watch a program, a show written by a black woman. Don't worry, guys. I know what side your bread is buttered already. But the Last of Us. The Last of Us was pretty decent. No spoilers. Oh my God. How long do you people need? Spoilers. It's been out for like fucking 3 months, hasn't it? Yes, the ending was rushed. I agree. But yeah.
These writers are going to set. So like you can say that like, okay, after 14 weeks, I don't care if like they have to stay with me, which some of them did. And
also because writers do get producer credits, they have interests on both sides of the negotiating table. It's a very complicated dynamic that the socialist left is not portraying accurately at all. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. What I'd say is I think it's important to just call this what it is, okay? Which is not like, you know, blue collar fucking working class strike. But I think that we don't want to lend too much credence to like this. Like I'm sure that I'm certain that these streaming companies are taking the piss. Like there's no, I'm certain of it, right? Netflix is making money hand over fist. So I'd bet my bottom dollar that the streaming companies, it's like, you know, yeah, these people are like doing pretty well for themselves, but then there's this big studio that's probably fucking them over in some way. Like I'd rather side with a worker. Disney loses money on streaming. That sounds like complete bullshit. What? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a white collar strike, but you're trying. Yeah, you shouldn't be running defense for fucking Netflix. Do you know what I mean? Like fuck that. That's insane. But I think you can recognize both. You can say, look, this isn't a fucking. You say this isn't the same as, you know, sewage workers striking. But let's not fucking act on. Let's not fucking side with Netflix. You know.
In Atlanta, which should not have to happen.
Right.
Yeah. But like you just make it work because it's just like I refuse to let this staff, this story editor who's been in 4 rooms, who's never been on set before, to miss this opportunity.
It's such a good.
It's crazy.
Rami and I were talking about this because there's understandably so many horror stories about bigger than life people that are awful or sketchy in Hollywood, but almost everybody, I bet even at this table, was mentored in by somebody. And mentorship is such a cool, big thing out here. And with mini rooms and all that stuff, I got taught how to edit, showrun, talk to block, to whatever by Gary Goldberg, who passed away. But because I got to be on set the whole time with him going, this is how you do this, this is how you do this.
Also, how do you know how to write the job? The job is to write for production. Yeah.
Exactly.
How do you know how to write for production if you've never experienced production?
Jesus. Right, let's look at the AI thing. The thing I find most compelling is that gigafied jobs are finally hitting working aristocracy. Yeah, like being a writer was like prestigious. Now it's just like they're at risk of losing to fucking AI. Which is what this video is about.
Of America strike stretches into its 3rd day. More than 11,000 film and TV writers remain out of work.
Net operating loss in Disney's streaming division ballooned to $1.47 billion. But I'm pretty sure that was due to them losing some sports rights in India, wasn't it? You're attributing that to the streaming service as a whole, but I think there was a specific sports rights deal that Disney lost that led to that loss, right? So I don't think it's correct to say that streaming in its totality is the thing. It's the specific thing that happened in the Indian thing. That's what I read anyway.
Work and on the picket line. They are fighting for increased wages, particularly when it comes to writing for streaming services. But they're also looking to the future and hoping to stave off an industry take over by artificial intelligence and chatbots. CBS News Money Watch reporter Megan Cirillo is here with us in Studio 57 with more on this. So just help our viewers understand. I think that oftentimes the most immediate impact that they see is with late night comedy because those shows go off the air immediately. But really, when we think about all of the shows that we watch, whether they're on streaming or whether they're on linear television, the writers are generally the backbone of almost everything that we consume. And while the rates may have gone up in years since the last strike 15 years ago, the number of episodes per season is declining, and the streaming services don't.
Actually, that's a really good point, because you remember, like, on a show, you'd have a season and it'd be like fucking 50 episodes long. You'd be fucking set if you were a writer on that show. But now it's like, oh, Netflix are doing a new show. Short run, 6 episodes. That's interesting.
Don't have any transparency as to who's watching what. On linear TV, we have Nielsen. We have no idea how many people are watching, Bridgerton on Netflix.
Right. The writers' aim in trying to carve out these stipulations, they're afraid that producers are going to look for excuses to pay them less. They're afraid that they're going to hire AI to write scripts. And very simply put, it's about them protecting their jobs and protecting their wages. They've asked for more money, but, sort of ironically, this clause in what they're asking for doesn't actually cost executives anything now. They just want a guarantee that studios won't hire AI instead of writers.
And so in terms of the negotiations, are the studios pushing back on this AI thing?
Studio executives have been outspoken and come right out and said they believe that we'll have the first AI-generated script within a year. So that's why there are 3 protections that writers want in place. They don't want AI to be used to write or rewrite any scripts. They don't want to have to rewrite what some of them call trash generated by AI.
Yeah.
And they don't want studios to be able to train AI on their work. So they don't want studios to give AI a prompt, say, write a script in this style of this very successful
Seinfeld.
Hollywood writer, which AI has shown it has the capability to do.
Yeah, so far not very good.
Marvel writer dipshit thinks AI is soulless. I've not seen the new Ant-Man film. I need to check that out. But they can't tell the difference. Yeah, I mean, obviously the writing thing, maybe there's like some more forward thinking, it's a bit further forward there. But like the best quality AI video stuff, like one of the most annoying things I see on Twitter, right, is like someone's like, look at this AI advert, look at how good it is for a pizza. And you watch it and you're like, this is like insane. I feel like I'm having a stroke. What do you mean? It's like, it looks all right, decent enough, but Jesus, it's like nowhere close to where it needs to be. But yeah. 6-fingered people eating a slice of pizza out of a beer can. Yeah. What's the last Guardians movie like? Did you watch it? Was it any good?
Good, though, but you never know what the future holds.
Right. I mean, as I mentioned to you, there was an episode of South Park. Now, Matt Parker and Trey Stone write for that show. They're the writers. So they themselves use an AI. I think that was the point they were trying to make with a recent episode of South Park, where it seemed to write at least half of the show. But the question, I guess, is twofold. One, the studio execs will point and say, well, writers' pay has gone up in the last 15 years. But those numbers can be skewed, right? Because Matt Parker and Trey Stone are writers. Shonda Rhimes is a writer. Aaron Sorkin is a writer. They make millions and millions of dollars, but the 11,000 that we're talking about don't make anywhere near that. So what are they looking for as far as fair compensation?
Yeah, that's the other thing as well that I'm a bit concerned, because people think of writer as a prestigious job with lots of money. There's probably a bunch of people out there. But then again, I know that you're just going to go, well, if you're not making any money from writing, just go and get a proper job. Just go and get a job in an office that makes you want to kill yourself. like me.
And second, when the studios say, hey, the industry's contracting and, we're coming into a recession, that is true. But then when the writers say, but look, Mr. Studio Chief, you made $300 million last year. That could pay for at least 10,000 writers to write, 50,000 scripts. I mean, how do you justify what the studios are saying, which is there's a recession and we have to embrace new technology, and what the writers want?
Well, the industry has shifted dramatically, and writers' qualms is they're not getting to share in the stream.
I assume writers are similar to musicians, only the top actually make good money. I think any creative thing, any media job, anything at all, you're going to have, a group of people at the top that are doing exceptionally well. People that are like doing good, people that are just making ends meet. You know, it's going to be like a layered situation. But the vast majority are probably going to be like, it's like the Pareto principle, right? Like 80% of people that probably are struggling or whatever. I've got a buddy accounting, and according to him, WGA writers almost never make less than 4K a week. Jesus. But then how do you get into the writers' union? Well, I guess the people that are striking are all going to be in the writers' union, right? But yeah, that's not an annual salary. That could be like for like what? Like a couple of months, and then you got to... What's this? Meat of Jesus. Quit crying. I'm not... Listen, this doesn't affect me. I'm not crying at all. Listen, it's very standard that creative jobs are looked down upon. I understand. But then you sat there shoveling all this media into your face like a greedy little fucking piggy, you know, and then you fucking get mad when the people are like, hang on a minute, I want a bit more money. There's actually a funny article on NYT where a guy actually knew IRL was complaining about making 60K for 10 weeks of work. Jesus Christ. It's fine, I'm used to it now, but you know, I just think you don't need to get into the, oh, these are just poor working class people desperately trying to earn a crust. But yeah. And the thing is like, you know, focus your eye on like Netflix or something. I don't know. That seems to be the people that are more deserving of the, you know, situation. Chud, I do not make 10K a week. I absolutely do not make 10K a week. Nowhere fucking close. Oh, I had a good couple of months though, but it looks like we're kind of starting the summer dip. In summer, there's always like a dip in streaming. It's weird.
Streaming profits. So they're not making the kind of money that executives are. And they just want, one WGA member said she feels as if writers are being erased out of the industry. Right. And so studios are looking looking to cut costs wherever they can, including by bringing in AI. And writers have said, look, if we want to work with AI, if we want AI to assist in starting, in generating ideas, that should be up to us, not to you. We don't, if producers want to work with AI, then that should be up to producers, not writers. So it's really about protecting their earnings and putting protections in place. But the studios, what they're saying instead is they don't want to make any kinds of guarantees because they're bullish about this technology. And their response was essentially, we're not going to guarantee that we won't use AI, but we'll let you know how it goes, how it's going in these annual meetings. We'll update you on its progress.
McDonald's work, listen, I feel like you're just trying to bait me. McDonald's work is being automated, Chud sleeps. Rich writers being automated, Chud rage. I don't think I've even said it. I mean, I've already said before, I think artists that are getting mad about the AI thing are misguided and you need to try and integrate it into your own work. Yeah, I think that the AI stuff's kind of inevitable. And the best you're going to get if you're like working a union job is to probably negotiate something where you have some protection from it, I think. And, then implement it in your own work to improve it and make it better. Yeah, I mean, well, that is a true fact. It's like learn to code or whatever. But then it's like, well, isn't AI being like implemented to write code now as well? I think we're probably going to reach the stage where there is like ever increasing issues with employment because of automation. And then hopefully we can reinvest the benefit that we get from automating things and the money that's made from that, hopefully not just into the pockets of the big wigs, but we can get at least a few scraps of that back to the people for some sort of UBI situation. These same writers were probably writing the script for Trudeau when he was freezing truckers' bank accounts. Wait, what?
So any end in sight before we let you go? How long do you think this is going to last?
The strike? I don't know.
Yeah. She's focused on business.
No, but I mean, in other words, are there any? I mean, we know they're not talking since the strike started. So, are there any? They haven't been speaking, the studios and the writers. Mm-hmm. So the question is, you have to have something that is not negotiable before the strike, but now becomes negotiable. And we haven't heard.
Maybe it'll be AI.
Well, they don't see eye to eye. But again, to a point that one of these writers made, that's actually not. They're not asking for money. So it could be argued that that'd be an easy concession to make. But presumably, studios see it as being tremendously valuable and potentially leading to serious cost savings down the line, which is why they're unwilling to budge.
They don't see AI to eye, because I love a good pun. But I hope they figure it out. I hope they figure
That's a pretty good one.
Megan, thank you very
much.
much.
Okay, guys, listen, look what happens when you don't have writers. That shit happens. Yeah, I think that I can imagine there's a lot of cringe takes from lefties that want this to be, a sort of socialist strike type thing, but I don't know, man. I don't think it's really that, is it? This is like, it strikes me, little pun there, as like a negotiation between like big studios and like people that are doing probably at least okay to decently. So yeah. What's the situation with Netflix? Netflix were going to crack down on password sharing, and then they changed their mind. Are they in trouble, or are they doing okay? When is the streamer strike happening? Well, there's no union, and it's very difficult to set a union up, so unlikely. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Again, I feel that's like a real entitlement thing as well. Like, people are like, what? I can't just share this other person who pays for it and split the what? Like, no, of course not. Like, of course Netflix are not going to want that to happen because, they're only getting one subscription and having to service. I mean, not that it costs money to do it, but, they're missing out on your subscription revenue because you're fucking sharing the password with someone. It's going to be unpopular, but, I can totally understand why Netflix want to do it. I'm actually thinking about setting up a Netflix account because there's some good shit coming out on it. Although with the writer's strike. Yeah, I mean, obviously the way they set it up seemed like it was going to fuck people over that use it to travel, certainly. So they need to find a better way to do it. There was one, I can't remember, obviously, maybe it wasn't as good as I first thought, but there was one particular show that I was like, oh, okay, that looks like it might be good. Paramount Plus is in Ascendance. Oh, because of Star Trek. I was going to say, I set up Paramount Plus as a freebie thing, and I was like, there's nothing on here. I'm not really a Trekkie. I was like, what even is there to watch? Or the Halo series. All I've heard is bad things about it, so I'm not going to waste my time watching that shit, even though I'm a big Halo fan. The biggest problem with this is getting to the point where, like, I've got Disney Plus. I mean, Amazon is the whole thing, so it's not really that big a deal. But I've got Amazon Prime Video, which is obviously part of Amazon Prime, and then I've got and I'm thinking about setting up a Netflix account, and I've got a fucking Xbox subscription. I'm thinking about canceling my PlayStation one because I barely use it. You know, but all in all, it's like, I mean, it does include video games, obviously, as well, but just the streaming services, that's potentially going up to like 30 quid a month. You know, it's getting to the point where it's like, is it actually better to just have a TV service again? Because you get all the catch-up stuff on the TV anyway, on Sky or Virgin, as we have over here. Just rotate, yeah. So yeah, it's just getting a bit silly if you want to catch everything. Yeah, and some cable company, that's true, yeah. Well, in the UK, we've got Sky TV, and you can get Netflix as part of your package now. Anyway, there we go, guys. So, guys, big news. Right, tomorrow, if you're up for it, I'm going to be streaming from... Okay, I'll wait for the ads to finish, actually, because... But yeah, I don't know. I feel like, honestly, listen, it's not a massive thing, okay? I understand there's a balance there, and you don't give a shit about streamer, writer, whatever problems. You know, it is what it is. But there is like a real sense of entitlement where people just want to gobble up all this different fucking entertainment and shit like that. And then when there's an expectation of like payment or there's some issue that needs to be addressed, it's like, oh, what's your problem? Like, you're literally gobbling up all these little scraps of entertainment that you can. You know, the biggest one for me, I mean, this has like changed a lot now, but there used to be this thing on YouTube where viewers would complain on YouTube if the YouTuber ran ads. Fortunately, it's gotten a lot better now. But like, yeah, you need to like pay the toll somehow, right? Like, you need to, all this entertainment you can get, you're gonna have to watch ads or pay something to make the people be able to do it. It's kind of annoying sometimes, you know. You know, I don't mind as much people complaining about ads on Twitch because it is interruptive and it is annoying. You know, so I don't mind a bit of grumbling about it. But you get some people that are like, huh, well, if you're going to run ads, I'm not even going to watch you. It's like, well, good, good, that's good. Like, if you're not even willing to watch a couple of minutes of ads. No, I'm not having to go at you, you're fine. I don't mind. But like, there's some people that are like so incensed by it that they're like, oh, I'm leaving. And it's like, I get it's annoying, but like, I'm trying to earn trying to earn a living over here, you know? What the fuck? You know, I don't mind grumbling. I'm not saying you can't moan about it. You know, it's just some people act like super entitled over it. It's like, oh, chill out. I'm doing my best, guys, all right? Right, okay. We're going to wrap up the stream now. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Now, it's the King's coronation tomorrow, and I'm very excited about it, okay? I'm very, very excited. So I'm going to be going live earlier. Now, my plan... Now, listen. Hopefully I don't fucking oversleep. But my plan is going to be to be going live. It's going to be really early. The ceremony starts at 11 a.m. GMT. Right? Yeah, I'm going to end the stream now. Yes, I love Brass Eye. Great show. So it's going to be like, you know, 6 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, apologies to my American viewers, but I can't really control. No. It's going to be 6 a.m. Eastern. And that's 11 a.m. GMT. That's when the ceremony starts. So I'm probably going to go live on or around there. On Twitch. It's going to be on Twitch. And then after that, I'll just like, you know, I probably won't stream this late, but I'll do some other stuff after as well. We'll see what's happening. We'll see what content there is. But I've got to be honest with you. You know, it's the fucking, look. This is, the last coronation was in 1953. Or whenever it was. I've never watched a live coronation before. This is going to be my chance to do it. The king's probably going to die in 20 years or so, and I'll probably see another one, but like, this is going to be the first time. Who cares? Like, it's so funny. It's like, oh, it's like a historical event. Hey, Chud, you can watch history. Oh, that sounds good. Huh, you're a monarchist now? No, I just want to watch history happen. And I want to share it all with you. Okay? Is that big a deal? You know, you get a fucking president every 4 years. With this, you don't get that. This is going to be the fucking, you know, first time in a generation a monarch is crowned. Yeah, the last coronation was the Queen. I'm going to be soying out. Anyway, listen, if you fancy seeing what it's all about, it's going to be like lots of ceremony, lots of shit going on. It'll be very British. You know, you're going to love it. Okay, I promise. We had a great time at the Queen's funeral, didn't we? We had a great time at the Queen's. We had having a barrel of laughs. We were chortling away, weren't we? But no, it'll be good. You get a PM every 2 months. Okay, that's true. But that's very dull and boring. Please look at this. Oh, yeah, let me look at this. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, my God. I'm so glad I clicked on this. What's this? Walt Disney direct-to-consumer revenue and operating income. Just the thing I wanted to see before I end my stream today. Thank you for sharing this with me. Appreciate it. Guys, if you wanted to know what the Walt Disney direct-to-consumer revenue and operating income was from 2020 to 2022, here it is for you, okay? That. Huh? What do you reckon? Please look at this. I'm about to... Okay, well, yeah, this is a... Okay, we'll watch this because it's a teaser for tomorrow, okay?
My son wants to know who makes the best paper aeroplanes.
From Italy. We are from Italy. You like Italy?
No, we do.
Hello, nice to meet you. Holland.
You're in the flesh. And you've best of luck.
Three cheers to the king!
Guys, enjoy the morning.
Finish it.
purpose for tomorrow.
Portugal, the longest, yes, the longest airline between Britain and Portugal.
I mean, yeah, it's very positive. There's a lot of like, positive stuff.
And we'll all see this. And 3 cheers to the king. Hip hip hooray! Cheers to...
Oh, look, wait, did you see that? Look at this. Look at this.
Hip hip.
All white people. All white people. What's this? A little black hand from the background popping through. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Back of the bus. Back of the bus for the blacks.
I came here from Bangkok.
So he's obviously got his Indian slave there. I presume that's his slave, isn't it? Do they still have slaves in that? I don't know how it works anymore.
Oh, yes. You're not. Yes. Is this your... I came here from Bangkok. That's great. Very great. Hi, sir. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you.
So go back towards the Prince of Wales.
Hull. From Hull. You're not camping tonight. No, we're not camping tonight. No.
We're camping tonight.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the best. Yeah, from the Gambia. Thank you so much. Gambia, yeah.
Oh, they let one through?
Yes, thank you so
They let
much.
one through? Prince Charles is like, who let that dark gentleman through to shake my hand? I told you about that. Make sure they're at the back. They need to be at the back. Whites first. Let a couple through so the cameras can see, but not too many, all right? They need to be at the back.
Have a great day, sir. Congratulations. Have a lovely weekend.
Oh, white women. They're welcome. Very welcome.
Just for you. I did. Best wishes from America. Brilliant. I know.
I did too.
Yeah, of course you did. But I'm a bit older than you.
We were in our market town a few weeks ago. Malton, yeah. It's not where you come from.
It was lovely to meet you. Enjoy your day tomorrow.
All the best for tomorrow. Maestà, io italiano. Però
I
io
know, I
ho
haven't
scritto
known.
che venivo proprio per la sua incoronazione.
Anyway, guys, there we go. Little teaser for tomorrow, okay? When was this? Oh, the eve of coronation. This was today. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. We always have a good time when we watch the UK shit, I feel. Anyway, hopefully there'll be some other stuff that happens. We got some more content, but we'll see. Right. Anyway, you can all LARP as come and LARP as American revolutionaries and talk about the tea, all right? Oh, okay. Anyway, also, look, I need to be careful how I say this because obviously, but one reason to come by is there is a possibility that the king might, get Robloxed. And you might see that live. Possibly. I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. Wait, what do you mean too far? I'm not saying I'm going to do it. I'm just saying there's a chance at the coronation that there might be a gap in security. There might be a gap in security at 12:26 p.m. No, I'm just kidding. Don't worry. Please don't. MI5 and the police. I'm only messing. That's a meme. Okay, I'm only messing about. All right. I do need to be careful. This could be like I could get in trouble for that, couldn't I? Last stream. Anyway, right, guys. So I'm going to be going live tomorrow, somewhere there or thereabouts, at about 6 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. UK time. It's going to be to obviously watch the coronation, see what happens, and then we'll move on to the normal kind of content and see what's what. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's like a few hours long, and you get to see the king get the crown stuck on his head. You get to see the crown jewels. For now, I'm going to bid you farewell. I'm going to send you over to someone.
Although that makes sense.
Can I send you over to a lefty, and you won't lose your shit? The title is, "If you think Tim Pool is garbage, wait till I tell you about capitalism." You'll love that, won't you? You'll love that. My vicious Nazi audience going in. Mind you, though, just imagine. Okay, I tell you what. Imagine the title is not that. Imagine the title is, "If you think Tim Pool is garbage, wait till I tell you about Judaism." Just imagine it's that instead, and you'll be golden. All right, you'll be fine. You'll be golden. All right. Wait, did that work? Why is it not working? Oh man. This has got a raid in progress. This has got a raid in progress. Can I unraid? Right. Okay, has it come up with the thing? Yeah, I can't see it. I can't fucking see it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. I can't see it in my head. I can't see it. There's a glitch. There's a ghost in the machine. Okay, we'll just have to I'll have to wait for it. I can't make it happen. I just need to wait. Well, thanks for watching today, guys. It's been a good stream. Coronation tomorrow, and then whatever else comes up should be good. Thanks for coming by. I'm gonna go and I mean, I don't know. This is a bit awkward, isn't it? Thanks for coming by. Good luck. Good luck out there. Good night. Oh, awkward. Awkward. How long's left? Ten seconds. Okay, good, good. How will I know that you've gone? Hopefully it will work. Is that it? Has it happened? Oh. Well, I don't know what to tell you then. Okay, my raid functionality is broken, it seems. No, it worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. But there's some people still here. Well, to those of you that are still here, it worked for some people and didn't work for others. I can see it did work partially. But for now, I'm just going to say goodbye. Thank you. I'm now just going to end my stream. Okay, anyway, come by tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. UK. We'll be covering the King's coronation. It's going to be great. Love you all. Good luck. Godspeed. Goodbye.